Hello everyone, welcome to this Python full course by Intellipaat. Many times while you're in college, you will go into a dilemma. Which programming language should I learn? Of course, you start with C or C++, but these languages are taught mainly because they are closer to machine level language. They're not aligned with today's development needs and standards. Unlike them, Python is widely used today and offers versatility. With Python, you can do web development, data analysis, blockchain development, machine learning, and even work around the elephant in the IT space, that is, artificial intelligence. Considering these wide applications, Statista ranks Python as #1 programming language to learn in 2024. Right now, if you just Google and search for Python jobs in India, you will find out that just on LinkedIn, you have more than 93,000 jobs available. In the United States, the number is even more substantial. 278,000 jobs, and that is just LinkedIn. If you consider other job portals such as Naukri.com, indeed the number would be even larger. So the demand and opportunity is definitely substantial for Python. Not only that, the applications we mostly find ourselves interacting with, such as Instagram, Spotify, Pinterest, Uber, and Dropbox, all are developed using Python programming language. Hence, if you want to get started in the IT segment and want to learn the language that is future-proof, Python is the best option today. With this Python tutorial for beginners, our expert mentors from around the world will help you master the basics of Python programming. By the end of this free Python course, you will have extensive knowledge of Python, which will help you get started in different domains such as machine learning, artificial intelligence, automation, development, etc. But before we begin, let me take you guys through the agenda that we have at hand. So we will begin this Python course by getting ourselves introduced to the Python programming language. Then we will look into the differences between Python and the C programming language. Then we would also tap into the programming fundamental concepts in Python. And next up, we will cover indexing and slicing, memory management, dictionary, tuple, and other set data structures as well. Following that, we will cover operators, types of operators, flow control statements, loops, as well as Python functions. And finally, we will take you through the most commonly asked Python interview questions that we have gathered from our associated hiring partners. I hope I have made myself clear with the agenda, so let's dive into the session. So now before we dive into the session, make sure to enable both the subscribe button and bell icon for Intellipaat YouTube channel. Python is a programming language that was first introduced in the late 1980s and has since become one of the most popular programming languages in the world. In 2023, Python continues to be a powerful and versatile language used by developers and businesses alike. So what makes Python so special? One of the biggest advantages of Python is its simplicity. The language has a straightforward syntax that makes it easy for beginners to pick up and start coding. At the same time, Python is also a very powerful language with a wide range of libraries and modules that allow for complex tasks to be completed with ease. Another key reason for Python's popularity is the versatility. Python can be used for a wide range of applications, from web development to data analysis to artificial intelligence and machine learning. This versatility makes it a great choice for businesses as they can use Python to automate a variety of tasks and processes. So why use Python in 2023? There are several reasons. Firstly, Python is constantly evolving language with a growing community of developers and users. This means that there are always new tools, libraries, and modules being developed that make it even more powerful. Secondly, Python has a large and growing number of job opportunities available in the market, making it a great choice for anyone looking to enter the tech industry. And finally, how can you get started with Python in 2023? The best way to learn Python is by doing it. So start by downloading the language and working through some simple tutorials and exercises. As you become more comfortable with the language, you can start working on more complex projects and developing your own applications. In conclusion, Python in 2023 continues to be popular, versatile, and powerful programming language that is well worth considering for anyone looking to get into the tech industry or simply improve their coding skills. Whether you are a college student, a professional, or just someone interested in coding, Python has something to offer to you. So why not give it a try today and see what you can create?
Okay. So I'm doing sampling right, and I can be wrong, but I think more or less I see, somewhere this percentage is correct, right? So it will be 75 to, 70 to 75 of the batch is like this. Anybody who's a kid here, kid means you are in, you know, either in 12th grade or lower than that. Anybody who is that, just identify. That's very important. You I really need to take care of kids. Okay. Nobody. Okay. This is good. So we don't have anyone there. Perfect. So this is really helpful, guys. This is really helpful. Okay. Now I will be giving you the vision in case you have you have none. So why you should be learning Python. Okay. So I would start with that why you are learning Python or overall this course. Okay. So why is it so? I think those who are in this percentage bucket, for most of them, their first immediate or maybe the goal is that, get a job in data field. Isn't it, guys? Is my understanding correct? It's not like you're doing it for fun, right? You need to transition to a job, which I feel like 70 to 80% of the guys who are here, right? For the rest 20%, they somehow want to use data science in their existing role or they want to do a career transition, right? That's the high level twofold goal for this batch: career transition or start using AI, which is a fancy way of saying data science, in their existing roles. Is that correct? There will be a few, maybe 1 or 2%, right? That's why I'll not write here like everybody. 1 to 2% of the guys, they just want to learn for their upskilling, just to. So some of the guys have seen they start data science for algorithmic trading. I have seen my student, right? So they are like in college, but they don't want to get a job in data science. They want to do algorithmic trading and they want to execute some trades every day with the help of Python based AI API based how to put those orders automatically at the right price point and sell those order at the right margin, right? Rather than manually managing it, people do that. So definitely there are just setting the goal is very important. Setting the vision is very important. And I hope you understand the discussion we're trying to have here. Okay. So if you have like, okay, it's already 20 minutes, he's not teaching anything. I'll teach a lot. I'll teach at such a level that you will always get back to me and think that, okay, good, this is good. And, and just have a leap of faith in me. Give me, a couple of sessions and you'll see things turning around. But let's not get into haste. The whole idea of me coming to this batch is that we are going to take you the right way, you know. Sometimes we try to just quickly complete things, and that creates a lot of pressure, and then we don't understand the whole process. So, if maybe 5% of people here might be thinking, okay, why he is talking about all those things? It's all important. Just trust me on that. So now I'll move on to like what kind of different data science roles you can get inducted into, right? Because this is a question I always get asked in almost everywhere wherever I am teaching data science. That Akash, everything is fine. We are learning, we are going good. But how I can break into? Is that question also bothering you guys? How we are going to use it? How we are going to get a job? What should the job roles, right? Where I should start? So I think we should start with this vision, right? That is like setting up the vision for this course that we are doing something, but how will it actually work for us? And this is a question, $1 million question. Nobody likes to take it. Nobody wants to feel this question. They want to just try to just I would say dodge that question that, okay, how will you get a data science role? But I have quite a lot of clarity. And why I have that, because if you see my profile, and this is all real numbers, close to 5,000 people I have helped into, move into data science. And this is not what I'm saying as only Intellipaat. Combined Intellipaat, my personal whole approach that has made happen. So guys, first understand that where we can get into and how we can get into. So I'll start with the majority and then I'll move on to the working professions, and please be a little patient. The second lot, okay? I will come to you guys as well. But I think the majority I'll start with. See, in data science, there are a lot of roles, okay? And it's not only the data scientist role. Let me also tell you that. And I'll also tell you what are the skills you need, how you can, create a way so that you get into that role. So number one, I think you might have heard about this data science role a lot of times. A very common data science role is data analyst. Okay. If I may meet you and then go back to the chat. So that's perfect. And thank you, Mayu. So data analytics is all about start with data, get the data ready, which a lot of people are calling in the chat as, data pre-processing, data transformation, and then analyze the data to understand, as per your requirement, So to be honest, let's say you mentioned about election process, right? Someone might be looking at, are we seeing some fraud in my transactions, right? That could be from the, you know, like from the banking side. So you have an objective in head, you want to get it confirmed and analyzed, you start with data. So data analyst role is the most south role. I think the first role you should take is a data analyst role, not a data science role. That's my point of view for the freshers. So data analyst role, I think I don't need to define, everybody more or less are there. It's just that I'll define what should be your approach to it. So number one, I think once you have the Python ready with you, which I think we will take care of it here. So Python is going to help you to do most of the data analytics role, right? Uh, Starting with the notebooks where you can load your data in the form of different formats. It can be a .xl file or .csv file. It can be some SQL data table. It can be coming from some cloud, right? Once you have the data, so number one thing I think, and I always tell everybody that in data industry, this is my phrase, data is the new oil. Anybody who is living in Dubai here, Middle East country, any participant from there? So let me warn you guys. Data is the new oil. You guys agree with me? It's the new oil. The way we are generating data is setting up the new order, and data is going to be the biggest thing which you can. Data is the biggest thing as a currency today. People are selling our data. You might be hearing this news. Data is being sold. Generally like subcontinent like India or Asia Pacific region countries, they generate a lot of data. You give them 100 rupees of coupon, they can share every personal details, right? So definitely data is the new power, because as Mayur mentioned, election process to understand the sentiment, right? So definitely a data analyst role is the biggest role, okay? And you should not take it like data science guys are better than data scientists are better than data analysts. Data analysts can do a lot of things. I'll tell you some example, like, a lot of social media chats, responses, people are analyzing to understand the threat to the nation. So don't take it lightly, okay? This is a big role. So it starts with the data. You do a lot of data pre-processing. There are 3 steps only. And then you get your, insights, right, from the data by analyzing. You can present into, some good uh, tabular format, which is amazing, or some visualization charts, right? So the good part here is that, my dear, this is all can be done in Python. Hello, this all can be done in Python, but Python is not enough, and I think that's where Intellipaat's course, if you see, they have put it all those things, in a very thoughtful manner. That Python is good. It's good to start, but when you are trying to do a lot of data manipulations, right? Python is not intended to do data engineering stuff. And that's where, which comes into the sequence, is the SQL. SQL is the next thing which as a skill you should possess, right? And I'm damn sure that some of the guys must have already done SQL. SQL is evergreen, just like, Python, right? So if you know SQL, you know Python, you are almost there, right? So SQL is amazing. You already know what SQL can do. SQL is a data engineering language, and say that. So structured query language, you can actually query your data from the database. You can create databases. You can do a lot of transformations, right? Make the data ready. Then question always comes that Python can also do these things. Why do we need SQL? SQL does at scale. SQL is really the data transformation ETL. That's the word. So extract, transform, load. ETL techniques is are the best techniques being used with SQL. So definitely we'll be taught SQL if you have not been taught here. If you have already been taught, you can understand what I'm saying. The last one thing which I expect you to be champion at it. ETL means, Aparna, good question. ETL means extract. Let me expand on it. And I like it. Ask question, transform, and load. That's the acronym. So it's very simple. You need a data, so you need to extract it from somewhere. It can be from web page, right? It can be from a database, like MySQL database or Oracle database, right? Transform means exactly what we are saying here. Pre-processing, you do some transformations, right? So extract, transform, and then again load it to a new table, a new format, right? So you take the data, you extract it, you do some table joins, make a good master data, and then again put it into a new table. So that's what you mean by transform and load. Is it clear, Aparna? That's a very high level explanation. And I'm no SQL expert, so forgive me if I'm going something here. But I have a good working knowledge of SQL, so I don't want to that humble as well that I don't know SQL. I can write endlessly SQL codes. Okay, now one more thing which you need to do is that understand any BI tool. So what is BI? BI is business intelligence tool. So there are a lot of tools in the market. The moment I'll write, you will understand what I'm saying. So BI stands for business intelligence, which is more like to get your data in a presentable format so that you can get into a meeting with exos, your executives, and you can quickly flash the dashboard and talk through the insights and the anomalies, and the business will understand right away. So business, you want intelligence to drive from the business, you need tools like Tableau. Guys, you have heard about Tableau? Tableau and Power BI, they are like brothers from others, right? We say, right, brother from the other mother. So yeah, obviously one is Tableau is itself a company, Power BI is from Microsoft, right? And there are a few more like ClickView is there, but I think I love Tableau, personally speaking. I've used all of it. I love Tableau a lot. I'm not promoting, I don't get any money from that, but still they're amazing, Tableau. So if you learn Tableau or Power BI, I think your life is sorted. So these are known as visualization tool, right? But people say that, why will I learn Tableau and Power BI? And you can always ask these cross questions. When Python is also having visualization library, right? Python has matplotlib, right? Python has Seaborn. Python has Plotly, and I'm just naming a few. There are a lot. Altair, right? There are a lot of it. In our course, generally we focus on matplotlib. That's in the syllabus, but I'll come to that. So this is our first job role that data analyst needs to focus. I think if you have this deadly combination of, all three, I would say platform, Python is a platform, SQL is a platform, and BI tool is a platform, then you are set for in terms of your learning. Are you guys with me? And you should start with the data analyst, the college guy. That's my suggestion. How? I'll talk at some point later. Vision is clear. What is your vision? Which I have set it up here. Learning vision. This is all about how you have to learn, right? Now comes how you can be a master at it. Okay. I'll not talk more today only because these are topics I expand later. So And this is also valid for, so it's not going to be mutually exclusive statement. All these are valid for the working professionals as well. So don't take it like this is not being discussed about you. How people always come to ask me that, oh, I'm not getting any roles, or nobody is accepting my resume, because you don't have a profile. You don't have a profile. So if you don't have a profile, how people will acknowledge you? This is the biggest mistake people do in India, right? I'm not, I live in India. I really like India, but people don't care about it. People think, why do I need a profile? But let me tell you that the West has, when I say the West means, yeah, United States, European, those part of the countries, those part of the globe, they have definitely dominated in terms of how, interviewing happens. A lot of things we have been inspired from them, and now people are also talking about a profile. So you need to have a profile. It's not about, I'm not talking about Naukri.com or LinkedIn profile. I'm talking about in data science, people are known by their GitHub pages. I hope you understand, right? GitHub is something which is known to everybody, right? You know GitHub? So GitHub is like, it's a platform for software development. It's a cloud-based platform. I think GitHub has been bought by Microsoft recently, right? You can actually put your codes there and do the version controlling, everything, blah, 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 right? So I'm not going to talk about in detail because it itself is going to take an hour. So GitHub is a platform. What I can do, I can share some good resource at the end, Rudra, or like a good video which explains about GitHub and how you can quickly learn that. Okay. It's not like rocket science is very easy, to be honest. It's just you need to uh, get the platform nitty gritty. So for that, I think I'll share a good video. And we have to be also mindful about that. We don't digress too much into different things. Okay. But it's a platform, just like you put your photos on Facebook, you're going to put your codes on GitHub. Take it like this. Okay. Now, why GitHub is important? Because GitHub is a public platform, right? And once you start putting your work on Python, right, or some other languages, right, people start acknowledging that. You understand, right? And that way you will practice a lot of stuff on the way. And this is valid for everybody here. Okay, so data science is all about, it's not about copying and pasting somebody's GitHub code and putting there. No, no, no. You put some point of view, you work on some problem, and then you share your story there, right? And that's where I feel that you should be doing these things more often than not. So GitHub is one of the key things which I just mentioned. You should have a GitHub profile, just like you have a LinkedIn profile, and start sharing your work, linking GitHub on your LinkedIn. You understand what I'm saying, guys? So you say that, okay, I have done this analysis, right? This covers this, right? And then post it on LinkedIn and be very active on LinkedIn. And this is valid for everybody. Are you able to follow this advice? So you need to have a profile. Then second thing is that you need to also practice. I think this is another problem area where people always keep asking, I'm not getting how to practice. When I started data science, none of these guys were there, right? GitHub, I think, was there, but Kaggle was not there, right? And that's where Kaggle can be, or there are a lot of, in India, there is one of my friend who has started this company, Analytics Vidya. Have you heard about it? So first of all, guys, on record, I'm telling this is all I'm giving advice in my personal capacity. I'm not promoting anything. And there is machine learning hackathon. So a lot of hackathons are there. Lead code is there, right? I hope everybody is aware of this. Machine learning hackathon. Lead code is there. Then Hacker Rank is there. So all these are websites which also helps you to work on the problem and give you a score on the website. Hello? You understand what I'm saying? So Kaggle is not only for competition, it's also for practice. And I'll help you with the right resources at the right time. I'll give myself. I'm not giving some false gyan here, right? I'll give you myself, right? I'm not giving some philosophical advices. I'll give all the practical advices, and I'll share myself at time to time what link on which website will help you learn what. And since we have been doing it for a lot of time, I know that exactly for NumPy, which one is the good set of questions? How will you practice? You understand? For pandas, what will be the right resources? So I will be taking care of it. And we are going to also set up the platform, Discord platform for this batch so that we can share these resources, seamlessly. And this is going to be a professional platform under Intellipaat, but I will be running in my personal capacity. Makes sense? Just to help you guys, just to make the learning really rich. And don't create any WhatsApp group. And I'm just requesting, because first of all it's not allowed, and second thing is that that creates a lot of you're sharing your personal number to everybody, and then people talk something, doesn't help. Professionally, let's deal it. Okay. And you need a platform just like Microsoft Teams. It is a Discord. Okay. Now, coming back to that, how can you get it better? So next time when you are putting on a resume, you should be putting your LinkedIn ID, right? And it will take some time. It will not be ready for you in 2 months or so. That's why you have to start today. So you should have a GitHub profile, understand. So action item, I need to share a video on this. Okay. So I'll do that in the end of the class. Then LinkedIn, yeah, I'm sure it's very much there, but update LinkedIn. Okay. Don't be like, my name is this, I'm in school, but all you are in college. Update it. Keep updating it. Okay. And then I think this is something you have to do it. Okay. This is something you have to do it. Those who don't know about any of this website, you can always stay until the end of the session and then ask me, Akash, can you help me with the link of the website, everything. But these things you have to take care of it. Kaggle has one of my favorite website for practicing, and a lot of learning has come from there also. Trust me on that. So a lot of things I do in my training sessions or in my day-to-day life has thanks to this guy, Kaggle. So Kaggle is like really good platform for people like us. Honestly speaking, I don't have a good GitHub profile. I don't have a Kaggle profile, but I have a different profile. So I keep teaching people. So I really did not get a time to spend on Kaggle endless hours. And, so I'm more of a coach now, not a active cricketer. But you guys have all the time, and please focus on this. That way you will have a profile. Learning wise, we all sorted. Intellipaat will take care of it, right? Profile, you have to take care of it. Combinedly, these two things, you don't need to do anything. And then you have to just be active, share the one pager with don't share resume. I'll talk about at some point that it's not like you are writing a 3-page resume and sharing it with the recruiters. Nobody reads that. You have to be very articulate. You have to be really articulating. You have to be very concise and tell your success story by these platforms. If you go and just shout, I have done this, I have done that, nobody gives a damn about it. You have to prove. But to prove, you need to get a seat at the table. To get the seat at the table, right? To get the seat at the table, you need to share your profile. Just go and watch, my quotes on, or see my quotes on GitHub, and rest they can discuss in the interview. This is what you are missing, and that's the reason that nobody will ever call you. Okay. Your activeness on the LinkedIn, your activeness on this profile matters a lot to the recruiter. The moment you have a lot of work done, they will just put you in an interview and you will easily pass that interview and done. That's how it works. I hope it helps, right, guys? This because we are taking time out of Intellipaat's time on this. This is very important. See, our success is shared. If from here you get a job in data science, definitely that helps us back. It's more like, coming back to us. So it's very important that we make sure that you go there. Okay. That's my vision as part of Intellipaat. Okay. Makes sense. Now, moving on. So being active on LinkedIn means, Harsha, it's not like, liking somebody's post. It's not like sharing somebody's stories. You write some post, and that should be about how you have coded, let's say, and then solve a problem, right? And at least weekly or every other 2 weeks, in 2 weeks, you should go and share your work with the. I know it is in the beginning, it will nobody even seeing what you're doing, but trust me, it is being captured there. It will take a while, but create just like people create these days YouTube channels. Unfortunately, I don't have one, but people do that, right? They put some videos and suddenly one good content you put there, and then it starts picking it up. So content here is not like copying and pasting. Here, your content is your content, and content means like you must have done some analysis, some case study, a different view on the same topic, right? Those kind of things you need to share there. Make sense? That's what I mean by active. Active doesn't mean that you are just liking somebody's page, you are just sharing, because that is good for the people like us, not for you, for the freshers. Now I'll come back to the working professionals. I'll take another 5 minutes, I'll wrap it up. So those who are already having a job, right? How to do a career transition. This is another topic. People also don't want to talk about it. So first of all, career transition can be challenging. And those guys who are working, I think 20-25% of the batch is working. They would agree to me that it's not that easy. Like that, okay, I said it and it's done. No. Career transition takes a lot of concern, because let's say you are, I'll give a hypothetical example, that suppose I'm already having a 15 years of experience. Those who are having this batch, they cannot go and start like a, you know, they cannot go and start like a fresher in data science. You agree? Hello? That's not possible, right? Miss, I cannot restart, reboot, you know. No, I want to be a data scientist, so I'll start like an intern. They can't be an intern, right? I have seen a movie, Intern, amazing movie, but those who are working professionals, they know that, they understand the pain here. There are a lot of things at stake. First of all is, number one thing which comes as a big concern is the salary, isn't it? So their transition is not that easy. The another thing comes roles and responsibilities. It cannot be that they suddenly will become like a individual contributor if they're managing a team of 20. You understand? So I'm hitting all the right chords. I hope, guys, right? Do I have that as a feedback from you guys? I'm hitting the right chords here. It's all well thorough understanding of what people are going through. I have been talking to them, right? So it cannot be suddenly be like, okay, I'll be a like a reboot. So these are the challenges, right? A fresher in data science, you cannot become a data scientist like this. What are the you know solutions to this? These are all challenges. How will we solve it? So to solve for it, and I think these are some of the guys who have done, and they have proven that it can be done. Share some stories like this, right? I'm not saying that this is 100% gonna work for you, but what we can do, we have to find some pathways here. Number one, let's say I'll give you some scenarios. You are already managing a team and you deal with data, but you are not doing any data science or data analytics, that to data analytics. So what you can do, how you can use this course, you can you know kickstart a pet project, because you are a senior resource there, and out of your company time, just like I'm out of my Accenture time, I'm doing something. This is my pet project, right? Coming morning 7 a.m. talking to you guys, weekend evening talking to the other guys, right? This is my pet project, right? Accenture does not have any say in, okay? So similarly, you can also start a pet project which uses your business data. So when I say business data means, obviously every company has some data. Tell me one company and say, oh, we don't generate any data, I'll not agree to it. Tell me one example. Every company where you're working for, you're generating some data, you're managing something there, it will have data, right? There will be rarely a few companies that will no data. It will be more like, but still I will try to see and understand which company. So you're saying Kapil Virtusa. What is, how do you pronounce it? Okay, I'll let you answer. Yeah. So I was saying that every company, 99%, they'll generate data. What you can do, how can you overlay your learning from this course and do something in that project from here? and do some value add, improvise your process. Using this project, you can pitch your idea of data science and show value add to the company. You understand? Working guys, always remember that your bosses will not, you know, your bosses will not even budge if they don't see any value add to the company. You understand what I'm saying? You have to always convert into dollars or rupees if you are in India or US, depends. Are you guys agreeing to me? So, since you are a senior guy, 10 years, 5 years experience, you can always start with it. If you have a senior guy, you can take some of your good resources who are enthusiastic and try to create a pet project. And how you will get ideas once you will be going through the course, you will start visualizing that, okay, I have this data. Can I do something like that? And that's where I can be helpful. I can help you guide, understand if you have already some idea, right? And that's where I've shared my LinkedIn profile. You can always drop me a quick note. Hey, Akash, this is this. And as per my availability and yours, we will always have a chat, right? I can always help you guide. You need to do that because there's no other way. You cannot suddenly, and this is not like going to happen, right? You cannot be a senior manager in data science. You're just trying to learn from, right? So that pathway is very different, right? So I'm like saying that, okay, suddenly you are a VP in a company. Do you think you can also be a VP in data science field? No, no way, right? So you have to slowly, gradually transition to that. You understand? And the idea is like that. You start with something like this, okay? Internally, you have to prove yourself that data science can be used, and this is how I can use and show it to the team, present in some meetings. You might have some town halls, right? Take an opportunity to share some story, although it's not your forte, but you prove to the leaders that, okay, my team has done something on this field, in this field, right? Data science field. And obviously it will open doors for them. I'm talking about within company. Hello. Anybody is getting some ideas from here that yes, this can be something possible with the course. I can try to take it up. Makes sense? And you are senior. Always remember that you have that authority to go beyond what is being, what is you're supposed to be done. So that's number one pathway I feel for the working profession. That's the most smartest way. Even if you want to do an internal jump to, let's say, from your testing team to the data science team or data analytics team, still it will help you because in those interviews you can show that you have delivered a couple of projects internally, right? You have to tell that story. You have to paint it. You cannot go and say, I do this QA job for, let's say, 10 years. I have no zero experience in data science, but my ambitions are like that. I want to be in that. Nobody listens to that. You say that, okay, QA is my history. This is my present, right? And that is it. And you have two, three projects on your portfolio and you're going to sell it. Sell it like Steve Jobs. I always tell students, sell it like Steve Jobs. He was the biggest seller I have seen in the world, right? The same phone he was selling, 5 times, 10 times, costlier. And now it has become a trend. Okay. So guys, I think this is the most patient batch I have gotten so far. Amazing. I'm very happy to see the way you are, grasping and trying to, sink in all these coming to you. And that's really commendable, guys. Now I'll take a pause here. Anybody has any quick question on this, and then I'll set up the course curriculum for it. But this is important discussion I wanted to have that, how you can break it into data science, right? So roles are very simple. I missed to write all the roles. There are a lot of roles. All are more or less similar, right? Hold on, guys. Uh, just give me 1 minute. Business analyst, another role you can start with. So business analyst, a guy who does a lot of business driven data science analysis, right? So suppose you are an analyst, but you also have to know the business like pharma industry. So business guy in pharma needs to know about pharma, right? Else he will not do. So those who are already studying pharma or some other industry, they can use it. Then there is one BI analyst, which is business analyst, the guy who does a lot of visualization, making a lot of stories. That person is BI analyst. The next data science role is data scientist itself. And if you really like ML, you will become machine learning scientist. I think these are the roles which I feel that you should try. Order is very simple. This is fine, means you can go with this role, right? This is easy to get. This is also easy to get. This is little tougher than other. And the most difficult is this. I'll put a 4-star and 3-star. So depends on your appetite. You can see that which one you can pick it, where you should start. Okay, now I'll take questions. Shiva Dinesh is asking future data science AI could be a good standby career. I think this is the primary career, right? I'm in that, and I can tell you that you and your kids can still work in data. Data science is the, forget this. I think nobody's paid attention to this, my line. What is this? Don't miss this, my dear. Data science is the new oil. You are asking that oil will be is still a good the whole Middle East is built on oil. So data is the new oil. If you can handle it, you are the boss. Okay, Gifflin asking, can we predict stock market using data analytics? To an extent, yes, but you have to be really good at it. People are doing it. Difference between ML and data science. ML is machine learning, data science is machine learning, mathematics, statistics, business, everything. You understand? So data science is more like an overlap between machine learning algorithms, mathematics, which you need. Data science has a lot of other levers as well. I'll talk about it one day. I think Rutra asking data is the new oxygen. Yeah, you can say that, but not that important. People are people are not using data. They can survive on this planet. So oxygen, say we should not compare. Yeah. Sai, how to venture from data science to AI? I think I will talk about it. I think these are some questions in the future. Prava is asking, what is the market scenario like for now? How is to get a placement? I think it's definitely much better than 5 years back, Prava. Because now the way the technology has come up, the way we are generating data, it has also increased. I think recently I was reading a report. If I find a link, I can share. By 2025, data science will see close to 5 million or so jobs across the globe. So it's not tough. It's just that people are not getting their job in data science because they're not following a right pathway or framework, which I explained in last 20, 30 minutes. This is something we have to do, starting with all the learnings, then moving on to have a profile, right? And I don't know, Prava, you're working or what is your background, but depends on where are you placed and how strategize from your side to get into it. It's very easy. Okay. It's not tough. It's not rocket science. Suppose we want to, learn driving. Nobody start driving no, nobody starts flying an aeroplane. You understand? You start small, you take a small step, and that's where data analysis is your first step. And then you go into data science. This is a little big world. So I'm not saying that you don't be a data scientist. I'm just saying that you can start with data analyst, and then you can slowly, transition into data science. You will be a better data scientist then. You should be able to cope up with the people who are from tech. Don't worry about it. Let me give an example that a lot of people, Satya Nadella never studied any technology, right, in the early stages. Sundar Pichai was more of a metallurgical engineer. Now he's leading Google. So don't worry about it. These are all, I say, excuses. Human brain is not, categorized into this is non-tech, this is tech. Human brain is categorized into left and right brain. It's not tech and non-tech. What you feel, you start getting it. Ratna, which one will be better for non-coding professional background? Data analyst. That's what I was saying. You start small. Data analyst or business name both will be good for you. But you're asking some good question. What is different data analyst, data science? I'll talk about Deepak. So data analyst, I talk, right? Data analyst is more of a guy who does still analysis and EDA. EDA is expertise data analysis. These are some jargons as of now. Data science is more into predictive model and it is challenging, right? So data science definitely should sign up for the data science course. Data analytics will already be taken care of in your aspect. Rudra, I'm afraid that if I can do a session profile, how to profile your a session on how to make a profile, because that is not on Intellipaat's time, right? So I'm not sure that can it be done, but if I see it in my own time, if I can do something, I'll let you know. Okay. Okay. Pravas, you are in more into a public service. Okay. Yeah. So that's where I think then you can resonate with my all those pointers, right? You see that where you can fit the story of data science. So definitely you have to start looking out for it. Shilp Shah. Okay. I think scenario is not going to be bad. See, in USA, I know why you're asking. The market is little slow, and there is a sense of recession there. But don't worry, these things are not common, so don't worry much. Okay, this is a very good question, Shiva. That if you are like a beginner and don't know anything about coding and Python, what you can do, right? Uh, you have to start practicing higher than in what you do, and that's what I'll cover in the next 15 minutes. Don't worry. I think you guys are asking, a lot of questions on like what should be my personal preferences. So what we can do in the interest of time, guys, and we will also agree. I have to also keep moving because we need to at least deliver some content. So this seems to me a, like more general, personalized advices. So what we can always do that time to time in every end of the session, we can have some of your question. You can talk to me. That will be fast. Okay. So let it go in the natural flow. But I think at this point, I would like to draw a line and say that okay, see guys, this is what we have to start with. I think you guys should focus on that. Lead code is really good for data science as well. Just that some of the things are not very highlighted there. Lead code generally people use it for software development, but that's where I think the best tool or platform for us is not lead code, is Chiral. Make sense? Although it's not more of a problem answer or question challenges kind of website, but it's very helpful. I'll tell you how to use sometime. That's where I was telling Deepak, right? Data science jobs are not for freshers because they think you cannot do it. If you have a profile who shows you can do it, you have a job. Okay, it's all about perspective. Okay, guys, I hope this is good, right? You are having at least a good motivation set. Are you feeling motivated? I know still it's a good morning time for a lot of people. So I hope you are not being sleepy. You're not keep rubbing your eyes, right? You are a bit motivated. I tried my best. Let's move on to the important piece, which is course structure. So here we will start, I would say the most from the like ABC of Python. How to say ABC? Yes, ABC of the Python. Because here we are not going to suddenly jump into NumPy or pandas, right? We'll also tell you all the basic stuff in Python, starting with like, what is Python, history of Python, right? Writing some, and you don't need to write. The good thing is that, you know, history, context, I'll set it up. Okay. You don't need to write, guys. I'm telling again. These things I'll be giving as a PDF.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers you a Python certification course that will help you become an expert in writing Python programs and working with packages like NumPy, Pandas, Matplotlib, Scikit-learn, SciPy and many more. Through this course, you can also learn how to write codes for big data systems like Hadoop and Spark and gain a hands-on experience by working on real-world projects. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in their successful career transitions. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to a new height. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take a first step towards a career growth with the Python tech stack. Let's have a quick quiz question guys. What is the purpose of if name equals to main statement in a Python script? Option A, it defines the main function of the script. Option B, it checks if the script is being run as the main program. Option C, it initializes the Python interpreter. And option D, it is a syntax error in Python. So do mention your answers in the comment section below. Now let's continue with the session.
Then we'll definitely go into like, what is variable in Python, operators, right? I might be missing few keywords there, so don't worry. Variables, operators, right, etc. Okay. Then I'll be going into some, Python uh, control flow or flow control structure, we say, right? I think this is your backbone of your whole basic Python. Generally, when I say flow control structure, I talk about conditional statements, because that is how you control the flow, right? Then looping statements, right? On top of it, I'll talk about functions. I'll give you all the ninja techniques of writing functions, lambda functions, right? Apply. So using lambda, how can apply different typical apply methods? Must have seen in Python a lot of things written in apply, right? So apply is a method, a powerful method, right? Which actually gets you a lot of job done, avoiding the looping statement. Are we clear, guys? Conditional, I think, okay, in case somebody is asking, what is conditional? You might have done, every language is having this, right? If, else, right? Looping is like for loop and while loop, okay? There are few transfer statements as well, like, like break. You might have heard these keywords, continue, pass, blah, blah, blah. I'm not putting everything there, but this is going to be our first module. So everything is a module, okay? So when I say one, I mean M1, okay? And I'm so receptive. And why I'm saying that, suppose you think, okay, Akash, can we also do this plus this? So fill in and be little rational, but fill in. This is you can fill in. You can let me know in advance, okay, Akash, can we also do this if you have some time? Like that. That should be the language, and we will talk about it. We can see that. That plus is always with you. Moving on to module 2, right? So module 2 is, which I feel that once you have your Python ready in terms of, about all those basic component of Python, we should move on to some advanced library, right? And that becomes your advanced Python. Although still I feel this is not advanced, this is like intermediate Python, but people call it advanced, right? In that, I'll start with my first module, which is NumPy. NumPy is like game-changing library. NumPy or NumPy, numerical Python, definitely data types will be there. That's why I said etc. Means here, I think the first thing, it should come here, variables, data types. 100%. Okay, so NumPy is like numerical Python, written in C, given the flavor of Python. One of the most important libraries of Python. A lot of packages like pandas or packages and library, these are the some synonymous words we keep interchanging. Library, packages, both are same. We call packages in R, library in Python. R is another language. Numerical Python is going to be your backbone for a lot of libraries like pandas, matplotlib, which is a visualization library. But numerical Python is going to be our first important library for data manipulation. We call data manipulation. So I don't want to give a lot of details here only, but just to give an idea, we'll talk about what is an array or array inspection functions. How can you create an array, right? How can you create random arrays? How you can reshape or resize your array, how you can do splitting, stacking, unstacking, blah, blah, blah. There's so many things. What is the broadcasting concept? Everything will be talked. Oops is something I think I need to align with the team, guys. But for now, oops is not something I'm putting in the modules, right? So this becomes your module 2A and module 2B. Okay. Oops is something, if you are asking, let me check with the team. For a data scientist or data analytics, guys, oops is not required. It's a good to know, right? But not required. Similarly, data structure as well, sign. It's really very important for you to be a software developer. Then you need data structure, you need OOPS, design principles, So I know oops in and out, not a problem. But you don't really need it. You always keep in mind, guys, you have signed up for a course which is known as Python or data science, right? Python data science, not Python software developer. You understand? So please don't try to row on two boats. You are bound to sink. You are bound to like you will get drowned. Don't try that. So focus should be on your, you know, data science side, not the development side. Here we are not going to develop anything. Okay. And I can show you with evidence that I'll show you hundreds of notebooks people are doing data science, the top data scientists in the globe. I will show one day on Kaggle. I'm not one of the top data scientists, as I mentioned that. I'm just a coach here, but I can show you there are hundreds of people who are like grandmaster in data science on Kaggle. You will not see one single line of oops in their codes. Okay. Now moving on to pandas, I think pandas are really cute. Don't you guys think? So I really love my panda. When I say panda, I always say in my lecture only Kung Fu Panda. Have you seen this movie? Anybody? If you have not seen, you have missed something big in the world. So why I relate myself to panda, I like pandas, and that's where I have a small community called Learning Panda as well, which you might get to see some traction later. But Kung Fu Panda, if you have seen the movie, pandas are the most lazy guys, right? Somebody also written that. I think I'm also lazy, but I'm very hardworking when it comes to work. But overall, I'm lazy. I somehow also resemble to a little a panda only. So my wife always tell that on a lighter note. But anyway, uh, it's good to be lazy and then being smart. That's also fine, right? So if you remember this movie, those who have seen this movie, that pandas are those creatures, right? If you present them with a challenge, although they're lazy, they will try to, conquer it. And that's the movie is all about. So obviously, I'm not going to talk about movies a lot, but pandas is like that. Numerical Python is like very hardworking guy. Pandas is like a smart library. It's a smart library for data manipulation. And trust me, you will not be using NumPy a lot, but you will be using pandas all the time. So if I give an example, out of 10 tasks in the data manipulation, data processing, you will be using pandas 8 times. And a lot of pandas functions are on the back of NumPy, a lot of pandas functions are on the back of NumPy. So somewhere you will be using NumPy without knowing that you're using NumPy. Are you getting, guys, what I'm saying? And when I make this statement, I make this statement with a conviction, because if I can you give me that? You will agree to me that, yeah, Akash, you make a sense here. Let me show you this. I'm a guy who gives evidences. Okay, look at here. Can you see this screenshot? I've just pasted from my another notebook. Can you see that? So if you see here, this is the pandas required dependencies. This is the pandas required dependencies. What is the dependency they're talking about? The first line. So if you are installing NumPy, is fine. But if you don't even install and you're using pandas, pandas will install NumPy for themselves. So without NumPy, pandas cannot survive. That's what I'm trying to say in simple English. And I'll show you that this function has come from NumPy as a background. Okay, so pandas is really good. Pandas can do endlessly a lot of jobs, as simple as that, reading, writing data, right? You cannot read, write data in NumPy the way you can do in pandas, right? So you can read your file, you can do some SQL joins here as well, as a matter of fact. Okay, SQL joins, you can do n number of things here. Okay, like literally n number of things. And I'm going to take out time for this. I'm going to teach you n minus 1. So what is the meaning of n and n minus 1? I'll try to make sure that I reach that 99% of the level. You don't need to look anywhere, any website, any YouTube video after my class. My notebooks will be more than sufficient. Whenever you want to practice anything, 99% you'll find answers in those notebooks. You have to just keep attending the sessions. And the last piece of the puzzle will be from my side in Python is going to be module 3, which will be visualization. So visualization library, which as per the syllabus, will focus on Matplotlib. But me being me, I'll always come back with something from Seaborn also, which is not in the syllabus. And I'll give you also a flavor of Plotly. Plotly is the library for you when you are a master in Python. So, but before you, again, this is like, cycling, car, and this is like flying an aeroplane. You understand the difference? I'm taking some very simple example. So obviously, Matplotlib is very powerful library for visualization. But once you are done with the visualization, you will somehow using Plotly all the time, like me. But that's fine. I think this is a good time, okay, for a break, guys. But I think this is it. I'll take another quick 5 minutes and then I'll have. So I like breaks, guys, because to survive, I need breaks. Okay. So let me set up some more ground rules. So now course is done. This is going to the flow of the course. Now, number one thing which I feel that student miss in the class is that they don't pay attention in virtual session. So my only request, it's a request, if you're not attending on phone, put all this morning time, so I'm damn sure that you're not distracted like the evening guys who I'm taught or whom I taught. Put your mobile phones on DND. Now there's don't need to switch off your phone. DND, you have focus mode, you have a lot of modes there. So put it like that. Okay. Number one thing is that this is, I'm going to give you this PDF, so you really don't need to add anything. And my screen is not zoom out. I don't think I'm zooming in. This is my 100%. See, zooming in will be like this. So this is 100% only. So maybe your screen is zoomed in. Can you please zoom out, Kapil? Now, yeah. So you have to do it. Second thing is, guys, which I feel that you should pay attention is that in the class, I need your, leisure, sharp attention so that you follow everything, because a lot of people are there, they'll ask questions, right? And you have to also be very interactive, which I think this batch is. So I'm not going to put a lot of insistence on this. Interaction is important. You can ask doubts, and generally I give you 2 doubts windows where you can also talk to me. Generally after the break, or in the end of the session, not in the beginning. So these are like your dedicated doubt windows, I say, where you can also talk to me. But rest all the time, try to chat through it, and Purva is there and there. But if you really want to talk, this is the good time to talk, because if everybody keeps talking and keeps unmuting, right, you can literally talk here, but not all the places. That's my request to as a way of working. Number 4 thing is the last thing which I always tell. You keep complaining that I'm not able to learn, I'm not able to cope up, I'm from non-tech background. Let's not say that anymore. Revision is the key to success here, right? P for Python, P for practice. I know it's rhymes like a silly kid, which I'm doing here, but that's the reality. If you're not practicing, you'll not improve. I'm telling you bluntly. What I need from you, I will be sharing everything. OneNote will be coming, which you are seeing on my screen is coming from OneNotes. I will be sharing you Jupyter notebooks. So I'm damn sure that you have a Jupyter notebooks installed in with you, Anaconda and all. If not, please make sure that you do it today, because tomorrow onwards we'll go into hands-on coding and everything. So all those things I will be sharing here. The only thing which I expect from you that every day you will code for 2 hours, no matter what. How they translate the whole code block. So when I say talk about compiler, so what compiler does, guys, listen to me very carefully. So I do a lot of lecturing, so not everything I can type, so please listen to me. Compiler is C for compiler. C is a keyword, and it's a programming language which I use as a you can say mnemonic, that C for compiler. Always remember that. So C as a compiler language, what it does, it translates the entire code into a machine level code. It's not high level, you know. It goes into machine level code and then executed, right? So you understand. So what they do, they convert the whole code into a machine level code, depends on the different language, or sometimes intermediate level code as well, before the execution. Okay. And that's why if you see a lot of software, they are executable file. Have you seen that? .exe. Everybody must have seen .exe. In their software, you will always see in your software folder, you're trying to install a Adobe Acrobat Reader or VLC media player, you must have seen .exe. What is that .exe does? It takes the whole software, put it into an executable code, and that .exe ensures that. While on contrary, if you look at the interpreter, you know, translate the source code by line or by statement, execute it immediately. Without generating any .exe. Okay, so that's the biggest difference. So the biggest difference is that interpreters takes the whole code line by line and execute it immediately. That's the important difference here on the translation, right? Second thing is that execution. I think compiler-based language, when you're trying to execute, it is taking the whole code and then compile it. Only the compilation is done 100%, then the code gets executed at the end. Errors will be only coming at the end of the compilation. Have you seen, right? Software guys, running that compilation, it takes sometimes half an hour to hours, right? And then they will get to know that what mistake they made. You understand? That's what compiler is for you, my dear. But interpreter, Python is loving in that. You love Python. Every block you will find what is the error you are doing. So because it goes line by line, interpreter goes line by line. So if the error is coming, it will also come in the same line. So what is the message here? Compiler-based language debugging or testing is so important because you cannot go with that. But in interpreter, that testing debugging happens at every step, because compiler you will only you'll get to know when you're done with the whole program, right? So that's really hassle, or that's really irritating for those who are software tester, because they need to compile so many times the same code, although the error will be in the last line. You understand? Even for that, they have to run the whole code multiple times. That is really sometimes stupid, but there are some pros and cons. Compiler-based languages are really fast because they go and talk to the machine at the machine language level, right? So compiler level, I see, is very blazingly fast than Python. Python is slow. But then he will ask me, counter me that, Akash, then why we're learning Python? We should learn C. See, you're learning data science, and for data science, Python is the king. That's the reason. But we have good news that we have some other libraries which boost up the performance of Python, like PySpark is one of it. Dask is another of it, right? These are sort of jargons. Databricks, on the platform of Databricks, you can use Python at a real speed. Cloud softwares like, or cloud platforms like Azure, GCP. Azure is your from Microsoft. GCP is Google Cloud Platform. AWS is Amazon Web Services. All these cloud services help you, execute your code faster because they give a lot of infrastructure boost to the Python. But when I say Python is slower than C, if you take the same infrastructure, like you are working on a laptop, right? Your Python will go slow as compared to C. That's what I'm trying to say. But if you boost the infrastructure, Python will also perform faster. That's there, right? But on the same level of infrastructure, with the same number of RAM or your processor and everything, your Python is slower. Are you able? Then comes so I think I talked about three things, right? Then comes the portability. So portability is like, it's very easy in Python kind of languages. You can I will share the notebook on the chat, right? And you can execute in your Windows or Mac, right? You understand? So portability is really amazing in Python because I can write code and quickly give it to you. You can use the same code in your system. But in compiler-based language, it's more from are you using Windows or are you using some different architecture? So your code will have to go for a change because the same code cannot be run on those other platform or architectures, right? Then comes your development. So I think Ease of development is also there. So suppose I say I want to do a quick machine learning model. I think interpreter is really fast because it gives a lot of feedback during each and every lines of code, right? And it's very easy for you to do some rapid development and prototyping. But compiler based languages like C or C++, right? uh, it takes a lot of time for the compilation itself, and then you will be able to debug. So it takes quite a lot of time. So ease of development is not there, but definitely they are robust. Once they are done, right. So I think, yeah, this is all from my side. Any, I think there was some question. Now question is that one person is written. I have read Python is. I'll not talk about oops as of now. Just hold on. Let me complete first. Yeah, Kirti is telling I have read on internet. I don't remember the name of the website, but the Python is both interpreting and compiling language. Why is it so? Okay, so you are saying that you have read that Python is both. Mm, I think it's a point of view, I would say. Ideally, Python is under the bucket of interpreter, not compilation. But you can definitely run Python as C and try to compile. That's I have seen. So I have seen people writing Python code and then try to use Python as a proxy for the compilation by converting into. But I think that's not. Let's not get into that because that's a rare set of. I would say like some stunt people do. Python is an interpreter-based language. Rest. Period. Don't worry about it. Okay. People try to do like suppose people also try to put the image of Windows on macOS and Macintosh on Windows. So those kind of people always they try to play and tinker with the architectures, but you don't need to say that Python is an interpreter, not interpreter but a compiler also. It's not like that. It's not like they have a duality principle here. So be honest about it. Okay. Now people say that Python is oops language, but not 100% oops. That's a very good question, Mayur, as expected. That's true because Python inherently they have an object kind of behavior. But what is the issue with Python is that if you compare oops framework from C or Java, Python is not there. A lot of things are not there in the oops. So that's where that 100% remark is right. Although they follow the OOPS principle, but they have limitations as well. So, for example, in terms of modifiers, they don't have very good dedicated modifiers like public, private, and protected methods, right? As you see in C or Java. Excuse me. So there are definitely some of those things are definitely not that great, and that's where uh, I think compilation is Diksha. I will not be able to get into the detail because see, I can definitely explain. I know C, a bit of C. I'm not a very, I would not call myself an expert there, but I have a fair understanding of C. But why to, go into that? It's just that to give you a feel of that, I answered your question that, you start with, those, remember in C, you used to write hash include, hash define. Remember that? So what it does in C code, if you remember that, it takes those code block, and since you have written, hash include, hash define, these handlers actually take the code and convert or take it for the conversion into from the C code into assembly code. And then assembly code is more like your machine level code. So basically, compilation is all about taking your human readable code, which you have written with the help of your syntax, and convert into a machine code. So the computer processor, which is your Intel or Ryzen, right? Ryzen, they understand what you're saying in their language. So just keep it high level. We can always double click on that, but there's no point doing it. They hardly would say they Python is the backbone. They would say C or C plus or C sharp or Java is their backbone, right? They'll never say Python. See, Siddharth is answering, as you can. Siddharth, can you answer to everyone so that at least Prabha can read your comment as well? So, guys, let's try to answer question in like marking everyone. But yeah, so Java, C, these are the backbones, right? Uh, Not the Python. Python is there, like for some of the testing environment, people are using Python with Selenium. I have heard people are using Python for software development as well, but not like C or Java. Ask Infosys guys; they are running all those things in still in C, and C is doing great. Or C sharp or C plus plus, but not Python. Make sense? Yeah, but if you say Python is really famous, it has gotten some good background uh, on data science. Yeah, that I can say that because if you, I'm going to give an index, guys, for Python. It's known as Tuple index. I'll show you that the Python programming language is one of the top-notch language still there, right? And let me show you. There's a Tuple index for all the popularity of the language, guys. Hold on. Here, because of the thanks to the data scientist guys, this is a very good page and you will love it, guys, that in top 10 your Python is coming rank 1 for last couple of years. Hold on. Yeah, so you can see that Python is coming on the top. It was in October 2022 and October 2023. So this is a real-time index, and it's an index which measures that popularity of the programming language. Okay, and you can see Python and C is there like number 1, number 2. See, other guys keep going up and down. So like C++ was last year on the 4th, now it has come to the 3rd, and Java is 4th. But if you focus, these are the 4 or 5 languages, my dear, is always there. Can you see that? So why Python is being used for data science? To answer your question, thanks to their libraries. What are the libraries which are world famous for Python? Is Scikit. Scikit is like one-stop shop, right? Scikit is for machine learning. Pandas, nobody is able to beat Pandas for data manipulation. So that's where Python has an edge over C or some other language. And now since Python is already dominating that space, C guys are focusing more on software development, right? That's more like, okay, you take this world, I'll take that world. Understand? It's not that C guys cannot try to do it, but since it's a more like an interpreter-based language, Python is very much suited to see. If you have to build a model, are you going to build a software for it? No. If you want to analyze a case study, are you going to build a software for this? No. You would like to do it very fast, right? Like as you plug and play, right? That's the word I use, plug and play. For plugging and playing these discussions, right? You need to focus on that interpreter kind of language where, Julia is there, I think, if I remember correctly. So, but Python is the number 1, guys. Okay, are we cool? I know we are beyond the time and people might be feeling to drop. So I don't want to extend the class because sometimes it is like people feel that uh, I'm unnecessarily going beyond the time. But yeah, Python, PHP, Ruby, right, JavaScript. These are all interpreters-based language, and I'm mindful about the time, guys. So what I can do, okay. So guys, on another note, guys, I hope at least we are aligned, right? Because this session I generally align with the batch. You are clear on the goal which I am going to take on. I hope everybody is convinced with the story here we are going to build. And we are going to do a really detailed, thorough understanding of each and every topic. Okay, don't worry, there's no rush. I'll count on you for your support, and things can fall in place, because that is something you have to always go with leap of faith. But trust me, just give me couple of sessions and then you will start feeling that, oh, you're able to learn things. I think it will be done, Gopi Krishna, for LMS lectures. It should be uploaded. You give some time to the link, give some time to the team. Okay, now I have to give some link, right? So number 1 link is Kaggle ka, right? So Kaggle, I think if you are not aware, let me share here. So Kaggle, let's see, Python. See this table. You have a data in which you are selling items, just like, item A, B, C, D. And this is going for like, 5 million records, quite a few, right? And you want to multiply quantity with price to understand your revenue. So obviously you say two units I have bought at 100 rupees, one unit at 50 rupees, and you want to do a multiplication, a simple computation, right? I'll show you when I'll teach you NumPy that computation done, this can be done in list also, right? This can be done in list data type also versus array. Here I'll prove with a real example that array is somewhere 10 to 15 times faster. Make a note of it, guys. So when I say array is faster, means this array is coming from which language? C. List is coming from which language, my dear? Python. So you understand the second point is all about computation. Is it clear? And guys, as way of learning, if you're good, so there's a key word which I always use that is called good to go, GTG. Okay. So data science libraries are the best in Python. So if you take C and you try to get into the libraries, see, that's where you have to do comparative analysis. You have to sit and do it. So few things you have to take on the merit of statement. Okay. I think you can stop writing in caps because caps means you're not writing, you're shouting. So if you're not aware, just let me make you aware of this. If you're writing in chat in caps means you're shouting, you're not asking a question. So if you're not shouting, please write in, the normal, because caps actually, stands out. Okay. So now coming back to how elaborate, we can definitely, we are the best in Python. So let me give you the name. I would say I have not heard a lot of data science libraries from C. I need to do some bit of research because I have never heard that they are doing anything on that. You have scikit, you have scipy, you have NumPy, right? You have pandas for data manipulation. You also have matplotlib, which we are talking about, right? All these are amazing, and all these we are going to study in this course. I think I'm going to teach definitely these ones which I was trying to talk about, but sooner or later you will also be introduced to these topics. But if you look at the C, you will not see anything coming as a data science. You don't have a lot of functions or libraries which are famous, which have good community support, which are getting all the recent developments happening. And that's where data science is back. For them, data science is not the priority. Python data science is everything. Okay. So community support is also important. So now if I give you an idea that you have LLM models, you must have heard about ChatGPT. So ChatGPT works on LLM model, right? So large language models are the ones which are making a lot of waves in current time. But if you see that nobody's talking about that in C, because it's all done in being Python. But if you observe that and can tell me that, okay, can't we do in C? I'm not saying no. It's just that not convenient to do in C because you don't have a lot of community support, a lot of materials available for you to do research and do some developments, right? So Python is contributed as the top language, as you can see on this index as well, right? So there you have more support and a lot of new things are being covered. Every week, new things are coming. Okay. I think we have to definitely then the next question will be that can we elaborate on that? So see, both are data structures, just to add to what Purva has mentioned, Prava. So both are data structures and, but they have different characteristics to be honest. So if I talk about memory allocation, so arrays are stored in contiguous memory locations, right? So basically the meaning of contiguous is that, they will be stored or placed in adjacent cells, right? And that's where arrays are always indexed, right? They have the indexing 0, 1, 2, 3, and that makes them fast and efficient. But as compared to that, linked list is consisting of nodes, and and they're not stored in the contiguous memory location. So they're not like, if I can go back to my OneNote, and so when I say indexing, if you have observed, list is also an index-based data structure. So 0, 1, 2, if I write, or if I put my name here, if I put my name Akash here, so here we are storing this into side by side. Can you see? That's what I mean by when I say indexing adjacent cells. It's very easy to, retrieve this data and, push it and retrieve. But compared to this linked list, they are storing in non-contiguous. So they're not, being stored in the adjacent cells. And that's where it is a bit slow. So linked list data structure is a slower data structure as compared to array, and that's a well-known fact. But again, I would request you guys to not get into DSA side of the things, because I know these are some good questions, but focus will get diverted from data science to the development side, and we have to always be mindful that that's why I don't want to go into OOPS side of it, right, or the data structure and algorithm side of the Python, because then we are talking about development, which is not the vision for the course. But these are all very good questions, guys. Now let's come back to the next topic. I think it will be variable, right? So what is a Python variable? Yeah, what is variable in Python? Let's see what you have learned in other languages, or I know also that you guys have done Python. So what is variable in Python? Container to store values, container to hold information. Okay. So the moment I write x equal to 10, how do you interpret it, guys? When I say x equal to 10, how do you interpret? It means that in the memory, you are putting 10. So first tell me, definitely you are going to say that here 10 is assigned to x. Are you going to say that? Perfect. Okay. So definitely 10 is assigned to x, and because of this operator, there's an operator involved, guys. And we are going to double click on this. This is known as what operator? Assignment operator. Okay. And then you also see that 10 is a what? In Python, what, or in the Python lingo, it is known as object. X is not your object. Always remember that. 10 is your object, and you are giving, and this 10 is going to get stored in a memory, right? And that memory will have some ID. So it is going to be stored in a memory with ID. And let's say, I'll show you in the hands-on as well, with ID. And ID is identity, or think like your identity, you have an Aadhaar card, right? Or you have a PAN card. Similarly, this 10 also has some information in terms of ID. That's going to be unique. And generally, it is something like this, like, 16 digit, if I recall correctly. I have not written 16, but yeah, let's not get into that with that seriousness. But there is some ID which is unique to this object 10. Now, then what is X here? So X is known as object reference. So you're tagging this X, you're assigning a value 10 to the X, or you rather say that you are referencing this variable you are referencing this object with a reference variable name object reference X. So when you are saying X, you are referring to object 10 with assignment of X. Or maybe let me keep it simple. You are referring to this object 10 with a reference, which is you are calling X, which is your variable. Okay, it's more like a tagging. Okay. And what is the interpretation of tagging? Tagging means like assigning a value 10, to the variable X. when you get into hands-on, and if you write what is ID of X, that will give you some number like this. I'll show you when I'll get into Python hands-on. Okay. And this ID is known as identity. The full form is identity. You can also get a machine level, hex code. So you have to do hex of ID, and that will give you a hexadecimal or hex code, we also say, for that particular ID. Okay. So suppose you are saying X equal to 10, Y equal to, now I'll move on to the another example. This is example 1. I'll write EX1. If I move to another example and I write Y equal to APC. So that's my initial, guys, APC. Now tell me what is difference in these two. Please be interactive, guys. What is the difference between these two examples? Yes, very good. The person who quickly observed that you are talking to different data type, right? So if I can just, I'll be using a lot of arrows, guys. So I really like this mapping thing. The only thing you will see different here is that, I know you will say, sir, this is X, this is Y, this is another variable. That's fine. But the key difference is what data type. What is this? This is your integer data type. And this is your string data type. So when we'll get into different data types, I will be showing you that different data types have different types of properties. They characterize differently, right? Even the same function will be used differently on the different data types. So for example, if somebody says that, okay, what is length of this? Sorry. What is length of X? And if I say what is length of Y, and you put, right, and you try to understand that what's going to happen in different functions, for the same function, different variable, you will be amazed to see that if X is a list kind of thing, it's a list is also a data type, by the way, guys. This is a sequential data type, and I'm putting this here like, 10, 20, 5, 6. And if I put a string here, and I'll say that, okay, 10 is for, let's say, APC string, 20 is for, let's say, KPME, right? Or something like that. So you will understand that the same function length has a different answer for list, for a list, and for a character data type. So for example, character means I meant string data type. So if I say what is the length of this, you might get number of count of characters here, but here length of list will tell you number of data elements in the list. So there are two different things happening here. But all these you will see at the right place. And that's also known as, in OOPS language, polymorphism. So these are some keyword I'm giving you to, excite or maybe, make it a bit little interesting. But idea here is that just note it down and wait for me to explore it. Okay. So what is polymorphism? If you start thinking now, you will get panicked, you will get confused. But I'll show you when I'll talk about length. Length I'll talk about when I'll teach you list. List I'll teach when I will completing all the different data types. So there are going to be sequences, but polymorphism, just for your quick understanding, poly means many, poly means many, and morphism means form. So same functions are showing different characteristics or different form is known as polymorphism in Python OOPS, just to keep it very short. Now let me define, guys, what is that's correct, Sarita. Very good, Sarita, Krishna. Yes, Vinay. So very good, that's correct. Now, guys, let me quickly put a definition on variable. So let me write. And guys, I forgot to ask everybody has been done with the Anaconda installation. Please say yes if you have done. That's very, very important for us to get into hands-on. Everybody have the Anaconda and Jupyter Notebook. If you don't have, I had mentioned yesterday also, you have to get it done for our hands-on exercises. Okay. Now, guys, this is our definition coming from Intellipaat. So it's a very simple definition where we are saying that a Python variable is, is a temporary storage location. Why temporary? Because you don't go and create a file unless until you save it. So the moment you write x equal to 10, it picks the RAM, which is the memory location, and tries to put some value there with the address. But if you just delete it or you just close your Jupyter notebook, that will be lost. Okay, makes sense? Unless until you store it in your permanent memory location after writing step. So generally it's a temporary storage location that will store a particular value for a particular variable. Simple. Zyva is Google Colab. No, so please get it installed. That's my request. Okay. Now, guys, I'll move on. Okay, you still have some time. So today, you make sure that you get in touch with. It's very easy, by the way. So you have to raise a support ticket for that Zyva. Okay, because sometimes it can be a little tricky for some of the guys. So please do that. It will be a really good learning experience for everybody. I'll teach you a lot of Jupyter, Ninja techniques also, so that you will be a better presenter when you are trying to code and show it to somebody. Okay, everything. If you look at that GitHub and any places, everybody is using Jupyter Notebook. So a variable versus initializing a variable. Anybody understand the difference here? Declaring a variable versus initializing a variable. Anyone? Those who have done a C, they will definitely know. Shrikant, declare, assign a value. Declare, are you saying assign a value? I don't think so. Declare means make it available. Okay. Okay. Let me write. So declaration and as initialization, both are the two steps, but I think Prabha, you're right. Assigning a value is initialization, not declaration. Okay. So let's understand what is declaration. Declaration is nothing. You just say that I will be allocating a memory for the variable. Okay. And that variable can be anything. It can be a numeric data type. It can be a list. So suppose somebody says that my list, I'm creating a variable called my list, my underscore list, and I just put a double square braces. When I'll teach you list, guys, for now, just you can keep it for keep it just as an information. This is known as empty list. Do you see any value assigned to this? No. Right? It's all empty. There's nothing within this. So this means that you just said it to your Python that, hello, Python, can you give it a memory for this particular list? I'll make sure that when I'm running a for loop, I'll fill it. Isn't it, guys? That's how it works. So when you're running a for loop, you're using this empty list and try to fill the result of your whole analysis or whole computation into this list. So when you are trying to run the for loop and trying to fill the values, that means initializing. Make sense? So allocating a memory for a variable, or you just declare a variable means what? You're just saying variable my underscore list and you give a memory to it. There's nothing in there. It's empty. What will be the next step, my dear? Next step would be, once you are done, you'll be saying assigning, and I think that part everybody got right, assigning value to the variable is known as initialization. Sorry, I missed that. Arrow should come from here. Okay. So for example, now in this my underscore list, if you see some numbers are coming like 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, that is your initialization. But Python is a very bad language in this way because they are very fast and smart. When you are writing x equal to 10, let me take a step back and show you. When you write x equal to 10, actually you have done two steps at once. You have also declared, you have done the declaration, my dear, and also done the initialization. Isn't it, guys? Come on. That's where Python is so no bakwas, right? Straightforward to the business, straight to the point. Suppose you have to do the same thing in C, and those who know how does C work, you will not write like this. You have to at least write 3 or 4 lines of code there. Isn't it, guys? If somebody who is an expert in C, can you just ping the code for C, the same thing? I want to store a value, x equal to 10 in C. How will you do it? Let's see. Sarita, can you take that and put it in the chat, right? In C, how will you write it? Or anybody, I'm just hoping if some, right? Ideally, you can write, okay. But the right way to, can if you can write in C, declaring a variable, initializing it, you will not be writing just, you have to write a code which should run also, right? So ideally, you have to do a lot of things. So first, I think you guys are right. If you write int x equal to 10, right? Or so definitely here, this part, you are trying to declare a variable x of integer data type, and then you are assigning it. But here say, you don't need to write integer, you don't need to write anything, you don't need to write hash include everything. You can just write one line of code, right? And it should do, okay? But in C, ideally you will be, writing 2-3 lines of code, okay? But let's not get into it. Yes, very good. This is what I was talking about. Okay. So what Mayur has written, and if you try running it, so I'm copying and pasting, guys, but let's not delve too much into it. I'll just make it int x so that it is going with my example. So you have to, use some callable functions like include, main, and then you will get into this. Okay. So that's where the difference is. Okay. So declaring a variable, initializing a variable in Python is like most of the time it's the one-step process. Okay. So don't get confused later. Now, guys, I will also teach when we will be doing machine learning, right? So you will be doing a lot of multiple variable assignment. Even in array, I'll show you some function where I'll be doing multiple variable assignment. So Python is so kind in terms of writing and making your life easy. So there were questions, right? Why do I need to use Python? Python is really very easy to use. Okay, anyone can learn Python. That's why I'm seeing class 4th grade, 2nd grade, 3rd grade guys are learning Python because it's so intuitive that you can also write multiple variables and assign it in one line of code. So what is the meaning of it when I say multiple variable assignment? We can declare multiple variables in a single line in a single line of code in Python. So I'll give you an example. If I say x comma y comma z and I give you, same 10 comma APC, and you can also put a float 20.3. And if you do print of x, y, z, right, you will see everything is coming. Okay. Now, can you see that x is getting assigned to, 10 is getting assigned to x. APC is getting assigned to whom, guys? Come on. In my example, y, and this float guy is getting assigned to whom? Z. So you have to be very careful. When you will do a machine learning kind of, so when you do machine learning, right, you will be doing training and testing. So now don't again ask what is training and testing. You will be learning that, but just to give a quick idea that when you try to fit a model, so you need a training data set, and to predict it, you will be doing testing data set. So training and testing is going to be your bread and butter throughout your life. Okay. If you are being a data scientist, so don't worry that, oh, what is this? I am not aware of. You are not aware, you have not been taught. So just don't get panicky about it. But let me show you this. I'm taking it from the one of my simple examples where you are trying to do the training testing, guys. Can you see that? Are you here? What I'm showing to what I'm trying to show here? Can you see? It's a clear-cut example of multi-assignment, multiple variable. Can you see that, guys? Training and testing for X, training and testing for Y, guys. Can you see that? Don't worry on the right-hand side. What's getting there? Definitely, this function. Just try to understand. Be smart. This function is going to generate 4 set of data frames or arrays. Later, you will realize any data type, but 4. Why 4? Because this is 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So what we are learning here is getting used here. Okay, that was the reason to show you this. Okay. Are we cool? So as a practice, I don't do a lot of multi-assignment, okay, to be honest, because it can get confusing. But if you're trying to do that, you have to be very careful. I'll tell you why. Because if you just change the position, if you write X underscore train, and if you write Y underscore train, it's wrong. You understand? Let me give a simple example. If I write X equal to 10 and Y equal to APC, what is the interpretation here? X equal to 10, Y equal to APC, you're running 2 lines of code to get it done. Hello? X will have 10, Y will have APC. Are we clear on this, Suman? Just focus here. Now, what I'm saying that just to save some time and energy, you can write the 2 lines into 1 line. That also I have defined, right? If you focus on these 2 words, we can declare multiple variables in single line. That's exactly being done. Now come to our example. This function train test underscore split tries to create 4 set of data frames. You can assign all 4 into 1 line. You don't have any other option. If you don't do that, then you have to write your own function. Yeah, sorry about the background noise. So if you don't want to do that, then you have to write your own function. So this function generates 4 set of data frame. That's what you are seeing. X underscore train, X underscore test, Y train, Y test. Simple. Okay. This is a simple example, a very real example of multiple variable assignment. Now is it clear, Suman? And if you're good, give me a go ahead. Okay, because then I'll understand that I have cleared your doubts. Okay, and you can also tag Purva for these questions. She will be able to handle it. Okay, now good to go, guys. Everybody, come on. Let's check. Let's have a check on good to go. So far, so good, guys. Are you guys with me? That's important. Okay, so there are 2 types. How can define? Yes, so in terms of memory, they're definitely going to be stored in different positions in the memory location. So definitely they're not continuous. It's not in all in 1 line. It's not like that. So you're right. It's discrete, but continuous and discrete can also be in terms of values, right? So for example, you are having a number 10, 20, 30, it's discrete. But if you're having a number which is range from 10 to 30, both included, so it contains infinite values, that becomes continuous. So in terms of values also I have explained, but I think I understood your question was in terms of memory. Okay, now this is good. This is good, guys. Now naming convention is also very important, right? That's correct, Prabha. Now naming convention is also important because you cannot name variable the way you want. You have to follow some rules. Okay, so for that, let me give you a list of naming convention so that you don't miss on this. Yeah. So if you have to name a variable, you have to focus on few things like variable name can, case sensitive, so you cannot take it lightly. So to give an example, if you're writing my underscore list and you're writing my underscore list, do you think they are different, guys? Exactly. They're different. Why? Because here M is small letter and here M is capital. So that's the reason that if you have declared a variable this one and trying to search for this one, you will not be able to find it. You will see an error in the code. Okay. So variables in Python are case sensitive. A variable name cannot be start with a number. You cannot say, suppose I like Dhoni, or right. So I'll not be saying, okay, 007 or 7 or my variable name is 7 Mahi, right? It will throw an error. It's not a proper way of giving a variable name. Okay. Although you can do that, you can write Mahi underscore 7, or you can also write Mahi 7. That's fine. These are acceptable. Are you able to follow, guys? I'm taking some good examples so that you don't miss out. A variable name can consist of alphanumeric characters, which I have already shown here, right? This is what I'm talking, right? Special character cannot also be a, like, you cannot like at the rate mine, right? This variable name is not going to work, right? You cannot say hash mine. You understand? So all these are not accepted. So you have to be careful. There are certain keywords in Python. They are known as, they are more like reserved keywords. So you cannot use it for variable name as well. So let me write one line about it. So there are certain keywords. And these keywords are, guys,
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers you a Python certification course that will help you become an expert in writing Python programs and working with packages like NumPy, Pandas, Matplotlib, scikit-learn, SciPy and many more. Through this course, you can also learn how to write codes for big data systems like Hadoop and Spark and gain a hands-on experience by working on real-world projects. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in their successful career transitions. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to a new height. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take a first step towards a career growth with the Python tech stack. Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. What is the scope of a variable in Python? Option A, local. Option B, global. Option C, both A and B. And option D, none of the above. So do mention your answers in the comment section below. Now let's continue with the session.
More like your standard keywords which you use for a lot of things. Like for example, print. Print is one of the famous keyword for getting your output printed, right? But you cannot use this print as a variable name. Okay. So for example, if I say print, focus guys, let me complete, then I'll come to your question. Print, delete, for loop, you have for, define def for the function, you have while. So there are few keywords, pass, continue. Don't use this as your variable names. It will be throwing an error. Okay, clear? Okay, there are some good Abrar, that's right. Hyphen is not accepted if, as far as I recall. Capital def, I think you can use, but why do you want to use that? Let's not use something which is confusing with the reserved keywords, right? So why to go closer? You have so cool variable names. Okay, you can also not use like Mahi at the rate 007. That's not also acceptable. It will throw error. At the rate, not only in the beginning, also in the middle cannot be accepted. Underscore is accepted. That's correct. Yes. So if I write Mahi underscore 007, 100%. Ideally, I use a lot of underscore. If you see, I created my list, right? What I use there. See, underscore. Underscore is a good. So generally, I'll tell you what to use rather than telling what not to use. I will say I should share. You should always use this, right? My list, you can write. My underscore list, you can write. People also write my list like capital L. I don't like it personally speaking because you have to be very, very careful that you don't miss on capital L, right? Okay, makes sense or not? All these special characters you cannot use a sign, okay? Symbols, if you're asking, all the special character cannot be used. I think underscore can be used. I think dot cannot be used either. I think, yeah, that's correct. So special character means, tilde, at the rate, at. So don't worry, you will be figuring out on your own. So there's nothing, don't try to remember it. That's what I'm trying to say. If you don't, if you try to remember it, then you get confused. So don't do that. Over a period of time, it will be easy for you to uh, work on it. So don't worry about, oh, I need to remember it, how to, you know, what are the ones I need to, use. If you try to remember it, you'll be confused. Okay. Is that so? I don't think there will be a background noise. Guys, how is my audio? Is it coming clear? So not a background. I'm using some noise filter, right? So there must be something at your end. So guys, whenever you feel that audio issue, you have to just go back and see that your connection is stable or not. Refresh your browser and log out and log in again. Because I'm using some really AI based software to suppress. Obviously, I'm sitting you know I'm sitting definitely with some noise. I can hear some background noise. To be honest, you will not hear anything. So this has been tested well. So I have also tested it in the drum sound and everything, right? And it doesn't pick anything. There's a question coming from Prava, and a very good question, Prava. That what is the you're talking about? What should be the variable length, right? Which I'm giving. So depends on the language. Good news or Python that in C you might have seen that it should be 31 characters are significant, or it should be 256 to something like that. I don't have that numbers on top of my head, but in Python, you don't have a explicitly limit defined for it, right? But are you talking about the variable name, right? So, right, yeah. So it's not defined, but ideally we say that, don't keep your variable name really long. I think if you can keep it within, as Pru was mentioning that 70, 80 characters should be enough. Because variable name uh, really don't need to be that long. Okay. But in the different language, you have different, suppose I'm writing with a space. Ideally, yes, right? Ideally, yes, it will be considered as a uh, as a as a length as well. So when you say length means, suppose I give you an example and you tell me that are we thinking on the same line? Suppose I give you an example that I given a variable y and I put a space in the APC, right? And then you ask what is the length, right? So it will be count as a space, right? Oh, sorry, I was not writing. My bad. So remember, I gave you y equal to APC. If I count length of y, it will be how many guys? Come on, tell me. 3. Suppose I give a space AP and then give a space here. It's not underscore, it's a space, just see. And if you count just one space, you have to click that long key only once. It will be 4. Right? We will see all those. And when you will get into hands-on, you will also able to make it out. Okay, cool. Now, I think, so we are done with this. Let me just talk about quickly global variable, and then we will be able to complete the variable. So global variable, anybody, what is the global variable in Python? Very good. So let me put it. I think you guys are right. Since there are a lot of comments, some of the comments I might miss. So global variables are those which can be used outside the scope of a class or function. So class, when I say, it's more from the OOP side. Function, when I say, right, suppose an example you can see on the right hand side. So now we'll not delve too much into it, guys, because I have not talked about what is a function, how do you define a function, right? So let's not get too much into it, but just, guys are right, a variable which is defined outside a function and can be used inside, right? Or can be used in across multiple functions. Like prime minister is a global variable. Hello, prime minister is a global variable, but a CM is a local variable. Understand what I'm saying? Hello, it's a very cool example. I should get copyright. So prime minister is a global variable, right? It's for all the states across the states. I know there are some concurrent lists, some state lists, some central lists, right? But then when I say this concurrent list and all, this is like, job scope. What, what is within the central government scope, what is within the state government scope is all, the policies and all I'm talking about. But let's not get into that. I'm talking about that they have their own roles and responsibilities. So PM has global roles and responsibilities across the all states of India. But let's not get it political. Huh? Some of the guys will start saying, no, PM is not paying attention to the state. Let's not get into that. Okay. This is the only concern when I take political example, but it's a good example. Okay. So when the right time will come, I'll show you a global example as well. So why I'm pushing all those things on the future, because I have to do a hands-on to show you. But just to give a quick example of it, this is a good example, but let me give you my own example here as well for the global variable. And guys, there's no issue in reading my handwriting, right? You're able to read? Is it readable? I'm writing on a, on a writing pad, and it's very difficult to write with a, digital pen. Those who have done, they know that. Now, this is a variable which I have defined. Thank you for confirming, and please manage in case it's a bit. My handwriting is not that great, okay? So please don't expect much. X equal to 25, which I have defined here, is your global variable. Okay. Now let's say I define a function. Let's say I define a function called add, which will do the addition. So these are some function syntax. You have to write def, okay, and then you write add, and then come within the function. You can write another variable called y equal to 75. The only thing which you are going to learn is that this is a global variable. So this guy is a local variable. Why it is local variable? Because it is defined within the function. The purview is the function. Hello. Now, if you use z equal to x plus y, do you think it will work? And if I say print addition of x and y is, do you think it will work or not, guys? Come on. It will work. Right? And I say z. So you'll see that z will come out to be 100. Ideally, it will not come like this. The output will like this. Let me show you the exact output. So what you will see in the print console. Suman, you're raising your hand. You have a question. It will come like this. If you can start with the chat. Did we miss your question in the chat? Is it like that? So addition of x and y, it will come. Okay, clear? That's a global variable and local variable. Understand? Good. I think, guys, we are making good progress. I think this is a good time to go for a break, and then we'll come back and take your question. So we have done the variable. So def will define, yeah. So within the function, see, read the definition. Global variables are those that can be used outside the scope of a class or function. Now, if you try to call this variable y in some other function, it will not be called, right? You will not be able to use that. But if you're trying to, call the variable x in some other function, right? It will still be false. So this is like a global variable. This is like a local variable. So local variable cannot be called outside this function. Are you getting, Suman? And these things we will understand when we get into hands-on. So few things, guys. Again, I'm reiterating. You have to take at the merit of what a trainer or TA is telling, and then we can validate it later. Okay, you might have some doubt. No, no, no. I don't think it's right or wrong. Right? Let's not get into right away, because when we'll go into the right set of things, then only it makes sense. Because before I teach you function, I cannot take an example just to show you that. It will be not correct. So wait for that. But few things to explain it, I have to give you a more like a teaser, right? And then the movie will come, right? So I cannot show you the movie in the teaser itself. So we have to wait for that patiently. Okay. But I'll make sure that I cover this part. It's not like I'll say something here and when I'll reach defining function, I'll not be able to do anything there. So I think let's do data types first. Operator, we can do it after that. Okay. Yeah, I also have the same feeling. Okay. Means those two can be interchanged ideally. Excuse me, guys. So let's hear from you. What are the different data types in Python you are aware of? Type of data variable can store: int, float, string, int, character, integers. Python in Python, things are a bit different. Okay, to be honest. So let me show you. There are two types of data. To be honest, number one is numeric data type. Number two is sequential data type, right? What you are saying now all the time, float, string, integer, right? All these are not the same data type. Integer, float, and complex, they are your numeric data type. When you say string, or when you say, let's say, list, or when you say dictionary, that will become your sequential data type. Set is again the same. Okay. So let me give you the first what is data type, a definition. And that's very important, because without the data type, you will be struggling, to be honest, right? And data type is one of the key things when you try to do Python. So please don't take it lightly. So for example, if you are looking at a 2 plus 3, you are actually looking at data type, right? Suppose if I say 2 plus 3, you know it will be 5. Everybody knows that. But if I write 2 plus 3 equal to 5, the first thing you should focus that both are integers. Hello? Hello? And then you're doing an assignment operator here, which is addition. This addition operator, it's an arithmetic operator, right? And then you have this assignment operator. So addition operator, assignment operator makes you the whole process here. So in this one line, you are actually doing a lot of concepts, to be honest, right? If I write 2 plus 3 equal to 5, you are looking at data type, guys. You are looking at operators. Can you see that? So all the yellows are what? Your data type. As a matter of fact, this is all int data type, right? But this is your addition operator, which is coming from arithmetic bucket. And this is what? Assignment operator, right? In one simple calculation, you have this. But if you're not sure about data type, and when you write, list 1 plus list 2, and list 1 is also having 2 here, and list 2 is having 3 here, what do you expect? Do you expect it will be list, another list, and the output will be 5? What do you think, guys? Anybody's any idea who has a bit of exposure to Python? Do you think it will be showing 5 here? It will do the sum of this? Very good, Kirti. Proud of you. No, no, it is not correct. It will do a concatenation. It will do a concat, right? Why? Because it will just go and combine these two guys, right? It will give you this 2 comma 3, not 2 comma 5, Prava, sorry, 2 comma 3. It will just combine these two guys. Excuse me. Concatenation list, right? That's what I'm talking about. So again, another topic will be like, okay, Akash, concatenation means what? So obviously you're going to combining two or more lists into a single list that becomes a concatenation. Operator is same. Can you see that? It's the same operator. It's the same operator, but the behavior is different. Huge difference in the behavior. Why? Because you are not operating on the same data type. What is this data type, my dear? Come on. This is what data type? This is list data type. Hello? It's a sequential data type. So here, the same plus is termed as concatenation. Here, the same plus was termed as addition. Are you feeling it, guys? This is how I introduced data type, right? So it's very important that you understand what data type you are dealing with, else you will be completely or grossly mistaken, right? And your answers will not be in line with what you're expecting. It will all erroneous. Here you are trying to do an element by addition, answer will be something this. Are we clear on this, guys? Give me a go ahead. This is very important. Are you able to understand it? Are you able to comprehend it? Good to go? So why data types are important for us? You can always start with just scribble these things and everyone will be impressed because they will understand, okay, you have a fair idea about data type. Okay. So now we can get into that textbook definition that it is classification or categorization of data element is, referred to as data type. It represents the kind of value that also helps you with what operations can be performed, right? That's exactly I have done here. Okay. So we have taken care of that. Sagar is asking for every time in order to add large list, we need to write numbers manually. No, not like that. Then let me come to list. You don't need to go to that, uh, you know, that much pain. It will be easier than you think. Now, let me show you. Wait for that, Sagar. I'm postponing or pushing your question to when I'll teach you this. Now, numeric data types, sequential data type, and Boolean data types, right? So numeric data type, let's talk about. Okay. So we have definitely put together some really nice slides. So I really want to use it. So somebody's efforts have been put here. Numeric data type. Let's start one by one. Numeric data type. So numeric data type in Python, right, represents or it will be showing different types of numeric data having values. So for example, if I talk about integers, all these guys like 10, 20, 30, all the numbers, right, are your integers without any decimal. Suppose that I float, it is 10.5. It can be 10.23. It can be even, like this, which is your 3.33333 is also a float. Okay. Don't get into rational, irrational, and all those things here. Okay. So this is also a float. Even if you write 2.0, what is this? Excuse me. 2.0 is what? Positive, negative, by default, we have to take. Okay. So don't worry about that. This is also a float, my dear. Okay. Complex, you know that 2 plus 5j minus 2 minus 3j. I'm also writing some minus numbers so that you don't get confused. Minus 20, minus 100. Negative numbers also there. Now, j is something we will be using, not iota. So, iota I generally people don't use in Python. It will be j. Okay. So, these are your complex number. I think everybody knows that this is your real part of the complex number. This is your imaginary part, right? And j is your root under minus 1. Remember? So, I have taught mathematics for IIT J. So, you can ask me 100 questions on this and I should be able to take the most complicated ones. So j is equal to root under minus 1. So complex is, so if you do look at the number theory, right, or number system, complex number is the highest, then comes your rational number, then comes your integers, right? Both positive, negative, then comes your whole number, right? Integer I. So that's how the hierarchy looks like, right? Complex number is on the top of it. Even you can write a real number like 2 plus j0, right? Nobody stops you. So real number can be represented as a complex number, but not the vice versa, right? Not vice versa. Now let's take what do we have in integer. So if I talk about integer, integer refers to the int class. Okay, let's now double click on each one of it. How can we calculate 5j? No. So what is happening now? Then you're asking a maths question. So when you write 5j, basically it was written like 5 root under minus 1. Understand that? Okay. So it's not like that you are going to calculate it. You are actually representing it. It's a bit of representation. No, you have to take it. And I think there's a question coming from Anthony that where we use complex number in Python in complex calculation. Suppose you're doing a signal processing or Fourier analysis. So some mathematical kind of or scientific research only will use complex algebra, right? You're not going to use it everywhere. Okay, so don't worry. You'll not be using it in our class, in our course a lot. But suppose you are getting some negative under root, right? Root within the root you're getting negative means it's complex. Okay, just keep that in mind. But I don't think that you will be using it in our course somewhere. Okay. But if you really want to understand where you can use, so if you are from electronic background or electrical background, signal processing. So signal processing is more like an area where you are trying to understand different types of signals, and signals can have imaginary components as well. So I have done BTech in electronics, and those who are aware of it, signal processing. So you have that Fourier analysis. There also you will get complex number, or if you have seen, right? So that's why I don't want to go into that, because then it will be like really overwhelming for you guys. Let's not go there. That's not required for us. But I need to tell you what is a complex data type. Now come back to integer data type, guys. So integer is of int class. So whenever you will see any integer, suppose I write x equal to int and to x equal to 10. And then if I print type of x, so now I'm introducing one more keyword type. So type gives you the class of variable x. And what is the output it should show, guys? It will be showing you a int, something like this. Okay, int class. Makes sense or not? Contains positive or negative integers, right? That's fine, perfect. Covers whole number. Obviously, we cover whole number because you already have whole number is what? Starting from 0, natural number starting from 1. So obviously it covers whole numbers, natural numbers, everything. And sometimes people ask me that how long an integer should be. There's no limit. Python doesn't give any explicit limit on anything. Just like unlike C or Java, right? I think C gives you some limit on 256 or something, but Python does not give any limit. You can give as long as possible, but I am sure that there will be certain limitation, but they don't explicitly mention that. Obviously, everything is there with some limit, but they don't mention about it. That's what I was trying to say. Okay. Sandeep is asking, why cannot I use I in place of J? Sandeep, it's just the convention. So you cannot challenge it because you have not written the Python functions libraries, right? If you were the author, you could have challenged it out. But it's just like that. Why this place is called this place, right? There can be a rational answer as well. So I is for mathematics, J is for engineering. Always remember that. Both are being used. Suppose you are doing mathematics, you will be saying 2 plus 3 iota, right? But if you are moving from maths to engineering or any technology or science or research, right? You will not be writing 3i, you will be writing 3j. Have you observed that? Are you an engineer? Anybody has observed this? Resonate with me here. Because I know as a matter of fact, I being a teacher. So engineering or science, you use 2 plus 3j. So there are very clear cut demarcation. Both means the same. There's no difference. This is also root under minus 1. This is also root under minus 1. And I believe that Python libraries are more for the, obviously they can also use in maths, but they are following, they're going with J, their choice. That's why I was saying that we cannot challenge it. Okay. If we are not the ones who have developed it. Okay. Now moving on to float. Yeah. So don't also overthink on these simple things. Okay. Because sometimes we tend to overthink on small things. Focus on the right things here. Float. Float, again, it has a class called float. So you will be seeing the class written as float. Uh, all the real numbers which can be represented with floating. There's not much to talk about it. You have to just pay attention that there will be a decimal point for that, right? Now I'll quickly wrap it up. Complex, which is we are going to not use at all, to be honest, right? Complex is complex class written as complex keyword. You have a real part, you have an imaginary part, and can you see that you have a J here, right? And J has to be after the number. Okay, that's another thing, guys. Sorry. Just recall. You cannot write 2 plus J4. It will give you an error, right? You have to write 2 plus 4J. This is wrong as per the representation. Guys, can you still hear me? Hello? Just checking my Bluetooth. 40%, not. Okay, good. Right? There's a question that what is the value of 2 plus 4J? See, you are saying that what is x equal to 2 will do? Nothing. No. So 2 plus 4J is a representation in complex plane or, let me show you. So when you go into a complex plane, on the x-axis you write real part, on the y-axis you write imaginary part, right? So when you say 2 plus 4J, it just means that 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 4. So somewhere here your number will be located. Are you getting? So this is what we also call argand plane, right? So that's what it means. It doesn't give you any value there itself. You're asking like 2 comma 3, what is the value? Are you doing some math operation? Then you'll ask value, na? 2 plus 4J is just a number in the complex plane. Are we clear? Okay. So I can totally feel that maths. And guys, are you also going to learn data science, right? Your course ends at data science. The kind of question I am facing here, I will be one message for you guys. I will be sharing one resource today, maths for data science. If you're not going to be good at this, you're going to suffer like anything in data science. Trust me on that. Okay, so this is the kind of question I'm getting that worries me a bit. If you don't, who are having a little weak mathematics or you're facing a little issue in maths, you don't have a mathematical background, can you just say hi in the chat? Especially those guys, you will suffer a lot. Okay, so please make sure that you start working on maths. I'll share some good resources today in another session as promised, right? So that you have to prepare for it. It will take, couple of months, and I think it will take some time for you guys to be started with machine learning or data science. How do you want to say? But maths is something important. Okay, so I can see there are a lot of people. Okay. Example of float. Yeah. So float example is, I think I gave float example in the top only, but I think you missed it. These are the examples. Nothing changes. So you're asking a question which already been answered, but let me just complement this. So I think this is good, right? This is a good set of discussions we have done, right? I think now I don't want to get into sequential data type, right? But sequential data type is going to be another full lengthy discussion we can cover tomorrow. But let me start giving you some resources which I have promised. So number one is that I'm going to put one book in that folder of mine. And I also promised that we have to do some sequence is ordered collection of similar or different data types, although sets are unordered. So I'm myself telling you, right, that although we are putting set within the sequence data, but it has an exception to the definition. Okay. So what are they? String, tuple, dictionary, list, and set. The most critical data type is here list. Then we will be most seeing is the dictionary. Then we will be seeing string. Maybe I'll put in terms of stars. And then comes your tuple and set. So as you can see, this is the rating that list is going to be your bread and butter here. Make sense, guys? Hello? Any other data type that you think I have missed it? No, guys? Yes. So Boolean will be coming. That's the reason I was trying to ask. Array, Boolean are all different under the different buckets they come. So array will be coming as a data structure itself, and that will come in NumPy. Boolean will come as the third data types. Remember? So when I gave you this list, there are three types of data in Python, right? One is numeric, one is sequence, and the third is Boolean data types. Array is on the top of it. Next, Anthony. Kind of an array where we can store different types. Yeah, 100% correct. So you are indicating heterogeneous behavior of list, right? Isn't it? Collection of data, stores a collection of data, ordered. Very good, Catherine. It's ordered. Anybody on the mutability? Is it mutable, guys? Nobody's talking about mutability of data. First of all, what is mutability of data? What do you mean by mutable, immutable? Can be modified, ability to modify the values, right? Generally, when you define list, right? Yes, you should always say that list definitely is, list is a collection which is ordered and changeable, right? So let me give you some pointers here. So what is the list? I'm putting the screenshot, guys. Lists are just like arrays declared in other languages. So they're talking about arrays like in C, which is an ordered collection of data. Okay. So let me add to this because this is a little limited here. So if I have to define list, I'll define list as a list is a collection of data. Follow, guys. A list is a collection of data which is ordered and changeable. Which is ordered and changeable. What do I mean when I say changeable? Changeable means mutable. I'm going to talk about in detail. Don't worry about it. Which is changeable, right? And continue with a comma and write allows duplicate elements. Do you know this? List does allow duplicate elements. Unlike sets they don't allow duplicate elements. And the collection of data, you can underline and write, the data can be heterogeneous. I'm covering, don't worry, Rudra. So what do you mean by heterogeneous? That a list can contain all the different data types, integer, float, complex, right? What else? String. Are we clear? That's correct. List can also contain list. So nested list, we call them. That's correct. Sign. Indexing. Okay. Index. So if you recall, very good, Prava and Samina, indexing is there, right? So when we say in case of, right, list, which is an order, right, it means, let me write this because I think it's a good question put forth. So when I say ordered, what is the interpretation of it, guys? Let me write here. So when you say ordered, what is the meaning of it? Hold on, guys. Yeah. So order refers to what? Arrangement of elements within the sequence, right? And how do we do that? Arrangement of, let me write here. Elements within sequence via indexing or using indexing. So those who are saying indexing, they are correct. Okay. And now don't worry that I'm still not getting, because we have not gone into it, right? So I'll teach you indexing. I'll show you how does it work. So don't worry. Just wait for that. Okay. Cool. So this is about list. Let's talk about list methods. Okay. So definition wise, we are good. We can take a quick example of a list. So I can say my list is 10, 22.5, 3 plus 4J and APC. In this particular list, can you see that everything is written in a square bracket? Can you observe that? So list, you can also write a quick note. Lists are, right? What about lists? Lists are declared within the square bracket, right? That's what we are saying. So you can say a list is written in bracket in square bracket, or written using square bracket separated by comma. Brackets separated by, yes, it can have my empty elements. You remember yesterday's session only I showed you a list, like it's a out list. I can create an out list as an empty list, and then what I'll do, that I'll run off some computation, some for loop, and start filling in the list. Remember that I made that comment, right? So guys, I think without wasting any time, right, we can go into the hands-on, because that's important. And I see a lot of guys have joined a bit late, so please be on time. That's very important for us. Just give me a second, guys. Actually, I manage a lot of notebooks, and that's where I get sometimes confused. Okay, perfect. Now I'll be sharing my. So let's start with a bit of basic libraries, basic way of writing Python script on Jupyter. So everybody is aware of Jupyter, or I need to quickly give you a walkthrough of Jupyter. How does it work? How is it for you guys? Are you already aware of Jupyter? Because I don't want to keep killing my time. So please be very thorough when you say that you really need a help or not. See, this is your Jupyter notebook, okay? And I'll give you a walkthrough of Jupyter notebook, since some of the guys are asking, I need to do it. So this is something you click here, which is your user interface tour. And into, you can see that you can use left and right arrows to go through it. So this is your file name, guys. Can you see that on the top? Then comes your notebook menu bar. See, so this is your menu bar, file, edit, view. So you have all those for your actions. Then you have notebook toolbar, as you can see. The toolbar has buttons for the most common actions, right? So you're adding a cell, cutting a cell, right? So this is known as a cell. On the right hand side, if you see, my dear, it is saying it has two modes, edit mode and command mode. I'll talk about it in a while. Now, if you see that, if it is in edit mode, you will see a pencil here. Can you see a pencil? Right? So means you can go and write your code. That's your edit mode. Now, command mode will be something later I'll explain. Then edit mode will have a, kernel indicator as well for the notebook. So this is your notebook kernel indicator. So your notebook is busy or it is computing anything you see there, like dot, that black dot. See here, the black dot means your kernel is busy. Then notification area, something it's happening with your Jupyter notebook. It will come here, right? What else? I think that's it. This is it. Then I'll give you some shortcuts. Got stuff. Okay. Let me just reload this. Yeah. Now, guys, suppose I have to write a code. I'll go and click in the cell and I'll say 2 plus 3 and run. So while running it, I use the shortcut called Shift plus Enter, and this is for Windows to run the cell. Okay, please keep this in mind. Can you see that? To run the cell, shortcut is Shift plus Enter. Everybody will try. You go into the cell, click, and you will do 2 plus 3, Shift Enter. Are you able to do it? No, cell, not shell. Cell. If you see the cell here, Shift plus Enter, you have to run. Right? What shell you are telling Dinesh, it is from shell, right? So here it is just a cell, CELL. Okay. It's also written here on the top, if you can see. I see that some of the guys are not able to open the notebook. Okay. So I have to also teach you that, right? But isn't it a bit of Python has been done for your batch already? I was told this. Now, guys, how to open a file? The moment you run, you will see a cluster like this. Can you guys see that? Local tree 8888. Everybody, I'm talking about that, Diksha. Everybody seeing that? So that shows your directory, guys. So let's understand what is this. These are your files. Then these are the notebooks which are being run by me. Okay, a lot of it. Cluster not of our interest. So files is more like your directory. It's more like, can you see that you have all the different things? So all the classes comes here in the TL, the silver lining consulting. In that you have Intellipaat. Then we have, so this is my folder structure. You might be seeing different. This is your 11th October batch. And there, once you are there, guys, can you see that? So you can actually navigate to a particular folder of your choice, and there, or you can also create a folder. But don't create a folder here. Create a folder like using the Explorer. And once you have done it, can you see this? There is something written new. Hello? Everybody, drop down on the new and can you click on Python 3? The moment I click on Python 3, it gives me a new notebook. Are we good? That's how exactly I created this notebook. Everybody. And then you have to name the notebook. You can click on this. You can give a name, write, and then after that, anyway, I've explained. Are we cool, guys? Come on. Done. Now, let's understand about little bit on the Jupyter side. So whenever you are running a code, you have to go and, add a cell. So to add a cell, what I'll do, I'll just click on this plus button. Can you see that? The moment I do plus button, it is adding the cell. And if I have to delete the cell or cut the cell, I'll do the the scissor. Can you see the scissor there? Okay. Suppose you are in this cell and you want to run the code. Let's say I want to run 2 into 100. It should come 200. So there is a couple of ways to run this. There are a couple of ways. One is that you go there and click on run. You'll click on run, it will come 200. Can you see that? Or smartness would be that use the shift plus enter to run the cell. So when you're in the cell, you will press shift plus enter. Is it working for everybody? Guys, keep confirming. Give me a thumbs up. Very important for me to understand you're getting. Shift plus enter. That's one shortcut you have to remember. Then every time going there, adding a cell is a very tough thing. So I don't like it. So there is an edit mode and command mode. Okay. You might be seeing I'm doing some cool heading and all. So how I am doing it? So to do that, guys, you have to follow certain rules there. That is known as Jupyter Markdown features. Okay. That is known as Jupyter Markdown features. So what is it, guys? So Jupyter Markdown features can be used, you know, can be used to give you this kind of, like suppose I'm saying, basic Python, uh, welcome to Intellipaat, right? Something like I'm writing, more like a heading. Can you see that it is also doing a monospace? So all those things, what I'll do, I'll share my notebook in the interest of time. You can learn from it. So you have to give a tilde sign here. Can you see that? And then you have to give not tilde sign, just it is below the tilde sign on the same button on the keyboard. And then you have to press, in the command mode. So if you are observing very clearly, when I press escape, can you see the color turns blue, everybody? If you see this color, this part, you will observe that when you press enter, you go in the cell, it gets green. This is known as command mode. Command mode. When you press escape, it becomes blue. Can you see that? So in the command mode, and this is written here, right? If it is blue, it is command mode. It's green, it is edit mode. Okay. And how do I remember it? Green itself has the word E. Remember? Okay. So GE. Always remember GE. Green means edit. Okay. And the other is command mode. In command mode, you can actually get into this and you can change this cell to markdown feature or some heading or some code. Suppose I go and make it code, right? It will not look that beautiful. The moment I go and select here that it is a markdown, and with the hash you can give title, okay? And with that tilde button partner, right? That quote you can give as your. It's not the quote actually, single quote. It's some other symbol. You can use the monospace. That should be enough for now. Okay. We can keep adding more to it, but yeah, that should be enough for now. Okay. So I'm giving few introduction for you in the notebook only. So I'm writing here gentle introduction. I'll just copy and pasting, guys. I don't want to give a lot of effort on this because it's not even part of the syllabus or scope, but I'm just teaching you for that so that you don't miss on it. Okay. I'll explain so that you're there, but don't expect me to go and discuss Jupyter Markdown features like a course. Okay. Okay. This is good. Now you can also embed images like this. Now, if you understand, I have already explained edit mode, command mode. Press escape to go from edit mode to command. All written, just go through it. In the command mode, now you can do amazing things. You can add a cell by pressing a button A, and you can add a cell pressing a button B. A does above the current cell and B does below the current cell. Right? So let me show you this. Suppose this is my cell, which is 2 plus 3. If I run, it is 5. Right, guys? Come on. Now, in the command mode, listen to me very carefully. In the command mode, if you press B, can you see that I'm adding a lot of cells below it? Hello? It's in command mode. And if I press escape and again in command mode, if I press A means above this cell. Correct? Are we clear? Are you guys able to replicate this at your end? Someone is able to do it? Now sometimes you have to delete the cell. So one thing you can do the scissor. The other thing you can do in the edit mode, if you press D button 2 times, can you see that? It is being deleted. See, right? You can keep deleting in the command mode. So these shortcuts you can practice. How will you learn about all these shortcuts? I can give you the help. Edit keyboard shortcuts, all the shortcuts you will find it here. Okay, so you don't need to worry much on it, please. And don't expect someone to help on this. Just read it, practice it, you will get it. Are we clear on this, guys? Because then this is never ending, right? So I accommodated your request to go through quickly Jupyter Notebook. What is Jupyter Notebook all about? All those things. Are we clear? Perfect. Now let me move on to the proper concept. Okay. What do you mean by only B? To add, you have to do in command mode A or B, not shift or control. Only B, only A. Okay. Above A, below B in command mode. Command mode is edit. Sorry, yeah, this blue color. Now, guys, let's talk about Python variable. That's all about giving different titles of size. So you can try that out. Okay. Sometime I'll give you 2 hashes. See, 1 hash bigger. Let me show you quickly since you're asking. 2 hashes little smaller. See, can you see this? So size will be different, just like you have seen in Word. See, 4 hashes like this, even tinier, even tiny, and the 5 means italic. But don't worry about all those things. To click is the edit, escape is command. So I am in the moment I click in the cell, it is edit mode, green pencil. See here. The moment I press escape, it is command mode. Write these things down, okay? Else you will keep asking. Now let me talk about Python variables. You already have seen this slide from my side. I am just going to show you some quickly. How do you do that? X equal to 10. So here you are assigning X to object 10. Okay. Y equal to, let's say if I say APC, here you are assigning Y to the string. Okay. Now I'll run this, guys, and I can print it. And this is print Y. Can you see that? It works, guys. So this is to print the output. Okay, you know it. Just I wanted to write. Sometimes people can say, "Hey Akash, can you also show the type of this guy?" So what is type of print of X? It should be integer. See here. What? Type none. I did it ulta, opposite. Sorry. Print of type of X. Can you see that, guys? Class integer. This is what we were discussing yesterday, right? So I'm just quickly showing you hands-on. Similarly, you can say print type of Y. What you are expecting here, guys? Come on. If I do that, you will get what class? String. See, str is string. Is it working, guys? Z can be your, 2 plus, 5j. Okay. And you can say print type of Z. See, class complex. What is left? W equal to 13.5 if I print type of W, float. Now, as I was telling that every object is having a unique ID, which is what we call identity of a variable. How do you do it, guys? How do you find identity of a variable? So for that, you will be using this ID as the function. So you should also know the function. So this is your function, guys. So ID of X, we have defined 4 variables, right? ID of Y, ID of, what was that? X, Y, Z, ID of W. Since you are doing multi-print here, you have to give everything within the print, else it will not show in Jupyter Notebook. I hope you guys are able to code with me. Print ID of Y, and don't worry if you're not able to code everything with me. You can skip that and you can practice later because you cannot match my speed. But that's fine. Guys, can you see that you are getting some numbers there, unique numbers? 1, 2, 3, 4. All are different numbers, guys. Can you see that? That's your identity for each and every object. Hello? That's your address in the memory. Hello? Now there's a question coming from Shilp Shah. If different variables are assigned the same value, then address will be same or not, right? Very good question. So first of all, big hand to Shilp for asking good questions. This question I will not be able to answer right now. It's not I don't know. It's just that I have to teach you immutable and mutable objects. Okay. Right. And that will be taken care of. But since you're asking this question, right, I'm going to put it as a like a placeholder in our notebook. I have copied your questions. See. So this was from Shilp. Perfect. But this question will be answered. Why I'm not able to answer right now? Because I have not taught you mutability and immutability, right? So that depends on that. This whole learning, the whole concept depends on, you know, but on the topic mutable, immutable objects, and list definitely they are mutable. So I'll talk about it. I think maybe today only or maybe in the next session. But I have already kept it here, and you can remind me in case I skip. But right now we don't want to go into it because it will be a little digression from what we want to do. Okay. Now guys, perfect. But keep asking these questions to me. And that definitely gives me a feeling that, oh, you know about it. Right. Now guys, I'll give you another shortcut, and that is known as Shift plus Tab. Shift plus Tab is amazing functionality. It has an amazing functionality to show the documentation for the function, or you can say, you know, syntax of the function as well. Because in the documentation, you have syntax as well and syntax as well. So those who don't know, Shift plus Tab can be really helpful while you're coding. I'll show you. Suppose I want to understand what you mean by hex. I'll do Shift plus Tab. Did you notice a cool thing has popped up there? You can drop down. You can also return the hexadecimal representation of an integer. Hello? This is a very simple function. Sometimes you can also find it by putting a question mark before the function and see, it gives you. I have to not get this and then it will return. Okay. So ideally, I don't like this question mark and all. I go with the Shift plus Tab. Everybody is able to do this. Shift plus Tab, try it out. You write any function. You can write ID. Do Shift plus Tab. See, returns the identity of an object. Are you seeing it, guys? Come on. Yeah. Now, I'll quickly talk about multiple variable assignments in Python, which I taught you guys yesterday. So I'm covering the base, guys. Can you see that? Now, suppose you had X, Y, Z, W. Remember that? And then you had 10, you had APC, then you had 2 plus 5J, something like that, right? And then you have 10.5. You have four variables on the left and you have four objects to be assigned to this, right? See, it works. So you can also print like X, Y, Z, and W in one go. See guys, is it working or not? Hello? Clear? I will keep it fast because these are very small baby topics, okay? Wherever it is required, I'll go slow. Now, naming convention in variable. Already I have discussed about it. Naming conventions, right, in Python. So you already know that. You can say that, my variable is my var, right? You can say 10. I'll give you a lot of one. You can also say my variable like var equal to 100. That will also work. But you cannot say that, 7 mahi equal to 100. See, did it throw an error, guys? Yes. You cannot say that at the rate mahi at the rate 007 equal to something CSK. Something like that I'm giving. It throws an error, guys, right? What else? What else? Come on. You cannot also use like some keyword like print equal to 100.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers you a Python certification course that will help you become an expert in writing Python programs and working with packages like NumPy, Pandas, Matplotlib, scikit-learn, SciPy and many more. Through this course, you can also learn how to write codes for big data systems like Hadoop and Spark and gain a hands-on experience by working on real-world projects. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in their successful career transitions. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to a new height. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take a first step towards a career growth with the Python tech stack. Let's have a quick quiz question guys. In Python, how do you remove the last element from a list? Option A, list.pop. Option B, list.remove function. Option C, del list -1. And option D, list.delete -1. So do mention your answers in the comment section below. Now let's continue with our session.
Although it does, but I don't think it's a good way of doing it. Let's see if I say for, no, here it will, so it's a reserve word. For equal to 100 you cannot do because for is a reserve word for loop. Are we clear on this guys? However, you can do mahi underscore 7 equal to CSK. That will work. So guys, you have to try. You cannot do mahi 7 equal to CSK, right? It throws an error. So hyphen does not work. So the best thing about variable convention is that, naming convention is that, you always use what I have taught you, right? My variable, or you can say, my underscore, or you can say underscore. I don't like underscore first because it has some other applications as well. But you can say mahi underscore or mahi capital VAR, right? Something like that. Up to you. Something like this 007, or you can say, this is also fine. It will work. Okay. So you can explore it, guys, and you can get better at it. There's no rocket science in it. Now I talked about variable names cannot have special keywords or reserve words. Remember that line of mine? So the question comes, what are the keywords in Python? So keywords in Python are quite a few. You can find all of it, but what are those keywords? These keywords are some special reserve words for coding, right? And they have special meaning and purposes and cannot be used for variable names. These are the 3 pointers I wanted to give. In Jupyter, the benefit of using Jupyter is that you don't need to write a print all the time, but it only works in Jupyter. In other IDE like Spider or PyCharm, you have to write print. So you always write print, but it saves time for me to not write print. But ideally, it should be written print and then you give what you want to print. Because in Jupyter, without that, it works in other languages. Sorry, not other language, another platform like VS Code, or let's say, you're doing on PyCharm, so it will not work. Clear, Shiva? But a good question. Now I'll talk about what are the keywords. You have it. Look at the big list. So all these are your keywords. You can see that you have false, none, true, and is an operator, break, class, continue, def, else if, else, for loop, ka for, if, is in, lambda, everything, retry, return, pass, while, with. So you have a lot of keywords in Python which cannot be used for your variable name. Is it clear, guys? Hello? I hope you are able to follow, guys. Now, my recommendation for naming the variable is this, that you go there and you say that, okay, lowercase you use, or start with characters with numeric along with underscore. Characters is not like special character. Alphabets. Okay, clear? Sometimes people want to use double underscore. That is something is more like preferred for naming classes in OOPS. So don't do that. You might have seen some classes name like this, then double underscore like this in Python. So that is for class naming convention. So don't do use it. Okay, clear? I'll take a pause here, guys. Any question? No? Then there are three types of codes you must have been seeing. But I think this is I'll take in string, not here. Okay. Stepping behavior and all I'll talk in here. List data type. So I really like list data type because list is something I'll talk about. I'll put a small heading here. I'll call this as data types. This single, double, triple quotes, I will take it up in when I'll teach you string data types. In that, numeric complex float you have already seen. I'll talk about sequence. Within that, I'll talk about list. So I'm not going to get defined again what is list and all. When you're trying to go to a grocery shop every 3 day, you have a list. Those who are married, they know it. And most of the time, guys are getting lists from their wives, respective wives, right? I'm one of those guys. So you have to make a list. Like you'll go and you say, I'll take a Surf Excel, liquid. So that detail list you do, top 2 liters. Okay. Then let's say you want to say, okay, I need some Maggi. Let's say 6 pieces. Have you done this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Come on. Isn't it? This is an ordered list, guys. Is it ordered? Look at these numbers. Yes, it is ordered. This is the list which you have been creating every 3 days, every week, right? You just did not understood that this is the same list which you are going to be taught today in Python as well, right? So, or people also, it's not only about grocery list. It's not like that. Okay, okay, don't get me wrong. It can be also a to-do list, right? You define your task for let's say a week and then you put it into the priority order, right? Have you done it, guys? So I'll go for a passport verification, important task, cannot miss. Hello, blah, 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 right? Have you done this in your life? I think so. So then this becomes your basis for understanding list. You already have been taught what is a list, but this is also important for you to get a sense check. Okay. And this is my some commentary on list, guys. You don't need to type it. Now, the only thing which I have added here is that lists are mutable. So for the time being, I'm not. So I have a separate topic for mutable and immutable objects. So don't worry about it. So lists are mutable, and I am referring this to a movie called X-Men. Have you seen X-Men? Mutant, human beings and mutant. So why mutants are mutant? Because their DNA got gotten into a change. It got modified. That's why they were named mutants. Remember that? Those who have not seen the X-Men movie, please go and watch. It's amazing. I really liked X-Men, all the series. Okay. Yes, it's all, and wherever it is, these kind of relationship, it's copyright APC. So if you're using it, you have to give me credit. Okay, this is a guy called APC. He taught this. I'll tell you a lot of my own analysis, and nobody can teach like this. If somebody is using it, you have to give me credit. I'm just kidding, guys. No need to give me any credit. But I take some weird example and relate it, okay, so that you get a good idea about it. I work on these examples, and most of the time it comes intuitively to in my head. I'll I'll tell something. Suddenly I'll say something. Okay. And if you like it, then means it has resonated. It's like creative work. Perfect. Anyways, so mutable are like X-Men movies, and that's where you can relate quickly. But I'll talk about it more. Let's create a list, guys. Okay, let's create a list. So if you create a list, let me go to my Jamboard. Let me take a shape and give it a feel of list. So now, see. So I'm creating a list like this. 3, 4, 6. Let's say you have some number here. Let's say I say 100. I say APC, right? Within the quote. Quote means that strength 7, 3 plus 5J, 3.14, and then I can say call this as BVC and minus 10. Are we cool, guys? Now you clearly see that you have a list, and the list, every data types are different. Integer class, string class, integer class, complex. Can you see that? Float, string, and then again integer. Are we clear? Hello? Now list is known as ordered. Why it is called ordered? It is an ordered collection of data. Ordered collection of data because of indexing. The concept is why? Because of indexing. So what do you mean by index here? So what list does, guys? Listen to me. It starts with 0. So you'll start here 0. In Python, everything starts 0. So 0 means 0 position in this. So you have a cell, right? You have like boxes there, like or cells there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Sorry. So indexing like what? We will start 0 and then increase it by 1. So then it becomes what? 1. Then this will become 2. The positions I'm talking. 3, 4, 5, 6. But if you see you're going from 0 to 6, ideally how many elements? It means 7 elements. In Python, everything starts from 0. Always keep this in your head. This is never you write 1. Then you are making a blunder. Okay. The good part about is this, that the positions which you're seeing on the screen, this is known as what kind of indexing? Positive indexing. Why positive indexing? Anybody? Because you are increasing the counter by plus 1. Plus 1. So you're going forward. So positive only, no? Not plus 2. Are you able to follow me, guys? So this is known as positive indexing. Now you have another cool feature that if this guy goes behind it, like something like this, then it also goes into reverse indexing. See, from here, if you are sitting here, right, you can either go forward, means positive. At least, like, you have done walking, right, guys? Come on. Don't say that, oh, no, no, sir, I never walked. Have you done walking, guys? You can either forward walk or this is forward walk, or you can go backward also from here. Can you see that? And this is your reference, guys. Okay. When you're going forward, this is known as positive indexing. And when you're going backward, this is known as negative indexing. So when you're going backward, like you're going backward, you will come here, no? And then you will say, oh, this is -1 because 0 is already here. -2, -3, -4, -5, -6, -7. So if you do the reverse, of it, you are still going to find that the last element of the list, let me make a comment here. Last element of the list can be accessed by using -1. Can you see that? Always. Can be accessed using minus. Clear, guys? Are we comfortable with this line of mine? Okay. So this is known as negative indexing because you're going backward. Okay. So let me do one quick thing. Let me paste it in the notebook. So now what are your observations? Observations are very simple, guys. What are those? It is heterogeneous, means different data types, right? The number one observation. I hope you can understand this, guys. What is number two, guys? It is ordered collection of data. Okay. It can have duplicate elements, which I have not shown you guys, but I can show you. Elements, items, all are same. Not, I'm also make a comment that not shown ever. I'm writing bot. Not shown ever. Okay. Number four, guys, can be modified. Not yet to be discussed, right? These are the things which we have. So this is very important when you take a list. Okay. So let me take our list and I'll call it as, my list. And I'll put some different things like string, I'll put a decimal, I'll put a complex, everything, right? I'll also put few more entries there. I will also put duplicate items, right? I'll also put -100. Okay, cool. Now, this is a list you can see, right? Now, those who are wondering that how do I write this so fast, use tab. Use tab. So how do you use tab, guys? Suppose you write my and then press tab. It will start showing the options available to you because this is already being in the memory. Can you see that, guys? Can you try? Don't write my list list. Don't do that. It takes a lot of time. That's why you're slow. So if you write M and then press tab, you will see a lot of options with all M. So you see there are a lot. So you will write my, then see. Are you able to repeat it at your end, guys? And then what I do, I use my cursor to go and select and press enter. Please practice it. Smartness is all about if you can try to be smart, then only you will be smart. If you keep practicing the same old rudimentary traditional approaches, you will not be smart. It's all about practice. Done. This is my list, guys. Now indexing means what? Indexing means that this 10 has a position. So suppose I want to access 0 position element in the list. 0th position element from my underscore list. See, how will I do it, guys? I'll just go, I'll say my list, and within the square braces, I'll place 0. Now I should be expecting 10. Let's see whether it comes or not. Is it coming, guys? Right? Similarly, you can now go and say, okay, so 0 is 10. What about 1? APC makes sense. What about 2? So you can do the counting like on your fingers and then validate it for the first time. So this is 0, this is 1, this is 2, this is 3, 4, 5, 6, right? So 2 should give me 22.5, right? Always remember it start with of accessing individual element within a sequence such as string, list, tuple, or any other data structure, right? It's not only that indexing only for list, okay? Make sense, guys? Yeah, these values, these things are there, Rudra. All these will be covered in the list method. Don't worry. Okay. So all those options are there. Suppose I know the index, I need the value. I know the value, I need the index. You can do that. Let me go there step by step. Right? That's correct, Vinay. First element is always with 0, right? But the last element of the list is what, guys? You remember I told you, no? You can use -1. So you will see that -1 will give you also -100 and 6th also give you the -100. Now the problem with the 6 is that it depends on the size of the list. Suppose you have a big list, you have so many elements, you need to go and count like a baby to understand that this is 6th or this is 9th position or 10th, but -1 is always fixed now. Hello? So to always get the last element of the list, you should always use -1. Makes sense, guys? See? Are you getting the point here? If you have a list having like 100 elements, you need to understand, you first need to know what are the 100, right? If it is not 100, you will not be able to get the last. Then it will be somewhere in the middle, right? Okay. So last element can be accessed with the help of -1. That's important for us to understand it. Okay. Give me a slice of pizza, right? So pizza slide, you slice, you take it, right? Give me a slice, a piece, right? So generally, it's a very simple English word, slicing, right? Which means that you're going to, in terms of list, I'll talk about. I don't want to give any ideas about the food, right? So slice is what? A slice is a subset of list, technically speaking. Subset of list, right? Or you can also say subpart or subset, you're right. So suppose this is my full list, which I'm showing on a screen. But let's say I'm interested in only getting this part, and you have to help me there. So I'm only interested from APC to BBC, right? I don't care about the other part. Okay. I don't care about the other part. Then how will you get me this? Are you getting? So then there should be a way out, right? Means we cannot just say that, okay, you go there, right? So that's where you have a syntax of start, stop, and :step. See, those who don't know, please pay attention. That's where I'm covering the theory, right? So don't be distracted. 100% if you're distracted, if you're distracted 100%, you're not going to get it. And it has nothing to do with anything else. It's all you, okay? So please be very focused when we are talking about this, and don't have any prejudice, right? Means preconceived notion that I am from non-tech, I am from tech, other guys are very smart, I am idiot. It's not like that. It's all in our heads. Start, stop, step. Okay. Now this is very intuitive, right? Where to start, where to end. Where you are starting? Here. Where you are ending? Here. And step. Is it one step? Is it alternate step like jumping 111? Jumping two steps? So that's how the syntax is all about, right? Start, stop, step. Start is included in the sequence. Always remember, start is included. Stop is excluded. So if you put like, I'll give an example also, don't worry about it. So start is included, stop is excluded. By default, step size is always 1. By default, step is always 1. Okay. So let me give you a simple idea. Tell me one thing, if I write my list, my underscore list, 0:5, what is the meaning of it? It means that you will start at 0, stop at not 5. Actually, stop at 5 means you will only include till 4, right? Position 4. Or you can also write 4th index. That's correct. Till the 4th position or index. Okay, clear guys? But you don't see any other colon there, right? There's no colon here. If there's no colon on the step size, by default, you will pick. What is the by default here? 1. So here step size is by default 1. Are we clear on this, guys? So basically in this particular list, this syntax will give me what? I'm putting the output here. Start from 0 means it will give me 10. Then it will give me APC 1. So this is 0, 1, 2, 3. Now you will be telling me the answer for the question we started with, right? So I need that blue box. How will you give it to me? Now you tell me, my underscore list, what should I write? Where should I start with? 0 or 1? I need APC start. Very good, Rudra. APC, see, coming now. Probably will go there. Yeah, let's not jump the gun. Slowly we have to go. Look at the other participants as well. With this, they're feeling a bit that, oh, it's going not the way. I'll go there. Don't worry. I will be covering everything. So this is clear, guys. Now let me go to one more line. If I just write colon, right, it means it prints everything from the list. It prints the full list. Prints the full list because the full list, right? See, if you do my list only this, it will also do that. It will print the full list. So doing colon means nothing. It's just that you means give me everything, right? But if you say my list and you say colon and then you say, colon and 2. What is the meaning of this? Anybody? Step 2, remember? Very good. So it means that, can you remember the syntax? Start, colon, stop, colon, stop. Start, colon, stop, colon, step. Now here if you see, you are saying colon means everything you will take from start till end, but alternate. So it will print alternate items from the list starting from 0. By default, it is 0. Hello? See? Isn't it that's what exactly doing? 10, then it doesn't print APC, it prints 22.5, then BBC. See for yourself. Guys, come on. So it alternate items from the list starting from 0, right? But someone can say, no, I want to start from APC and then alternate it from not 0, from APC. APC position is what, guys? 1, right? So what you will do, you will do there 1. See. Isn't it easy, guys? Can you see that? Now you want to say that, no, I don't want to APC to till the end. I want to stop at BBC or maybe the 10. So then you will say that for BBC you'll do 5, right? 1 to 5 and then alternate. See? So this 10 is excluded, guys. So understand what is the interpretation of everything. Here when I say 1 to 5 colon 2, what is the meaning of it? Start at 1, stop at 5 minus 1. So you will only include till 4 and then step is 2. Read it. Are you able to read it, guys? Come on. So 152, if you see here, see 1 is what? This is 1. So 1, 5. 5 is this, but I'll not take 5. I'll stop here. So this is my box. And then within the box, I'll go alternatively. So I'll only take 2 points now. APC and then 3 plus 5. Hello? Are we comfortable, guys? I'm detailing out. I don't know, means I think I'm detailing it nicely. Everyone should get it. Very good question, Rudra. So what Rudra is asking, I'll come to that, your question, Rudra. Let me go sequentially. Now, yes, very good, Diksha. 5 means 5 minus 1. Now, let's say someone can say, print the list in the reverse order. That's a very common interview question they ask all the time. That's a silly question, but they keep asking. Print the list in the reverse order. How will you print it in the reverse order? Right? So what you have to do, you will take everything colon, colon, and then you will do minus 1. That's it. Nothing else. So now if you see, your list has been printed in the reverse order. Just like when you were a kid, you were counting 100, 99, 98 in reverse order. Now if you see here, your list is 10, APC 22.5, you're starting opposite. How did it happen? That is important. So it is happening because of this 0, 1, 2, 3, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, this is 4, 5, 6. But if you see the reverse indexing, this is what? Minus 1, right? So tell me one thing, hold on. If I say, and guys, I need your full attention. If I say 0, and then I don't say step size plus 1. If I do plus 1, I'll come into APC now. If I do plus 1, I'll come to 22.5 now. Hello guys. If I do plus 1, I'll come to 3 plus 5j, right? Only focus on what I'm telling. I know what happens most of the time. Students are thinking their own world. Follow the trainer. Don't cloud your mind with a lot of questions unnecessarily. First focus on what is being taught. If you keep thinking about X, Y, Z, you will not understand the W. Okay, that's how it is. So I can feel it when people are thinking something else. Focus. You have to be really focused. You're learning something really tricky. Now, guys, if I do plus 1, I go up forward. If I do step size minus 1, so I'll go where? There's nothing behind this, but there is. What is it? See here. Last. Right? Right? And then if you do another minus 1, you'll go to another last, another minus 1. You're just taking a step backward. You have done when you were a kid, walking backward. Have you done it? Everybody does it. And then you fall. Then you pick yourself up, and that's how you learn, right? So falling is another part, one part. Picking yourself up is another part. Always focus on so first part you fall, second part you pick yourself up, pick yourself up. That's the most important part. That's not on the Python. No, that's on the philosophy. Okay. Now, did you understand or not? So, Prabha, this was the answer to your question, right? How to print list in reverse order. You can also print in alternate order. So, for example,
if I ask you to print like reverse order alternatively. See, this is now alternatively. That's it. Very good. Yeah. -2. See, -100 it would start and then it will go BBC directly, then it will go to 22.5. You can arrange list in increasing, decreasing order by using sort if it is a similar kind of data type. So you can do that. But those methods I'll teach. Don't worry. Okay. Are we clear on this, guys? -100 is the reason that it is the last point, right? So see here, this is my list, -100. If you're starting from the last position, you will print it and then you will go, na, like this. Reverse means what? 10 is your first, 100 is your last. Reverse, you start with the 100, na? So this is not 100, -100. That's why it is coming -100. Okay. But start index is 0, right? No, not in this case. So what you have done, that's what I was trying to explain. Here, the catch is that when you write colon, colon, and then you write nothing or +1, it will start from 0. But the moment you write -1, the first thing first, it takes a step of -1, you go to the last. So that's the only thing which you have to keep in your head. So if you are writing +1, it will start from 10. If you're writing -1, it will start from -100. Now Pratik is telling, can we go from BBC to reverse and come back till 3 plus 5j? Like, how do you want to go? You want to go like this? Are you saying this? Why don't you try it? Pratik, give it a try first. Is it possible? Okay, now Rudra is telling, sir, I like Rudra. What Rudra is telling that, okay, take mine and try it out, sir. Yes, this is, I like it. So you are saying colon, colon, -2. Yeah. So you are confused that why it is not giving me anything. Because when you say 0, you start at 0 and then you are doing -2. So it's correct now. So -1 will be here. Step -2 is here. But why you are not getting it everything? Because you are starting from 0. You're more like indexing it. Okay, nothing like that. You cannot get a sequence out of it. Getting? That's the reason. So this list, let me put it in the chat. I hope you guys have this list. I put in the chat in case you are trying to, do this. Okay, so now understand, guys. Let me take. Why we are only seeing 10 in Rudra index, that part I'll explain. Slicing possible in reverse. See, what you are trying to do, guys, my underscore list, suppose, and you are saying that I should start from, let's say, anything, like you can say start from 2, and then you want to go till, let's say, -2, right? So you can see that, let's try to decode it, no? Don't panic. So when you're trying to do that, from 2, so 2 is your 22.5, and then you want to go to -2. So guys, obviously it will do 3 plus 5j BBC, and it stops here. So also need to understand, if you're writing 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, this is -1, -2, right? And that's why when you write 2 to -2, so still it stops at -2, which is not including -2 means it will only include till BBC. Are you getting it? Look at the one which I've written here. So it's going forward, but it stops at BBC. Why? Because for it, 10 is at -2. This is tricky. That's why you must not be getting it. Let me give another example. My list, if I start with 2 and I want to stop at BBC, how will I write? Guys, I want to start from 22.5, or maybe I can just keep the same example, right? If I want to start from APC and stop at BBC, what I'll write in positive? Tell me. 1 to 5, right, guys? Both giving me the same result. Can you see it now? No, 1 to 5 is enough. Both giving me same result. Why? Because 5 is equivalent to write -2. So you cannot be like, doing like combination of forward and backward slicing. You have to do it two different lists. Are you getting my point? It means you cannot be in like present and the past in both, right? So those who are trying to do like this, or those who are trying to do like this, it's not possible. Or you can try. If it is possible, let me know. It would be good value add for me as well. So I think that's from my side, guys. List slicing is done. You can try solving some, try it, explore it, do few things, understand. These are the only three syntax you have to be careful. Start, stop, step. Because when I'll teach you NumPy, that will become 2D or 3D slicing. Indranil, can you repeat 0 to -2? Yes, why not? So let me, where I've written 0 to -2, yeah, right? This one you're talking. So my list 0 to -2, let's understand it. What, it did not get copied. And I want to just remove from there. Yeah. So now if you see my list, let's understand from the list and what you are telling. Understand. You are saying 0, you will start, but you are also saying that you will go 2 step back. Now you tell me, this is 0. This is what? -1. This is what? -2. Right? So then you are saying 0, and by default it will go positive. But since you're also putting a negative, you're constraining with the step and you will stop at -2 position. What is that? Are you getting what is that? That is -2 is your 10. So what's happening there? Although you were telling that we want to go forward, right? But you're also telling you want to go backward by 2 position now. So that's where. So what's happening here? Let me take another shot and listen to me. Ideally, you are right. If you don't, I'll show you you're right. Why it is right, I'll show you. If you don't write -2, by default, you will go ahead and then you will see that you are taking alternatively 2, 2, 2. Can you see that? Every second position. You are starting from, 0 and then you're going alternatively. Isn't it? That's happening. Forget what -2. Focus on 2. Is it happening or not, guys? Come on. You are taking this, then you are taking this, and then you're taking. Are you getting these values here? Hello? In the Neil? Right? But the moment you say -2, you are getting a conflict there. Understand that. You are saying 0, colon, right? Means what? You are saying I'll start 0 and go till the end, right? I'll go till the end. Let me also show you with this another example. If you don't write anything in the stop, it will go till the end. Let me show you this. Is it going till the end, guys? Come on. But what happens the moment you say -2, the moment you say -2, what's happening here is that you give a conflict that now I start from end, start to end, I want to go, but I want to take 2 step backward. So then Python, what it does, right? This is 0. First, it will give priority to step, right? So step, if you see 0 to, so this is -1, this is -2, right? So what it does, guys, it doesn't go like this. It just gives you the value of 10. I know that's a very tricky or weird thing which you are seeing on the screen. That's exactly the reason you are getting 10. I don't understand there can be any other reason. Because you are saying I'll go every step from first till the last, but alternatively, right? So this is, you will go to -2 from 0, and then since you're going backwards, so forward is nullified and you just take the value. Let me take what Ben-Hur is telling. You're telling 0 to 5 and then -2. You're not getting anything. Why? Because of the conflict, right? So understand again, 0 to 5 you are saying, right? So you're going backward or forward. You're going forward. 1, 2, and then you're saying I'll go backward. So how it will give you anything, right? Here it is still giving because you are taking the whole thing and minus 2. So these are some, you can say, you know, typical, some of those slicing which actually boggle your mind, but people ask that. So don't use it, right? That's why, Siddharth, I don't know people why they're using mixing things. Uh, so you're right. You should not forward, backward. You do not mix. But people want to explore it, so I'm trying to also explain it. Okay. In nested list, slicing will work in the similar fashion. So first thing you will give it. First, you have to select the list within the list, and then do the same thing. Okay. So rather than writing this, you will be writing like this. My list, position 0, that will be your first list. And then again, you write the same thing. You understand? Like that. So try it out, Prabha. But this first thing, what you've written is to select your list. Okay. Let me share the notebook, guys. I think we are already 10 minutes above the time, beyond the time. Let me do it. You try it out, Sai. So guys, don't ask every question just to me. First, go home. Today we have a notebook with us. Why don't you go and try it out, right? So why you are so much worried? Try it out and see that it works or not. Then you have me and Purva. You can ask questions, right? So don't worry about it. Let me share the notebook, guys.
Now it's okay, buddy. Okay, good to hear. Perfect. So let's build on top of it, right? Okay. So always remember, I think, just trust the process, right? And you have to practice if you are from a non-tech background. Let me give you a very simple exercise. Give you a very simple story behind the scene, right? Our brain is not wired in such a way that that the way we perceive it. Okay, I'll take a 2 minutes time here, and especially for those who are from non-technical background, right? It's always the preconceived notions that surround or that cloud your judgment. Okay, uh, I know that you did not do. A lot of guys did not do any of these technical stuff during their starting up their career, right? So you must be doing commerce or some other background, but it's all in your head. Okay, our brain is not like that. Human body is the most adaptable thing, trust me on that. Okay, we very quickly learn and adapt. You don't need to do anything for that. So you have to just keep pushing yourself, like you are saying, I put more extra effort. You will slowly see that it has started learning. Okay, so human brain is, when I teach machine learning, I always take this example that human brain is the most advanced and complicated machine learning algorithm. The neurons in the brain. So you have to just fire them in the right direction and it will start picking things. It will take some time, right? But it's not like you're putting your effort, you're trying to learn and you will not learn. It will not work like this. Not everything you can learn. I also know that suppose somebody suddenly wants to become an astronaut. Is it that easy? No. But given the time and your body supports you, you can be anything. Okay. So that's my message for the day. Okay. Just keep putting your best foot forward. Will do the magic. Okay. And trust in the process. That you will be able to do it. You have to trust yourself. You have to trust the trainer as well. That this guy can take us through. Okay. But if you keep doubting me or keep doubting yourself, in none of the cases it will work. You understand, right? So have a leap of faith. Let me teach, and let then go to that point that okay, it's not working or it's working, right? But don't jump to conclusion. That's always a bad personality trait. So that's my message for the day, guys. Okay, don't keep telling yourself that I'm from non-technical background. I can't do it. It's very fast. It's very tough. You are creating the obstacles on your own. Rather than that, you should say that no matter what trainer is teaching, I will make sure that I learn Python. I'll make sure that I'll find ways to learn Python. I'm not trying to shy away from my job. I'm just trying to say that bring that positivity. I know I'm sounding like some GAN session I'm giving, but that's how it is. This is the word called manifestation. You might have heard about it, right? So what you believe, you will get it. I started in uh, as electronics engineering student, but I wanted to take computer science. But my parents, I was a kid only, right? 16 years old is what? So they put me into this whole that everybody is doing electronics, you should do electronics. I always wanted to do computer science. So it was a big disappointment for me in my BTech time. But when I got the right opportunity, I pushed myself, uh, myself into data science. So you have to keep manifestation. You have to keep manifested. Manifestation is one of the important part of the journey. Okay, cool. So let me go back to my. There's a question from Vikas. I was not able to. Vikas is telling I'm not able to understand the last two commands. Are you saying this? This is not something which I was trying to do. People were trying to do some experiment here, and they were trying to understand why it is not working. So the reason is that you can either go forward or you can go backward. You cannot go forward backward together. So if you say 0 to forward and then you say go backward, this is backward, right? Step is -2 means backward. That's why it stops here only. Can you see that? It gives you only 10. Because you are saying here that you go from 0 onwards, but then in the last syntax, you see that last part of the code -2 means go backward. So that's where it is stopping at 0. Now this did not even work because, if you go backward and forward at the same time, right? So in this case, 0 to 5, you are saying, so 0 to 5 means you want to start at 0, stop at 5 minus 1, which is 4, but backward. So again, it's creating a conflict. So these two lines of code actually don't give you anything because you are conflicting with, let me put under a heading. So X-Men movie talks about mutant, normal human being and mutant. So those who have not seen, it's okay. You can go and watch later. Don't start searching now. So in that, if you remember, mutants are those they have some some different powers because of their genes got the DNAs or genes got DNA I think got mutated, so they have a different personality trait in terms of power, in terms of behavior, right? So similarly, your these guys like list, uh, string, dictionary behavior are also going to talk about whether they're mutable or not, right? So if you remember, there was one of the very good character which used to change the change the full body. I forgot the name of the character. Blue color character. Anybody remembers? Anybody has a sharp memory? Mystique. Right. Yes, Mystique. Very good, Sai. Sai, you watch it. You watch a lot of movie, huh? So similarly, right? You can also modify or you can change the list, but there will be some data type which cannot be, which cannot be done. Okay. So let me explain that. Okay. So maybe I'll take a simple example to explain it. That when I say mutable and immutable objects in Python, what do I mean by that? So list definitely is mutable, but before I get into that, I had promised that I'll teach you mutable versus immutable object in Python. So I'm going to put that heading, guys. Mutable objects in Python. Okay. So write the first line, if the state of the object cannot change, after the object has been constructed, it is immutable. Right? That's my first point. If the state of the object can't change after, right, after the object has been constructed, it is immutable. For example, I'll continue. For example, strings, tuples, very good, Rudra. Strings, tuples, I've not taught you these, are immutable. Okay? You really can't do anything about it. Continue and write, if the state of the object can be modified, we have to give you an idea that what I mean when I say that. Definition is fine, right? Let me take an example, a cool example to prove my point. Suppose I say that this is my list. I have a list, right, guys? And I need to find the index of the list, right? Somebody was asking me all the time that how to find the index for anything. Let's say I want to find the index for BBC. Hello? Somebody is asking that question, remember? So I said that I'll tell you later. So what is the index for the BBC? Definitely you can go and count, but you cannot be able to count in a big data, right? When suppose you have a lot of data points, can you go and count like you'll print the whole data on a piece of paper and then count? No, nobody does that, right? So here you can count that, oh, is it 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, right? But how will you find it? To find it, there is a function called list.index. So you have to give your list and you can put it. So what is your list name, guys? My list dot index. And there you will put the, which one you find the index for, which one you are trying to find it for, BBC, right? It should return 4. Can you see that, Rudra and everybody? It does return 4. Hello? Right, this is cool. Now since you know that BBC doesn't make any sense, APC is like Akash Pushpacharan. What is BBC? So let's say I say it should be Rudra Patel, right? So I want to change my list. It has a mistake. So what I'll do, I'll go and put my index 4 and I'll say that it should be RP. RP is Rudra Patel, right? I'm just taking an example. So what will happen, the moment I say at this position, which is 4th position, it should update my list to what? From BBC to RP. That's what you're doing, guys. Update the 4th indexed position from BBC to RP. Are we saying the same thing, guys? Let's see, did it do? I think it will do. Can you guys see that? I know you guys have some general encyclopedia type of questions, right? Something coming to your head. So I would suggest to keep to your questions after the relevant topics are completed, guys, as way of learning, right? So you might have quite a few number of questions, right? It should be, hold on, okay? You have to hold on to your process. Perfect. Now I'll take relevant question for now, and you guys can ask me these questions after, let's say I'm done with, let's say, list, and then I did not teach you how to find number of elements in list, Sandeep, right? So then you can ask me definitely this question.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers you a Python certification course that will help you become an expert in writing Python programs and working with packages like NumPy, pandas, matplotlib, scikit-learn, scipy and many more. Through this course, you can also learn how to write codes for big data systems like Hadoop and Spark and gain a hands-on experience by working on real-world projects. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in their successful career transitions. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to a new height. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take a first step towards a career growth with the Python tech stack. Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. What is the purpose of Python sys.getSizeOf function in relation to memory management? Option A, to get the size of an object in bytes. Option B, to allocate memory for a new object. Option C, to free up memory occupied by an object. And option D, to check if an object is eligible for garbage collection. So do mention your answers in the comment section below. Now let's continue with the session.
Okay, Shilp is telling, sir, instead of index, if we write direct BBC, it's not possible. No. So suppose you want to now say, see, if you do this and you want to put something else, it will not work. Because you have to understand that, right? The square braces is used for indexing, and this is for your, it's more for function. Generally, function will always be start with the parenthesis, right, Diksha? Okay. And for indexing, or filtering, slicing, you use square braces. Very good question. Okay. Good. I think generally nobody asks me this question. When you are writing a function, you will be using parenthesis where you're trying to slice, dice, indexing, filtering, searching. You will be using square braces. Okay. Anybody else? Is it easy, guys? Did you understand how to find the index? And then you modified it. So that was step 2. I'm going very slow, guys. I hope nobody has any issue with the pace. Step 2 is what? Update the value, which we did. Good. Now there can be a task which I feel, and I'll give you some amazing thing, and nobody thought about it. If you see here in my list, there are 2 tens. Can you see that? Yeah. Sorry, guys, I was checking on TA. I think there is something off. I'm not sure what, but TA could not join, but we'll make sure that the person is available tomorrow. Whosoever it is. Okay. Now coming back to that, there are 2 tens. Can you see that? Now, if I ask you that, so let me help you with that. So when we say functions, okay, so generally they are defined using, which I'll teach you, and I teach really good level of function using the def keyword. Remember I mentioned that define keyword followed by a function name. That's how you define a function. So function is defined like this by a function name, list of parameters. You'll give some arguments, some parameters in parenthesis like this, and a colon to indicate the start of the function. I'm giving a definition. Okay, that's my first point. So clear? This is what you say a function is. Now, how it is different from methods is that, see, function is something which we create a function, right? So generally they are user defined function. Let me write another point. User defined functions. Okay. Typically defined at the module level. I'll explain what you mean module level. Suppose you're writing a command, right? Or you're doing some applications, you're doing something. You will be, creating a function, a user defined function at that level, which can be used generally in global sense, which can be used globally. So you can define a function, right, which can be used globally within the module. Suppose you are writing this is your notebook, right? You have defined a function here. You can use in this notebook any place, right? Cool. If you compare function with the method, right? Method is not something which you define, right? It is going to be part generally in list, right? You can also define that. I'm not saying you cannot define that, but methods are generally part of the classes and objects, right? Let me write that. So methods are also functions. You can use these interchangeably that are associated with objects or classes. Very good, Rudra. Objects or classes. Okay. So now when we will be taught oops, right? I think I need to check on that oops is in part of the whole thing which I am going to teach. But generally, when you will be doing oops, you will see that, methods are coming there. Okay. And the scope wise, they are defined within the scope of a class. Okay. Using definitely the def keyword and a special parameter, which is your default parameter called self. Remember, guys, those who have done oops, those who have not done, they can ignore for now. But that's how it is, guys. Yes, very good, Amrit. Right? So definitely, both are same. I don't think you can use, right? The difference is that function can be used independently, right? Here it is going to be within the object and classes. So to conclude, so I can write in summary, if I have to write in summary, functions are standalone, if I can use this word, a standalone piece of code. That can be called independently. While methods are functions that are associated with objects or classes and are called, so how will you call this methods? On instances of those classes. An instance means object. Object is an instance of, classes. So basically the whole idea is that how they are getting invoked, that defines whether it is a function or a method. Okay. Sorry, Anthony, what you can do, you can go through the recorded lecture. Yes, instance is an object. Yes. So if you say instance of class, it's an object, right? Vivit is telling, I feel this class is doing a lot of things. No, we are not assuming anything. We are defining. See, again, don't panic. Don't jump to conclusion. The moment I've written function versus method, obviously we have not talked about it, but somebody asked that. And since I'm going to use one, right, it is imperative that I should tell you that definition, what is definition? You can remember it for the first time. If you really want to get into the depth, wait for when function will be taught. So don't worry about it. We should not get like, it should not get under your nerves, right? If somebody says, okay, the moon looks like that, it doesn't mean that you are an astronaut, right? It's just a general information I have passed on to, right? India sends ISRO sends like a rocket to Mars, right? You should not get excited or start feeling overwhelmed that, oh, I don't know what is a rocket is, right? You watch the TV, you understand that, oh, this is it. That's it. Hold on to that. You really want to be an expert at it? That will come. I'm saying that. But since I'm going to use the methods in list, right? I had to define these two guys. Okay. Vivid, now you understand what I'm trying to say. Yeah, I'm going to show you, no? Don't worry. So I'm going to show the methods in list, right? Shiva, let's focus on this. List is a class. You understand? List is a class. I'll show you how it is a class. Print type of my list. Remember, this gives you a class name. What is the class name? Can you see that? List is a class. Now, what is a class? What is an object? Right? That is not something we are going to do here. We will do it in OOPS. Okay, not here. So now if you see here, this is a class. So class will have methods or function. You tell me. If you have followed anything which I have just mentioned. List will have methods or functions. Methods, right? It's very, very simple, intuitive, right? I've written on the screen. Right? So few things you have to just take at the merit. Okay. Now, when the lists have methods, then we are going to talk about quite a few methods, right? As simple as that. Find the length of the list, right? So what does this function does? It's very simple. It will use len, right? Now this is a method, right? We cannot generally length it. We also call the function length. So I'm telling you that it's not like very hard and fast, right? But here, if you say length, you have written a method which is associated with the class list. And now if I say length of my list, it will give me what? 7. Why 7? Let me show you. It's 7 because you have how many elements there? Count on your finger. It is 7. I have a list, right? And if I say append, and then if I go into it, can you see that? Append object to the end of the list. That's what I'm saying. Very good, Kapil. So guys, you can read the syntax documentation quickly like this, the way I have done. So what append does for you guys, you can take a list, right? So I've taken one list. Maybe I'll take my number, one list, append, and then within the parenthesis, I'll bring the other guy. Can you see that? Everybody, please pay attention. My number 1 is one list. My number 2 is another list. Can you see that? I'm picking one list and then calling this method append and bringing the other list. Now let's see what it does. See? Now you will see that my num1 has changed. Can you see that? But if you observe, it has. So what we are doing here, we are taking one of the numbers here. So there are two lists, okay? Everybody, please pay attention on the screen, line number 62. You have a list called mynum1 and you have another list called mynum2. Clear? Now, what you have done, you have taken this number 2 and appended with number 1. Hello? Okay. But there is something which you have to pay attention. Right? There is some issue also. The output might not be, the way you might have thought that I should get output like this. Here, what's happening when you're trying to append mynum2 with mynum1, can you see that you're getting a list getting appended to the whole list? Okay. Are you seeing the issue? This is an issue with the append. Everybody. I think I'm already zoomed in. You can also zoom in at your end. Okay. Can you see that there is an issue. You're appending the whole list only. You're not appending these values from the list. There's a difference. So what you're doing that within the list, you have these numbers, right? 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. And then you have not added a number called 0 to not like this. You have added a list there. Are you getting it? Right? And second thing, if you can see, and if you have observed, what are the two takeaways? Let me write. My num1 list changes after append. So original list is affected. So basically what we are saying, original list is affected. That answer your question, Vivek. Number 2, append function or method add a list to the list, right? And maybe that's not the expected, or maybe that's what we don't need, right? Why do we need like this? So you might be looking out that, can I get something like this? Let me show you. And you will love this output. Come on. My num1 and plus my num2. If I do that, and now since the list has been changed, right, because of that, can you see that this is the output? This is something you might be looking out for it, right, guys? Isn't it? Hello? Right? You wanted to bring these guys and be part of the first list. Hello? But the problem here is that this is not append. This function or method is known as, guys, I'll keep using function method interchangeably. Don't kill me for this. And there's no difference as well. This is not append. This is known as concatenation. Are you getting my point? Hello? So whenever you want to chain one list into other, that's the problem here. With the append, it does not work. With concatenation, it works. Everybody's clear on this. Is used to add a single element, single item, single data point at the end of the list. You cannot add more than one. If you try, you will get weird answers like that. Are we clear? Only one value. Can you see that, my dear? Add a single. I'm going to also highlight it. So now to prove it that I am correct, what I'll do, I'll take any of my list. My list 1, right? So if you see my list 1, you have these numbers 10, 20, 30, 40, 10, 20, 30, 40. In this, if you append Sachin Jersey number and you put 99, you will see that it is now not misbehaving. Is it correctly showing, guys? Can you see that? Just adding very nicely. Hello? Are we there, guys? Everybody? So when you're trying to give a list to it, then it blindly takes the list and put it there, thinking this is one object for it, right? Understand now? For a Python, this is also like an object, and this is also like an object. So since append can only add one object at a time, one element at a time, it takes the whole thing as one and place it here. Hello? Are you feeling it, guys? Why did it do? And what is the solution? So in this, to conclude, I talked about two things. One is that how to append one value to the list. You can use append. How to append a list to the list? Go for concatenation. Guys, I'm also making. So that's why I like Jupyter. Do you understand? And this will become my notes, right? So I'm writing, talking, right? So I hope this is fast, at the same time very informative. Are you able to feel, guys, any issue? Everybody comfortable? There is one more alternative to you, and that is known as extend. Right? Let's extend to extend. So guys, again, I'll say we have the two numbers. I don't want to keep writing a lot of list. So this is my number one, guys. See, odd numbers, and number two is even number. If you want to get the similar output which you are looking at, my number one can be extended with my number two. And this will be a loving form as well. Can you see that? It's exactly what concatenation does for you. Hello? Now the question to the group, and generally when I take interview, I ask this question, then if both extend and concatenation does the same thing, right? What are the key differences? Like what is the key difference between these two guys? Why we are having extend and, and concatenation both? What is the key differences? Extend versus concatenation. Concatenation. I think some of the guys are doing a good job. I hope you are telling from your side, you're not Googling it, right? So first of all, concatenation is not a method altogether. It's an operation. Did you notice that I did not call any method there? But extend is a method, is a function. See, you use there what is an operation because you use the plus operator there, my dear. Come on. But extend is a method, number one difference. Concatenation does not affect the original list. Hello? But extend affects the original list, remember? Correct? These are the two key differences. If someone asks, you throw at them. Okay? I hope you guys are getting it, right? And I'm going damn slower. This is the most. So I have beaten the tortoise. Shiva, again, you're asking a question which will be answered. Okay? That's the problem, guys. You have to focus on the topic and ask question to the topic, related to the topic. That will be important for you. There can be any number of questions. You can Google all the list question. You can list it and you can start asking. I know that. And people also do that in my class. They'll open a Google tab. What are the key things I should learn in list? And they'll ask. Okay, anyways. So I'll not be buzzing to those. I will be taking my, let me maintain my, are you guys not happy with my rhythm? I think the way I'm, getting into each and everything, that's important, right? So let's not break that momentum. Okay, now let me go to questions here. So I think Kapil, you answered correctly. I'm reading because TA is not there, so today I have to do that job also. Extend only add one list, concat to multiple. Not Siddharth. Means, obviously means extend. Definitely you can read about it little, but like at a time, definitely concatenation can add more, but that's an operation. That's something you have to do. Okay. Now, moving on, there's one more guy. So we have done what? Append, we have done concatenation, we have done extend. There's one more guy and you cannot ignore him, and that's called insert. I think somebody mentioned that. These kind of question definitely I like. What is the role of insert? Anybody? As the name suggests, right? As the name suggests, insert is like insert, right? You'll insert something at some position, right? So if you talk about the function itself, let me take a list, my list. This is my list. I want to insert something on this. So I'll say insert, and then this function says that you have to give the index and you have to insert the values you want, right? That's what they're telling now. So insert, guys are telling, see, that give me a position and then insert. So I say insert at third and insert something weird like 9999 so that I can quickly see that. Now understand this. Third, 0, 1, 2, 3. This is the third position, guys. If I run this, see what happens. It has inserted exactly at the third position. Can you see that? So who was on the third? 3 plus 5j. He said that, dude, you shift. You shift here. I will come and now I will become third. Count 0, 1, 2, 3. Are you getting it, guys? Everybody comfortable? Insert. But if you're excited that, okay, can I insert a list to a list, right? Suppose I say dot insert and I say at third position, insert another list, my num1. See? Now, do you notice that the list is already inserted here? So why I did that? So that I can show that if needed, you can also insert a list within the list at an index position. And there's no harm, right? Because see, read the documentation at an index position of your choice. There's no harm because, see, if you keep running, it will keep adding because that's how it works. Okay, without letting you know. Now, can you see that, guys? Why it is able to do? Because for Python, even a number 9999 is an object, and my num1 is also an object. You understand? Everything in Python is an object. So it doesn't differentiate that whether you are putting one value or you are putting the whole list. Are we clear, guys? That's exactly what happened now. So what we have concluded, guys, we have completed append, we have completed concatenation, which is a simple operation. We have completed extend and insert. Are we comfortable? Deleting or removing list elements in Python. So we can delete the list itself or delete the element or more than that elements, more than one from the list using below functions. Okay, let's talk about it. So this is my number one, right? Maybe I'm not happy with this list. I want to delete it. I can use the delete keyword to delete the whole list from the memory. It will not be in the memory, guys. It's gone. Let me show you. You will not be able to see that. Can you see that now anymore? As a matter of fact, delete can be used to delete any object in Python. It can be a data frame down the line. It can be a dictionary. It can be a list. It can be an array. Okay, are we clear? It's very simple, straightforward. Delete and give the space and then you can delete it. As a matter of fact, delete can also be used using delete keyword. A single element can also be deleted, but you have to give the position. At a specific position can also be deleted. Guys, don't try to match my typing speed. Every morning I do the same, right? No, it's not a method. See, that's why you're not seeing any parenthesis. That answers your question, Shiva. Right? It's more like, part of your Python syntax, more like your Python operation. It's not a method. Are you getting? It's more like an operation. That's correct, Anthony. That's why. So whenever you don't see this parenthesis missing, you can take it like it's not a method. Are we clear? Let's not ask the same thing again, right? So now let's say in this list, I'll show you. Hold on. My list, I am not liking this nested list. Can you see that? Maybe it can be a bit confusing. What I can do, let's say I don't like 40. Okay. So what I can do, I can say delete my list 1, but you have to tell the position of 40. So you don't know the position of 40. So you can be smart. You can say dot index and say 40. Hello. Can you see that I'm chaining 2 commands here, right? This gives the index of 40 and then it delete that. Hello. See, I'll take a pause here. Guys, the first 40 is gone and it will only delete the first one in case the repeated. I'll take a pause. No worries. Take your time. Understand it. Digest it. You have to chew on this. If you don't, then you'll not understand what we're doing. But I'm not doing any rocket science. I've talked about these things and now I'm using it. What this function is doing to refresh your memory, this function tells you the position index of 40 and then you place it here and then deletes. Are we clear, everybody? You can always write good to go and all. Okay, clear, good to go, yes, anything works for me. Now this is like, okay, this is fine. You are deleting one element at a time. All those things are okay. But what about, I give you a homework that you have to try deleting using DL, delete method, multiple elements, right? That could be a good point of, right? Good exploration area, right? How to delete multiple items, right? Although there are other methods for deletion which I'm going to talk about, but you can take it as a task. You can take it as a homework to think about it. Okay, some task on the table. Now there are 3 more methods. Maybe I'll make it bold. There are 3 more methods for deletion: remove, pop, and clear. Right? Let's take one by one, my dear. Remove. What remove does? Removes the specific element. Remove removes the specific element. Okay. So now the question comes, what is that specific element then? What happened? Sorry. Lost some note. So guys, don't think these are the notebooks I am copying, pasting. These are my different batches notebooks and I like to open it because I get lost. Opening notebook takes some time. This is your batch notebook. This is also your batch notebook. This is some machine learning I was teaching to some other folks. Okay. Now moving on, removes the specific, right? That's what we're discussing. List methods, remove. Remove has parameters, right? So suppose I say my list dot remove. What is the syntax says? Remove, you have to give the first occurrence of the value. Can you see that? It gives you the first occurrence of the value. Okay. So let me give you a couple of pointers, guys. Remove methods takes a single element as an argument. Are we clear? Remove methods takes a single element as an argument. Argument is the same thing, the parameter. Okay. And then removes it from the list. Okay. And I'll do some formatting here so that it looks nice. Clear? If the element does not exist, it will throw an error. Okay, it can be possible, right? What element you're trying to, delete it. It's not there. So if the element does not exist, let me type. It throws what error? A value error. Okay. Let me show you this in action. Suppose I think I liked my list, which I have. Please let me take my list, guys. Where is my list? My list. Yeah, this is my list, right? Perfect. Diksha, did you notice that I did a undo? I did an undo there, right? You have to rerun that. Now, my list. This is my list, guys. Now, I want to remove. You have to give the specific element value. You have to give a name. You don't need to give the index. Suppose I want to remove BBC. It will do. See, gone. But if you think, and somebody was telling me that, can I also do this, sir? That if I give a list in that, so I want to remove 10, I want to remove 22.5, right? Someone is saying this. Hello? That if I want to remove these two guys, what will happen? Someone, I think Rudra, you were telling, na? Can I do this? No, it cannot do this because it takes a single element. Guys, are you getting why it threw an error? So, Mr. Rudra, you got it? Okay, perfect. So, I'll also make a commentary. Error came because remove takes only single element as argument. Perfect. Now, you might be interested in deleting, which is not even present there. Let's say I want to delete, means remove, like XYZ. It's not there. It will throw in what error, guys? It should throw some error. Value error. Can you guys see that? That's exactly I've written here. Value error. It is telling that X not in list. I'll come to that, Shrikant, wait for that. So that is all about remove. You might be interested in deleting by index, right? Right? This is you are deleting by value. You're putting the value and you are deleting it. If you want to delete by index, there's a method called pop. Understand? Pop. So what pop method does, guys? Pop method takes the index of the as the argument and deletes the element at that index and also returns the deleted value. Okay, deleted item. Let me show you that. Suppose this is my list. Now I want to delete APC. Maybe you don't like APC, so you want to delete it. Simple. So how will you delete it? You will say you go pop and you have to give the position. See, now APC is deleted and also it returns that which element has been deleted. Guys, follow me. Don't keep thinking about your question. Follow the concepts first. There will be time to ask questions and that will be answered. Right? So my list.pop, when I said one, what I mean here, at the first position, what is the element APC? It has been deleted, right? And it also returns the deleted item. It is returning that APC has been deleted. Now, if I print my list, you will see that APC is missing. Can you guys see that? Hello? Time, people will just write pop and they'll not give anything. So what is by default it does? By default, it deletes the last element. It pops the last element. If you're not giving any index, see minus 100 is gone. I have also written here if you have missed. If the index is not given, pop deletes the last by default. Hello? Are we comfortable, guys? You can keep doing that. Suppose you run it again, then this will delete 10, right? Hello? Now comes the last one is clear. I think Diksha, you were asking, right? What if I have to delete all the 10? So I'll go back and run again my list. Sorry guys, I have to go up, and where is my list? Yeah, here is my list. And then I will open this forum for the questions, right? So guys, this is my list. Now there was a comment that if I want to just delete, yeah, so let me show you. So these are some reserved keywords which you can see here, right? Okay. But if you want to really see all the Python list, I have a very good command here. See, can you see delete is a keyword, my dear? This function which I have quickly given you, import keyword, it gets you all the Python keywords which you might want to see. Hello? Right? Pass, raise, return, def, delete. Can you see the delete is a keyword in Python? Everybody, please pay attention. Sorry, I'm conserving my energy for my meetings for the day, but I hope my audio is clear, right? So this is my list one. If I want to delete my list one specific element, right? So I'll go and say that delete position number 4. It will delete. Can you see that? Position number 4 is what? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Position number 4 is 10. So if you see that, if I print this list 1, you will see that 10 is gone. Can you see that there's no 10 here? Can you observe, my dear? Between 50 and 20, there was a 10. So gone. But in clear, suppose I say my list 1 dot clear, it doesn't take any argument. It just say that if you do that, this whole list is gonna be flushed out. Can you see that? Gone. That's the key difference. And the moment you see this parenthesis, I have only taught you just today that the moment you see parenthesis, it means it's a method. When you don't see any parenthesis, either it will be a reserved keyword or some operation, right? So I think it's a keyword, not an operation. Correct that if you have written up as an operation. But a keyword. Delete is a keyword, it's not an operation. Okay, are we cool, guys? Please correct it if you have written as an operation. Now it is correct. No, it cannot be true. It has to be false, guys. Can you see that? So now you are having some quite like 10, 12 digits in this, right? It's a big number, guys. Come on, yes or no? It's a big number. So whenever you have small numbers, Python does an optimization on the memory. But when you are looking at big numbers, right, it doesn't do the same. Then it creates two different objects for it. Are we clear? Let me take a simple example as well. If I say y equal to 100, then I say id of x equal to id of y. It is true. But when I go to x equal to like these big numbers, right, IDs are different. Can you see that? So what is the takeaway, guys? List by default, it doesn't do any optimization. And that's why lists are slow, right? Every time a new list, even the same content you'll get, it will not create a dummy of it and refer to the same object. It creates another object. List 1 is one object, list 2 is another object. But when you are dealing with small numbers in variable, then Python does the memory management by allocating common small integers, right? And reuses the memory location for them. This is a concept called integer interning. Have you ever heard about this concept? Integer interning. Intern, how do you place right? You use your intern. Integer interning. Okay. So what is this concept says that Python reuses the memory location. 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 for common small integers. Okay, always remember that. Yeah, it's a very, I would say, and we don't need to really go in deep dive. Okay. Now the question is that up to how many integers? Up to how many integers it does it? Right? Oh, Diksha also asking the question. So generally it is, and I think you have to do up to, I think, 256. So if you write x equal to 257, y equal to 257, right, so that number is not on top of my head, Diksha, but yeah, 257. Up to 256, it will be same. You can try it out. Yeah, right? Did you notice? Don't go big number means like 2000, 2 million, no, just 257. So I think somebody was asking this question that IDs, right, about IDs. So this is what you can see that IDs are really tricky thing. Okay. But that's not enough. Here, if you take it, you see, right, list one, list two. You think that two lists can never be same. It's not true. There can be a situation that, uh, you know, two lists can be same. Let me show you. And that is a different concept altogether. So if I give you another list three, hello guys, focus. List three equal to, and I call it list one. Just see. Then if I show you the ID of list one equal to ID of list three, see, they will be equal. Why? Because you have made a copy of list in this way. There are different approaches and there are different concepts on copying, deep copy, shallow copy, right? So all those things are there. But generally my suggestion is that, we don't need to go too much into this detail. But here you can clearly see that list three is referring to whom? List three is referring to list one, right? Not list two, because you are creating list three with the help of list one. So apparently what's happening, my dear, that if you make a copy like this, your IDs are different. It doesn't refer to the same object. They create a new object. Let me introduce a very important tool. I don't know if you guys are aware of not. It's known as pythontutor.com. What is the tool's name, guys? pythontutor.com. Anyone knows about this tool? It's an application on the web. It's a very beautiful application. We are going to use this a lot. So anybody has any idea about this tool? No? Guys, why are you so quiet? Please take it in your notebook. I'm also going to put. So welcome. Let's welcome this guy. Although it's a free website, I really like it. pythontutor.com. Okay. You will love this tool because down the line, this tool can help you do n number of things. Okay. So let me get into the business. If I say here, right, all the data point I'll bring. This tool is all about visualizing your code, right? So this is list one. This is list two. Okay. Hold on, guys. List three I had created equal to list one. And list four I created. How did I create, guys? In list one dot copy. Remember that, guys? Now, how does this tool work? Let's understand it. This tool works by taking Python lines of code and step by step visualizing it. To visualize this guide, you have to click on this. Can you see that on screen? Visualize execution. So how does Python execute the blocks of code? You have to visualize this, right? To do that, you have to click here. Please pay attention. Okay. Now, if I click on this, let me do that. Can you see that now your code is being executed and there are two arrows, Red means line, next line to execute. So code is going to execute this line. And the green line means line that just got executed. So let me run. See, now green line means you have just run this. Can you see that it has created an object here on the right hand side? Guys, come on. Right? Second object. Third object. Can you see that beautifully it is referring to the same location? Hello? Can you see this arrow? And the fourth one. Right? Perfect. So this tool itself helps you to visualize that how they are creating the memory. Right? Down the line, when I'll be going for loop, function, blah, 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 right? If else condition, I will be using this tool like anything. Okay. So you will learn a lot and you will appreciate this tool. Okay. So let me take a screenshot and place it in the notebook. That helps you to visualize it. Okay. So guys, I think this is all I had on the list. I'll give one more homework on the list is list comprehension. Right. So take your time, but go through this topic. It's a reading assignment, guys. I will be also discussing about list comprehensions. Okay. But not now. Good. Okay. Now I'll move on to the next data type, guys, and that is strings. Strings, although I think you tagged me on Discord only, no? So that if you put it here, then anyway it will get lost in the chat. I'm not going to go through now. Homework is something I have postponed to be discussed. Okay. So I postponed it. Now guys, string. Come back to the string topic. String is, I think, another important data type. Whenever you're writing any alphabets, right, that becomes your string. Sometimes people also combine alphabet with the number, that becomes your alphanumeric. That is also a string, right? That is, we qualify as a string. So let's say if I talk about a very simple text, and that can be as simple as that. Welcome to basic Python course. Right? You might have observed double quote there, guys. Hello. Right? This double quote is required to create a string. That's important to understand it. If you want anything to convert it into a string, you have to do the double quote. Are you getting my point? Or single quote. Right? See, class is what? String. You could have done the same thing with a single quote also. See? And here also, if I print the type of my underscore text, it will be string only. Guys? As a matter of fact, you can also put a number as a text. How can you do that?
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers you a Python certification course that will help you become an expert in writing Python programs and working with packages like NumPy, Pandas, Matplotlib, scikit-learn, SciPy, and many more. Through this course, you can also learn how to write codes for big data systems like Hadoop and Spark, and gain a hands-on experience by working on real-world projects. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in their successful career transitions. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to a new height. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take a first step towards a career growth with the Python tech stack. Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. In Python, what is the key difference between a tuple and a list? Option A, tuples are immutable while lists are mutable. Option B, tuples can only store integers while lists can store any data type. Option C, Tuples can be resized dynamically while lists have a fixed size. Option D. Tuples can only be used in mathematical operators while lists are versatile. So do mention your answers in the comment section below. Now let's continue with our session.
Nothing. You just go and put in double quote my num text. If I print my num text, it will also look like a string. And I can show in class as well. See, 99 class string. Okay. Guys, are you getting it? In fact, I also created this string in the beginning, but I think you might not have observed. This APC and BBC, right? These are not numbers, no? These are string. Can you see this double quotes? Hello? I think so. Right, isn't it? Hmm. Good. So now I'll talk about single, double, and triple quotes. Okay, so let me put the heading, guys. Single, double, and triple quotes. Okay. I think single and double you have already seen, but there are some issues which we need to explain to you guys. So if I talk about single line statement, it's very easy, right? Single line statement is what? So I can say my text again. I'm reusing my variable, guys. Today is the, let's say, fourth session on basic Python. Something I'm right. Can you see that I have taken a single quote, right? Same thing can be done with a double quote, and I'll make it my text one. This is good. Double quote. Okay. As a matter of fact, this can also be done by triple single quote. This is known as, guys, triple single quote. Can you see that? You might not have heard about it, right? If you see, none of them have given us the error. Everybody is okay. Generally in the interview, they ask that why do we need single, triple quote? See, all of these guys is working, right? Today is the first session, you are able to generate. The issue is not in this text. The issue is in here. Suppose I go and change the text and just make an apostrophe. Today class is, can I write, guys, going good? I'm just taking that liberty. I know some of the guys will say, what good in this? But there is an issue. Can you see that, guys? See, I have to be really careful. Some of the guys are like, what's good about today? Today's class is good, right? The moment I try to do, can you see that there's an error? There is an error because Python is getting confused with single quote and with the apostrophe. Are you getting? Hello? Are you guys getting this? This is a real problem, right? As a matter of fact, you can handle this by using a double quote. That's fine. And you can see that it works. Let me print and show you. right? Today's class is going good. You can still see that apostrophe S. But there can be an issue in some other text, right? Where you are going to say that today class is going within double quote, you are writing great. Okay. So whenever you have double quote within double quote, you're still facing issue, right? You can see that, right? So in all these cases, you have to handle it with the concept of scaping behavior. So there's a concept called scaping behaviors. So what does it do? It says that wherever you see there is a character you want to scape, you will just put a backward slash. Hello. So now this double quote, you don't want it to confuse it, and then it will work. And you will see the double quote is coming. See guys, are you getting or not? So guys, in Python, skipping mechanism is, to include special character. It's not only for the double quotes or single quotes. It's for different special character as well. You can always use skipping behavior, right? By using a backward slash, right? Or backslash. Sometime you will be seeing me in pandas using this R as a raw string, new line as a, followed by a new line character. So all those things are known as, different way of handling it. Skip character, I've just talked about it, right? I think this is what I would like to bold it because this is what I'm going to use as of now. But the others you can just keep in your back pocket and forget about it. I'll talk about it. Skip character is something we are going to discuss here. Okay. Raw string I'll discuss in pandas. I know you guys will start getting impatient. So let me write here very clearly that I'll discuss in pandas. So wait for pandas. It will come after some time. Okay. Line continuation is something we can see, right? Later as well. Now this is fine. This is fine. Sometimes people write multi-line statement. Can you see that? This is a multi-line statement. Hello. If I don't give this backslash, let me show you. If I don't give this backslash and then try to do, it will not print, right? It will not print it. Can you see that? It is taking very differently. So what it has done, it has just shown you the last line. Can you see that? Or as an output. Everybody observe this, right? But if you take this and give it a backslash, then it understand that, oh, there is a new line coming, right? And then if you see it prints it, combining it. Can you see that? Although it's, first of all, I'm telling this because I am supposed to tell you all those, but we don't really need this much of these things here because see, our data science, we're not going to do text analytics much, right? So I don't want to spend a lot of time, on these data types, string or some other data. They're not very important, but I thought I should tell you this. New line, I think I can tell you not right away because you might be thinking, what is new line? New line is very simple. Suppose I am writing hello world, right? I can write. So now the moment I write hello world like this, can you observe that I have inserted a new line? How to write a new line? You have to give a backslash with n. Always remember that. Right? And these are some rules you have to remember or follow. Right? Now we will see that it has taken the same. Okay, let me show you differently first. If I say that hello world, it comes hello comma world, right? But I want world to be go in the next line. Then how will I make it happen like this? Are you getting? No. These are some logics they have put together in Python. Okay. You can actually not think about it. These are some convention dictionary. That's it. How do you drive on the left, right? How do you walk on the left side of the road? Think like that. There are some rules or guidelines. There's no logic to it, right? Just like alphabet A is A, right? It's not, must be some logic behind it. I'm not more like a scientist here, but there are some rules and guidelines, just like shift plus enter runs the cell. That's like this. Backward slash n is a new line. It's a rule. There's no logic about it. Okay. Someone could have used something else as well. Now I'm thinking the last bit on the is the multiple line statement where the single quote comes like a magic. I'll show you. Suppose I'm writing, 3 lines. Can you see that? This is our Python class. It is going good. We are coding with the trainer. I hope you are coding with the trainer. Okay. If I run this, it's the same note I'm writing, assigning the whole sentences to my note. Can you guys see that? But it is throwing an error because you are changing the line without the quote and everything. So definitely not working out. Another good use of single triple quote is to manage the multi-line statement, guys. Now I'll show you how does it do. Okay, I'll copy and paste the same thing. You have to do nothing. You have to just start with 3 simple quote. Generally, when you're doing single quote or double quote and when you're in multi-line statements, right, it doesn't work. But if you do it with the help of single triple quote, you can manage multi-line statement like a boss. Let me show you that. And you'll be happy to see. Can you see that, guys? Although it is not a very flawless output. Can you see that? Python understands that you are writing in 3 lines, 3 stanzas. That's why it has introduced a new line to tell you later that it was in new line. Are you getting my point? So beautiful, right? Polymorphism means many forms of the same function, many avatars of same function is polymorphism. So I can take an example that a woman is like, they take care of homes. Guys can also come here and say, yeah, we also take care of home, but that's bullshit. You guys don't care. Including me, we cannot handle it. Okay. So guys can be like, oh, we are also there. No, we are not there anywhere. Okay. So we can't do that. Our polymorphism is unimorphism. Okay. Job is job, job is job. So women play a lot of characters, taking care of home, family. If they are working, they are going to be a 9 to 5 jobs or 9 to 9, I don't know. Down the line, kids. So definitely they have different roles to play. Guys' roles are always only one. Okay. So that's where you can take this analogy and relate it. Okay. So good. I think you are getting it then. Makes sense, right? Another important thing is that Python, right? If you look at, let's say my text. See my text. And I think that if I go in the my text and try to slice it, index it, 0 means what? I'll get R. If I say 0 till 10 and I want to do two alternates, so you will get that R, S, M. Can you see that? It is working, guys. So you are getting alternate characters, right? Hello? Right? Good. Let's say if you say that, oh no, I want to replace R with, so R's position with something else. Let's say I want to do APC. Then it will throw an error. And the reason lies in the concept that Python strings are immutable. Can you see that, guys? They cannot modify it. You have written the text, you have written in stone. You cannot change it. Are you feeling it, guys? Easy? Right? So why did I do this? To show you so that you can observe and see. See, you are able to change the list. You can go and say, in my list, I can replace Rashmi with Akash or somebody else, right? So that is possible, but here, no. That's how strings have been designed. Okay. They cannot be modified. Okay, now coming to the different string methods, they are quite a lot. Means quite. Obviously, we don't need to do everything here. It's really tough to do also. Like, look at the methods, guys. Capitalize, center. You guys can. So whenever you're doing text mining, no, text analytics, I don't know if you have in your course curriculum, some of these functions will be super useful. But don't worry, there are some amazing libraries for doing text analytics. Anybody knows what is text analytics, by the way? Guys, what is text analytics? Right, doing sentiment analysis, web scraping the data and doing sentiment that, okay. But there are a lot of tools and technologies coming nowadays for text. NLTK is one of them. Spacey, my God, this is amazing. Spacey is one of them. Tell me, guys, Stanford also has, I remember, Stanford has an NLP module. You can also use certain transformers like Hugging Space, Hugging Face. Okay, what else? I'm just trying to recall. I think these are the ones which are coming to my mind. These are the libraries you might want to take a look when you are trying to do text analytics. Now the question comes back to you guys. Are you guys having text analytics as a syllabus component course module? How is it for you? I am not going to teach it. So let me be very clear. I don't think it will be because you are doing data science. Data science and NLP means a little different. It's not the same. Okay. Now let's talk about some important uses of it, right? So I think concatenation is very, very important even for string. I'll show you why I'm saying that. When I'll teach you pandas, I will be talking about it. There can be a column called SQID. So suppose you're ordering groceries on Blinkit or Zepto. So you have bought SQ means item. This is your item. You have bought this item 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then you have a site ID, right? And that is, let's say, so suppose site is like a location. Suppose by the way, I live in Electronic City in Bangalore. So, you can say that my location is Electronic City. So the item will not come from, other part of the Bangalore, right? Suppose I ordered groceries, right? It will come from the nearby location. That's the location. And then can be the customer ID, which I also call cust ID. So this will be like Akash 007. Okay. This is the customer name. Are you getting, guys? Although I'm showing one record of the data, but there can be millions of records like this. Are you feeling it, guys? And sometimes to create a primary key, to create a custom primary key, we need to combine columns. Hello? Right? You might have done in SQL as well, right? In SQL, you don't combine, you don't concatenate, you just give the name of the columns, right? But in pandas or somewhere else, you have to do that. So what you have to do, you have to take SQID, then you will say plus, double quote, and then you put a hyphen, then you put another plus, and you will say site ID. Can you see that? Then you again do the same. You're concatenating with a hyphen. Can you see that, guys? Look at this, right? Are you able to see? This is known as concatenation. Later on in pandas, you'll be seeing something like this. So you have SQID, you have a site ID, you have a customer ID, and then you are creating a key as a last column. And then this key will look like what we have done. In pandas, syntax will be a bit different, guys. Just to give you a teaser of it, this is how a pandas syntax looks like for the same stuff. So you can see, right? I'm not going to code because I don't have a DF means data frame. Primary key, SQID concatenation with site ID with the customer ID. Later on, when I'll teach you Panda, I will do like in sleep. Don't worry. Now, there are a few more behavior string which string takes very differently. For example, if you do x equal to 10, and then if you do x into 5, what will be the output, guys? Come on. Come on, Janta. X equal to 10, x into 5. It will be 50. Very good. If I say x equal to APC, and then I do the same, what do you think? it will be APC 5 times. Not error, it will repeat. So string has a different behavior altogether. Can you see that? Now, definitely there are a lot of string functions. I will show you some of them. Let me put here. Must know string functions, right? I believe upper and lower is something you should know because that's very easy, right? Upper, lower, and title. Okay, as some of the guys can already sense what I'm going to talk about. Uppercase, lowercase. Yeah. So suppose I take my string and I give a very different right? Okay. If I do this, definitely this is not the right format. Okay. So I need to go into, come on, where is my string? Yeah. And I want to make it all caps. I'll do this upper, all caps, right guys? See, I can make all small. That will be lower. Hello. And I can also make a title. Title is like all proper. It's known as proper. Guys, I hope you're also coding like me. Copy, paste, copy, paste. Don't type like every time. Now this is like a proper format. Clear? This is easy. Upper, lower, title. That's it. Title is like your, right name. You always start with the first letter capital, then rest small, like that. Okay, very good. Now, guys, I'll move on to the split function of string. Split is, I always have felt that split is similar to text to column. Those who have used Excel, they know it. It is text to column using a delimiter. So remember, we had a primary key. Where is our primary key? Let's call this as primary key, guys. Primary key. As the name suggests, split means you have to split. This is your primary key. I want to split this key into 3 different columns. Possible? Opposite of it? Right? So what I can do, I can say that I'll take this primary key and I want to split it basis the hyphen. See, are you getting now? You're getting a list of having 3 different data points can become your 3 different columns. Hello. So what you did, you use Python split function to split it into list of string. Can you see that? Okay, done. That is split. By using some special character, you can give the, like, you want to split on what? You have to give the separator. Okay. Maximum split, I have to tell you. So let's say maximum split is till how long you want to split. Sometimes people don't want to split, right? People don't want to split, let's say after this. I just want to split these 2 guys. So you can go and say that maximum split only 2, right? Sorry, my bad. 1. So now you can see that what it has done, it has only splitted you this SQ1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And the other guy is still a combined one. Can you see that? Because you are controlling the split here. You don't want to go beyond after 1 split. Hello, guys, please pay attention. Be in this session. You are stopping here, right? Max split 1 is what? You just want to split once, right? But if you don't want to control it, you don't give as a syntax, right? You just ignore it. Make sense? Now there's a question from Shubhangi. I think maybe Shubhangi is asking for the very first time. I'm hearing her name for the first time. Can I split at underscore, right? That's your question, Shubhangi? Yes, why not? You can do underscore as well. Now it will split it SQ, then here, right? Can you see that it's working? Good. Now I'll talk about the new function called split. Saket is asking the output converted into a list after. Yes, why don't you check it? So you can store like, out and check it. These things I have taught you. Now I expect you, rather than not expect asking question, you have to go and check that whether it's an output is a list or not. You should be able to identify a list with the square braces in the comma. That's only one data type. See, list is always with the square braces and commas. Makes sense? Saket? That's correct, Diksha. If you say till 2, it will give 2. No, so if you split up to 2, 3 elements now. You cut 2 times, you'll get 3. So you'll get all the 3. That's why you're getting 3 now here already. Yes, very good. Now you got it. Now, guys, let's move on. Let's not dwell on these things for longest time. We have a lot of things to do. Strip is very important. Suppose I give you a text called greetings, and it has a lot of spaces, right? So something like this. It's a weird. Can you see that? Something like that. Text is coming like this. This is weird. Possible, huh? In text, anything can be possible. Now, definitely, this is not cool, right, guys? Does it look presentable? I don't think so. Hello? How we can fix it? Are we going to do and put, enter? No, let's not do like, let's not do like this. There's a function called strip, which is used to trim the white spaces. Can you see that? It removes the leading and trailing. It removes the leading. Leading is this space and trailing is this space. Hello? You understand? Leading and trailing spaces. Only the leading and trailing. Don't get confused. Left and right. Okay? So now you can use greetings and you can say dot strip and you're done. Not the middle one there. That's correct, Srikant. Because they think that you have having some data there. Okay? Clear? Now the question comes, how can I remove the middle spaces as well? Then for that, you have to go to the text analytics, right? Because you have to do some other functions as well. So one is stripping. Stripping gives you till here, right? So this definitely does not do anything for the middle spaces. So then there is a function called join. Join. So now for the same one, greetings. What does join do for you? Let me write one liner first. To join the words back together with a single space between them. And you can actually join anything. So for example, if I say join, right, something like this, and then I say dot join, right, you can put anything here with a single space or any other characters between them. You understand? It's not only has to be single space. if I recall correctly. Or any other characters, or you can write any other operators. Okay. And sorry, why I'm saying operator? Any other string separator. It can be a tab, it can be a colon, comma, all those things, right? Now, why I'm telling you this? Because I want to fix this middle issue, right? So what I'm going to do, first thing first, I will go to split it. See? Now, can you see that I have splitted it very successfully? Hello? Everybody. Hey, split, I just talked to you, no? I just talked about it, right? Split. So by default, if you don't give anything, it will take spaces as the split. You're not saying anything, no? Split by this, split at that. Now this is, let's say you have splitted it. Now what you're going to do, you're going to say that now this splitted string in the list, I will join with a single white space. Hello? See? Nice, right guys? So easy. You must be thinking what's going on, right? You are joining with what? Joining with white space. Let me show you. You put a star here. You are with me. Don't need to worry. Can you see that? You put this. Look at this. Are you feeling it, guys? Since we want to just join with a white space, I'll put a shift there and I'll join. Are you feeling it, guys? Come on, Janta. Now I hope you're liking Python, right? You're doing a lot of things easily. It's not tough, I told you, and I'll keep telling you. Move on. Let's say join. After join, I think we can talk about find. Find is also very useful function. Find. So what this Python find string, right? Python string find, what it does for you? It finds is used to find the index position. Index means position of a substring. Important, right? In a string. Okay. Maybe I can say a sentence. And guys, you don't need to type. I'm saving some time by copying, pasting few of the things. Right. Now, suppose I want to find that, where is my word all is coming? Or maybe I want to find where I've written guys, right? So how can I do that? I can say sentence dot, everything is very intuitive. Find, I'll say guys. You understand? Guys. Then it will tell me that it is sitting at the 25th position. I know it's a little tough to count because of the characters, but it is correct. Hello? You can count later, by the way. Okay? What else I have? Join I have done, find I have done. Okay? I think generally after find, I teach replace. So replace is also important. Find replace to we do in Excel also, no? So let's say we want to say that Python string replace function. Now, not only I'm going to find, I am also going to replace. Is used to create a new string by replacing, hold on guys, I'll come to your question. By replacing some parts of the another string. right? Let's take the same thing. Suppose I say hello, the same sentence, and I want to replace dot replace. You need to first give the string, guys, and I want to replace it with what? Hello, guys. How are you guys doing? How are you all doing today? Right? Can I say that? So now it has done. It has replaced guys with the word all. Can you see that, guys? Hello. Easy, na? And there is a question from someone that what does it count? You can replace all and count now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, it tells you the starting character of all. So you're right. Right? Good. Connected. Now you are getting excited. Banur. He's like, can I also do underline, strike through? You are talking about string formatting, my dear. Isn't you asking too much from Python? Answer is definitely you can do some of these things as well. But uh can we do it like here in Python directly? I doubt because you have to bring HTML things, right? Maybe I can give it a try. Like I don't know, means will it work or not? If Python picks the HTML tags, I know HTML, so let me give you some hey there, right? No, it doesn't take. So generally in HTML it would have done, right? So HTML coding, right? So suppose so I'll write mine here. You, and then I can say again, let me try that. Hey there. And then I have to close it. See, comes now underline. Guys, who asked this question? Benhur. Let me complete it here. Right, it doesn't take it. You can also write HTML in Python, but that's all fine. Okay, let's not get excited. I don't want to confuse other people, but let me tell you, Benhur, if you want, if you are interested, you can write HTML in Python as well. But you have to use, different approach, not this. Okay. Rajeshri, if there are two words, guys, then what happened? Yeah, very good question. So what she's telling that, how are you guys doing today? Guys, and some people say guys a lot of time. It will only give you the first guys. Suppose you put the guys here, and then these things I have told you, right? It will only print the first one. It's just a similar behavior like this. Okay. I think good time to go for a break, guys. I'm done with string. There's nothing more which I want to do in string. Maybe after the break, I'll pick up another data type, which is very important, and that is dictionary. Okay. So first of all, again, I'm telling another disclaimer that I'm not promoting any Oxford dictionary here. Okay. I'm not sponsoring anything. It's just an example I'm taking. Students can say anything later. Okay. So what is a dictionary? If you see this, in this dictionary, there's a word called dictatorship. So then against this key, you have a value. Hello? Right, guys? Dictatorship is a word in the dictionary, and then you have the meaning for the dictionary. Sorry, meaning for dictatorship. So means what? You are looking at a key, and then what is the interpretation of it? So ideally, dictionary, the data type dictionary is also like a similar kind of characteristic they show, right? They have a sequence. It's a sequence data type. and having key value pair. Now this key value pair has to be unique. Okay, has to be unique. You cannot have dictatorship coming 2 times. Are you getting my point? Right? No sense, right? If it is coming 2 times in a dictionary. So if I can give you some cool, quick bullet points, you can see here. So dictionary is Python implementation. Let me just fix this, my pen. Hello. Guys, give me a sec. Let me. So dictionary is a Python implementation of an associative array, which is a data structure that is actually a key value pair. So you should focus on this. You can ignore the rest of the comments there or rest of the words. Generally, you will be creating dictionary with curly braces. Okay. Separated by comma. Okay. Now, if I can give you an example of a dictionary, you can see this. This is a real example coming from Pulp. So Pulp is an optimization library in Python, Pulp optimization. And you will be seeing dictionary data type is being used extensively there. Let me show you. So there are some examples like production planning platform problem. So you'll be seeing that, there are, dictionary being used. Let me show you where. Can you see that? Maybe not this example. Or transportation problem. Yeah. So they're trying to. So this is an optimization. Those who know mathematical optimization, they will quickly identify. Pulp is the Python library to do optimization. You should definitely read about it if you're interested in optimization, guys. Can you see now? You are having a dictionary here. Supply is a dictionary. Demand is also in the form of a dictionary, guys. Are you able to observe this? It's all these are a dictionary data type. So why I'm showing you this? Because I want to prove or make a point that dictionary is a very extensively used data type after list. Okay. See here. So everything has a key and value. So A is a key and value is 1000. Can you see that? So this is key, this is value, KB. Another key value. All these are key, all these are values. Clear? So yeah, I think then I can give you a few more bullet points from my side. These are all simple. I've already talked about it. Okay, now let's get into the business. So suppose I create the same dictionary called supply. To create a dictionary, I have to use curly braces, guys, and then double quote A. Then I have to give a colon, and then I have to give some number. Suppose I want to give a number, I'll give a number. I can also give a string, by the way. And then B, I want to say 4000, curly braces close. Then this is a dictionary ready. So if I print it, see, if you want to really validate whether it is a dictionary or not, you can do that. I have taught you supply. Okay. It is a class dictionary. Now someone can say that, okay, can you fetch the keys of the dictionary? I need all the keys of the dictionary. Can you fetch in once? Yes, you can do that. How can you do that? Like this. You can say supply dot keys and done. So these are your dictionary keys. Similarly, you can also find values of the dictionary, guys. Now you tell me, what are the values of the dictionary? 1000 and 4000, guys. Look at this example. I'm using the same example. So if I do supply dot values, it will give me values. Hello? Abrar keys can be also string. So not a problem. You can make this as a string. Sometimes this misbehaves. Let me show you differently. Not here. Okay, you're talking about keys. Okay, let's try. I'm taking a very weird example. These are the student names with their registration ID. Okay. REG. See, does it work, buddy? But tell me one thing. You could have tried this, na, Abrar? These questions are uncalled for. See, you should try this. I know, means you're asking me, trying to clarify your doubt, but this is not a doubt. This is more of an exploration you have to do just like that. Makes sense, na? So I expect everybody now you are at that level that you can try a few things from your side and make a conclusion about it. Okay. Okay, moving on. Okay. So this is from what Abrar mentioned. Now I'll move on to my supply again. Now I'll go back to my dictionary supply and I'm going to do something. And now this can be a question you can ask. What if I do this, Akash, what happens? Now I'm duplicating. Can you see that? I'm trying to induce duplicate duplicate keys. What are they? A is coming duplicate two times, right? What will happen? Now you tell me, guys. What will happen? Whenever you are giving more values to a key, it will always update the dictionary with the latest value. Ideally, it should do. It did not do anything. No. Yeah, there was a mistake in that. No, no, not first value. My concepts cannot go wrong. Okay. This is what I have done for many years. It will always show the latest one, latest and updated one. Suppose tomorrow dictionary, Oxford Dictionary has an update, right? So it will go and update the value, na? It will not show you the first one, it will show you the latest one, right? So think logically, na? Suppose you have an Oxford Dictionary dictatorship meaning had changed. Are you going to show the latest one or are you going to still show the first one? Think logically and tell me. Yeah, because when I did it, it was having some space. That was the reason it was not showing. Getting? So I did not enter it properly. That was the reason. Let me show you again. Repeat that error. Hold on. I think something I missed. I did as a mistake. Hold on. Something I did. Something I did. So now it is showing because you are creating a space here, right? So it will repeat. It will not. It will show both. But that time it showed the first one only, right? I don't know. Something I did, guys. But anyway, just forget about it. Might not have. Yeah, maybe Bhavika, you're right. I did not have executed, right? Yeah, you guys observed that. Something I might have missed. Not able to remember, but 100% it will show the latest one. Don't worry about it. I know the concept, so don't worry about it. Okay, okay, guys. Good to go. Any question? Okay. Now, what I think the dictionary we don't have much to really we don't have much to discuss a lot. Yeah, dictionaries are cannot be uh, modified. That's right. It's immutable. Keys cannot be copied and modified. Okay, that's right, Abrar. I think I had mentioned that. Right? It's written here. Must be immutable. So dictionary goes into immutable set. Okay, but it's not like that. You cannot update the value. Hold on. See, you can use one dictionary to update the another dictionary. That you can do, but you need to understand what I'm saying. Hold on. Suppose this is your supply. If you try doing this, you'll get an error, right? You cannot access like that. If you say like I'll index like this, dictionary has a different whole together. Okay. So you have to access any, I'll come to that. Immutable part, I'm coming to that. Okay. So suppose this is your dictionary, supply is your dictionary, but suppose you want to find uh, what is the value of B, right? You can do that by doing supply under double quote B. That you can do. So that we can access the value using the key. Okay. Now suppose you say that supply B, hold on, and I want to make it 10,000. This is possible. I just updated it, guys. Can you see that? Right? So now when we say dictionary immutable, it is in with regard to what? Only with the keys. You cannot mutate the keys. The values can be modified, can be updated. Okay? So don't get confused there. You cannot change the keys suddenly. Okay? So overall, if you want to put it in the set, I think since we are always talking about dictionary or any other data type with the values, so dictionary in Python are mutable. Okay. So let me make it very clear. I said immutable set only with the keys. So don't get confused. Okay. Dictionary in Python are mutable, but someone can, probe you on that. Can we update the keys also? No, you cannot do that. So let me write in bracket, only the values can be updated, which I have already shown, right? So that is something you have to be very careful when you say that. Okay. That is my whole intention. I'll take let me highlight it. Yeah. That's correct, Bhavika. Yes. Thank you. Thank you for highlighting that. Good. Are we clear on this? Someone can ask dictionaries are mutable, immutable. What will be your question? Are you asking about the keys or the values? Are you getting my point, guys? Are we clear on this? No confusion? Everybody? You should always have to ask a follow-up question on that. Right? And it's written very clearly on the slide as well. Read. Dictionary values can be of any data type and can be replicated, can be modified, right? However, keys cannot be copied and must be immutable. So just go through this. Whenever in doubt, or anyway, I have shown you here as well. Okay. This is good. I think dictionary wise, I think we are good, guys. There are a few things which are like, time to time you will need it, but trust me, more than this, the format of the data type is important. We are going to create a lot of data in the form of dictionary. Other than that, we really don't use a lot of dictionary methods. Okay. To show you, you can take a look at your end, but I'm not going to talk about these. And some of them are very much similar to you. So dictionary, if you see, it also has a lot of methods here, splitting, string, more like a similar to string kind of behavior, right? This is dictionary only, no? I think so. This is dictionary. There's any update? I think these are the methods in dictionary. Yeah. Let me just confirm this, guys. Sometimes Python can be. Don't see some of the method. It all seems to me string only. But this is it, guys. Okay. Capitalize, center, count. You can also do that. And similarly, you have for directory for string as well, str, right? Which is more like similar to what you're saying. Which is the reason that I am not feeling it very nice about it. Let me interrupt my kernel. Hold on, guys. Start. Yeah, it's same. So it's okay. So yeah. So I was saying that, guys, dictionary, string, and list. We have done these three. Can you see the can you see the difference, guys? It is within the parenthesis, right? If I would have put a like a square braces, it would have become a list, right? Are you able to observe this? This is something you should observe. Okay. Now, if you look at, let's say, if I say my tuple, and if I say what is it, 0, you are not getting anything, right? See. So my tuple 0 gives me 1, which means I am able to do the indexing, correct? Let's say if I do -1, I should get the last element. What is the last element? 5 plus 4j. Clear? So definitely when you are able to do this, it means what? It is an ordered collection of elements or objects, right? Why it is ordered? Because you can do a numbering and you can access as per the numbering. It's not like jumbled up and unordered. Are we clear on this, guys? Come on. Make sense? Now, when we are saying tuples are immutable, so basically we are saying that, can I go to position number 1 and change it to BBC, right? Can you see? It doesn't work like this, right? You might think that, will it work with the parenthesis? Why don't you try that? It will not. So that's the point, right? Means it is immutable. Okay, it cannot be modified. Okay, it is an ordered collection of objects. Now, generally, people ask me that tuple is something I have not seen much. Why do we need tuple? So, tuple is really very helpful. And when I'll teach you for loop, I will be doing this. That in a for loop, tuple can be used to iterate over multiple elements simultaneously, right? So you can run a for loop over multiple elements simultaneously with the help of tuple. But this is just a statement. You won't understand much because you're not going to see an example which helps you understand. So for the time being, this application is something we will just take it as like with the on the merit, right? That when I say that it is like this, you just say that okay, we'll wait for the for loop and I will be showing you. Okay, makes sense, guys. So don't dwell too much on this statement now, but on the for loop, someone may Prabha or someone should remind me that okay, I have to illustrate this, that how tuple can be used in a for loop. That's my point. Make sense? Now there's a comment from Sai. Can tuple have duplicate items? Right? So Sai, this is something you could quickly you can also see, right? So you go there and you can put another APC and see that does it take it? Simple. I think it should take. So it can contain duplicate items. Are we clear? I'm telling you, it's more or less similar to list. The only difference is that lists are generated using a square bracket and tuples are generated by a parenthesis. Okay. Now tuple does have some function. I see tuple is have to be honest. Tuple has very limited application, very limited function we should know about tuple. Maybe I can say that count is something you can just go through, but we don't need to go and do a quite a lot of things there. So count, what count does for us? Count gives the count of the specified element, and index gives the index of the specified element, right? Let me show you. Suppose I say my tuple and I say APC. Who will do dot count? Mr. APC. Can you see that it has quickly counted that APC has come how many times? 2 times. Hello, guys? Right? And then if I say what is the index of APC, it will give the index of the first one, which is a general problem, right? We have been seeing this for last 2-3 days, isn't it? Hello? Okay, so I think, trust me, this is all on the tuple. Now move on to the set. There's nothing much to talk about it. Sets, right? So set data type is something which you have already seen in your school days, I think class 11. So set is an unordered collection of data types or objects or elements in Python. It contains no duplicate elements. It should not have any duplicate elements. And it is mutable, iterable. Okay, let me show you. So these are the pointers you can read, you can go through, but let me create a set for. So let me create a set. So suppose I say set1 equal to, now the good news is that you can also create set using curly braces. So you can put the same things. You can put APC 7.2. It can also have, as a matter of fact, heterogeneous behavior. See. Now, if you observe, I started with one APC or something like that, right? But the way set has picked it up, it has done them some kind of sorting. All the complex number, right, on the top, the string will go last. It's something which I don't know there's logic to it or not, but definitely it's not ordered, right? No, I did not put any duplicates there. Duplicates is something now I'll show you, Sridhant. So now if I put like, APC or I put number 1, right, or 7.0, I'm just repeating it. And then if I run it, it will take it. But what it will do in the background, it will remove the duplicates. That's correct. So here you can write, this is after removing duplicates. Make sense? Hello? Now it is unordered, means can I go and say that set 1, 0 value is what? You cannot do that. Hold on, hold on, hold on. This is correct now. This is a second position only, no? 7.0 index. Remember, index means what? Index means what is the position of that number? You tell me if you. So what is the position? 0, 1, 2. isn't it? Position for 7.0 is 2 only. So it will give you 2 now. What is the problem? Got it, right, Suman? Yeah. Now, this is it. Set object is not subscriptable, means you cannot actually index it. Okay, good. Now let's create an empty set. And then what people do, even trainers do this mistake. They
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers you a Python certification course that will help you become an expert in writing Python programs and working with packages like NumPy, Pandas, Matplotlib, scikit-learn, SciPy and many more. Through this course, you can also learn how to write codes for big data systems like Hadoop and Spark and gain a hands-on experience by working on real-world projects. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in their successful career transitions. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to a new height. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take a first step towards a career growth with the Python tech stack. Let's have a quick quiz question guys. In Python, what is the key difference between a set and a list? Option A. Sets can have duplicate elements while lists cannot. Option B. Lists are unordered while sets maintain order. Option C. Sets can only contain numeric elements while lists can contain any data type. And option D. Lists are immutable while sets are mutable. Do mention your answers in the comment section below. Now let's continue with our session.
will say my set equal to curly braces, right? But if I show you print type of it, my set, it will become a dictionary. So that's the catch here. If you try to create an empty set by using curly braces, always remember that curly braces is for dictionary. Okay, you have to understand that. So let me write that. That precedence is for dictionary, right? It is not set for set. Although you can create set by using curly braces, that's fine. But you should know that curly braces is reserved for dictionary. Let me write. Square braces is list. Hello. And parenthesis is tuple. Are we clear on this, guys? Come on. Come on, Janta, let me know. This is what we have learned, right? This is what we have learned so far. Okay. So then definitely this is not correct. This is not correct way to create an empty set. But how will you create an empty set then? So for that, you can use, again, I'll try my set equal to set. This is it. So the function is set. Now this is an empty set. See, empty set. And even if you do print type of my underscore set is class set. Good, guys, clear? Okay, so let me, because you have joined now, I was looking out for you. Who joined late today? Let me be Let me ask this. Who joined 7:10 thinking today also I will be late? See, yesterday was a miss. I think I ditched my alarm. That's how it is. Okay. So I started a little late and then I got delayed. But ideally I will be coming on time. Okay. So please don't think that every day I'll join 7:10. Okay. Got my point? So I know some of the guys definitely must have missed Tuple because Tuple was a short discussion. Go through the recorded lecture and see if you have any questions. Okay. So yeah, moving on, 1357. These are the numbers which I have created in set. See, class is set. So I put together, 4 numbers. Now let's say I want to add a number to it. So the syntax says that, nums dot add, and I will add 9. So now what will happen? Nums will have a number added to it, 9. Can you see that? So add is for single element. Okay, let me also show you the add an element, one element. Okay, and if you have already that element, it will not make any impact because it doesn't contain duplicates, right? Then alternatively we have update. So update is for, let's say, suppose you have another list of number. Bhavika, can you take some of the questions? I think Suman has some questions. Please respond.
Sure, sir.
Keep an eye on the questions. Yeah. So I was saying that update is for like, suppose you have a number list, right? And I want to add more number, right? Means I want to add 11, I want to add 13, 15, 17, 19. This is a list. And I want to update my set by using this list. I can just do this. See, now my number has, the whole list is getting merged with it. Can you see that, guys? So you might be wondering, can I also do the same here, Akash? Like, suppose I go there and I say nums.add and I'll put list there. Maybe I'll put 100 and 200, something like that. The moment I do that, it says that, you can unhashable type. Means you cannot actually pull a list into it and get it there. Can you see that, guys? So it's an error for you. Everybody comfortable? Difference between add and update. Add adds one element. Update updates more than one. Simple. Okay, now we have done the add. Let's try to also remove some of the guys. So suppose I want to remove an element from this set. Okay, I want to delete it. More like this. So there is a function called discard. So what discard does for you guys? It removes a specified element from a set if there is no such element present in the set. Discard does nothing and does not raise an error. This is really not good that it doesn't give you any error. Raise an error. Let me show you. Don't worry about typing it. You can ignore it. Okay, you can ignore it. What I have typed here. You have to just follow the code. You can copy paste from the my notebook, or you can keep my note. So this is my number, guys. I want to remove the number 19. Right? I want to remove the number 19. How can I do that? I think I can use this nums.discard. Okay. And I want to remove the number 19. I'll just go and say that number itself. Look at the syntax. Remove an element from a set if it is a member of the set. Member means it is in the set, right? If I remove it, guys, can you see that? Nums.discard, sorry, 19 is gone. But suddenly you say that you go, discard 99. 99 is not there. So the problem is that the code executes. Can you see that the code executes, right? But you will not be able to see that where it was 19 was there or not, or you removed or not, right? It's really painful. Hello? Are you guys getting? On contrary, you also have another function which is known as remove. So this was discard, guys. The another function is called remove. Remove removes the specified element, also raises an error if it is not present. I'll show you. So nums, I'll say nums remove, and I'll say remove 13. 13 is not a lucky number. Okay, remove it. It is done, right? Now suppose I say remove 99, it will say, hello, there's no 99. Key error, right? Can you see the key error means this is not found. Guys, I'll take a pause here. Okay, there is one more that is known as pop. Remember, pop pops the element out, and if you don't give any position, it will pop the last element, right? You remember that? But here, since it is unordered, hold on. So here, pops just removes an arbitrary element from the set. You don't know which thing it will remove, and we cannot even determine that what has been removed. Let me show you. This is my nums. Now suppose I say pop, right? So remove and return an arbitrary set element. It doesn't tell you which one it will remove, but it will remove something. So it has removed 1. Can you see that? Now I'll print 1. Nums 1 is not to be found here. Can you see that? 1 is gone. Clear, guys? That's what pop does for you. Pop does an arbitrary removal. So generally people don't use pop. Either we will use remove or we will use discard. That's it. In set. Okay. But there can be scenario that I want to remove multiple elements from a set. How to remove multiple elements from set? So far we were just removing one by one. I might be needing to remove multiple elements from the set. So for example, this is my nums and I want to remove 579. Remove nums, I'll create another set and I want to remove 5, 9 and maybe 11. Let's say, guys. Okay, pop you want me to repeat? See, delete. Pop is very simple. It removes an arbitrary element from the set. You cannot go there and say that, okay, you remove position number 7. You cannot do that. right? Sorry, the index number, whatever you want to put there, because it is unordered. So you cannot remove a number, an element, by specifically saying remove this one. It will only remove randomly, right? I think it removes the starting position. So it's an unordered. So you can try with some more. See, now I think yeah, it is starting from the first and then deleting it. Guys, can you see that? So from the starting, it is going to delete. But does it give an option to set the index? No, because indexing is not possible here. That's something you have to keep in mind. There's no indexing which can work here. Okay. See, pop works on index. Remember that in list I have talked about it. Aparna, I think to see the syntax or documentation of the function, you have to use Shift tab. I have told you and everybody. See, Shift tab. Shortcut is Shift plus tab. Okay. Dilip, what is your question? Are you using Windows or are you using Mac? Windows, it should work, no? Are you working on Jupyter only, no? Dilip, why you are saying I am also using Windows? See, it should come. Shift plus tab. We can look at it in the end of the class for now. Okay, don't worry much. Dilip is asking why two values remove. What is your question? And Dilip, please ask me, little elaborate on the question. Don't give me telegram message. Hello, shift left. Where are you? Not like that. Okay. I wanted to remove two values. I removed it. Means that can be the answer from my side, right? What is the difference between discard, pop, and remove? Right, Shilpa? So, see, discard removes an element, doesn't tell you if there is an element present or not. It doesn't raise an error. That's the only difference between discard and remove. Remove raises an error if you are trying to remove an element which is not present in the set. That is the remove. Let me show you. Remove removes the specified element but raises an error. Discard also removes the specified element but doesn't raise an error if there is no such element present, right? Okay, pop removes arbitrary element. You don't specify that. So yeah, all these are different from each other. Okay, now difference I'm going to talk about. Now guys, tell me if I take this set A and this is my set B. And if I say that I'll take union of these two guys, union means what? It will give me combination of two sets, right? So can I say that A dot union B? You will observe that it has combined these guys and keeping a unique, all the unique ones. If there are duplicates, because see 1 and 4 is here as well, it is not repeating. That's union. I'll not talk much on this. That's it. Intersection is common. Remember that intersection is common. So suppose I take A dot intersection and then I have to run this again. You should also do that. Then only the common will come out. Very good, Gopi. Very good. Okay. Difference. I'm being fast on these four because it is very intuitive. A dot difference. B. Right? See? Only the uncommon has come, right? Which is not common. Can you see that? Except 1, 4, it has given the others, right? Equality can also check. You know that these two sets are not equal, so it will throw an error. So if I say A equal to B, it will throw an error. False. So 9, 11, 17, I have done the minus here. See? So if you remove this, what you are getting, buddy? Mr. Dilip, did you understand? Difference means what? You will take the uncommon. The same thing I've done here, no? Just now. See, here also I've done difference. Yeah, these will not affect the, you have to save it on a new set. That's correct. Yes, you're right. Now the last data type, and we're going to say tata bye-bye to this, is Boolean. Boolean, I'll talk in two lines. Boolean is B for Boolean, B for binary, right? So, true or false, right? Mostly it is like that. Suppose I say A equal to APC, B equal to BBC. So if I say A equal to B, you get a something called false, right? This false is what? It's Boolean only, right? Boolean data type, correct? So Boolean data type has two values, two states, isn't it, guys? Either it will be true or it will be false, right? You can sometimes people relate it with 0 or 1 as well. Okay. So if I can make a commentary here, in Python, Boolean data type represents a binary value which can have one of two possible values, and that is true or false. Okay, that is the pointer on what is Boolean data type. Now, where do we use it? So let me write, Booleans are used to perform logical operations, make decision in control structure, which I'll teach you very soon. If else, for loop and all that, and evaluate the truth or falsity, truth or false of expressions, right? Just like we have checked one, right? That whether A is equal to B or not, it says false. Okay. Are we clear on this, guys? I've given a very simple 2 pointers. And it's not like that, oh, you have to always do A equal to B. You can also do, right, is it like 5 is greater than 3? Yes, true. All those kind of logical operation you can also run. Conditional you can run. So this is what comparison, right? Operators I'm going to talk to you after the break. Comparison operators, right? Okay. You can also think like logical operators. You can say that, uh, true, false. You can also do an logical operations and or and all that. But I'll come back on that. Don't worry. There's a question from Dilip. Can you repeat intersect? Intersect is like common. Let me write. What does intersection do for you? It finds the common of two or more sets, right? Let me show you. Good, you're asking questions. It's important you ask questions. Now tell me one thing. You have, look at the sets. Come on, everybody, please pay attention. It's not only delete, you might not have also got it, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. These are the numbers in one set. 1, 10, 99, 4 is number in others two sets, right? Now tell me which are common to you if you look at this. 1 and 4. Can you see that? Come on, delete. So that's what you get in intersection. Common elements. And Dilip, what is your background, buddy? Are you from engineering background or non-engineering background, non-tech background? Non-engineering. Okay. So guys, I think I am ready for taking questions because I have wrapped up data types. Now I can totally say that you guys are getting most of the things. See, I know that it can never be 99.99%, but go through this. You should be able to handle it. Not everything is important, so you have to read like that. Suppose you are putting all your effort on set and you're not going to use set at all. I'll tell you later. So you have to focus on few things. Shrikant, equal to is known as operator, assignment, equality operator. So let me teach you operators. We should be good then. Yeah. Yeah, you can say that this expression itself is like a Boolean expression. Output is a Boolean expression. ID of X equal to ID of Y is Boolean only. The outcome will be true or false. See, the moment outcome is true or false, you can take it like Boolean. Don't need to ask. Clear? I hope you can see that. So I'm going to give you the definition of operator. So an operator serves as the keyword or symbol, right? An operator serves as the keyword or symbol that are used to perform any operations, any operation. It doesn't need to have to be addition or assignment. So I take a very simple example. If I say 2 and 3, and I put a plus sign, and the output is 5. Right, guys? If you look at this simple equations, right? Can you see that? You have number 2 and 3, they are known as what? Number 2 and 3 are known as what? Operands. Might have heard this word, operand. Operands are those numbers or values or the keywords, right? Not keyword, numbers or values on which operation is going to happen. And this plus is what, guys, in this case, it is known as arithmetic operator. And the name is addition operator. It is one of the arithmetic operators. The name is addition operator. Are we comfortable? So this is what you mean by operations. And this whole thing, so these are operators, operands, the whole thing can be put into this whole thing can be put into this whole thing can be put into a box, and this can be written as operation. You have done some operation. Make sense, guys? Now there are different types of operator we are going to study. What are they? Number one, arithmetic operator. Number two, logical operator. Number three, comparison operator. Number four, assignment operator. Number five, membership operator. It's a big list, guys. Number six, bitwise operator. Not binary. You can say binary, but it is bitwise operator. And the last one, identity operator. Some of the guys you have already seen, but we'll see one by one, everybody. Okay? Any operator I have missed, right? I don't think so, but you tell me. So this is the list of operator, guys, which we are going to talk about. Perfect. Number one, let's at least I think we can do arithmetic operators. Should be very fast. I don't want to give break at an odd time. Arithmetic operators. As the name suggests, you will do some arithmetic operations like multiplication, addition, subtraction, division, right? We have been doing it for the longest time, right? The moment you started, you got born, people started telling 1, 2, 3, right? So arithmetic operator is something a kid start with, right? Plus, minus, multiplication. These are the symbols, guys, we have to use. Hello? In that, I think most of the guys must be knowing this. What is an addition? What is a subtraction, multiplication, division? Let's talk about exponent. Exponent is also known as power. So like 2 into 2, 2 into 2 is 4. But if I do 2 into 2 into 2 means what? Bad example you've taken, Akash. I'll try again. If I write 3 into 2, it is what? 6. But that's why Shrikant, I realized and I said it's bad example. But if I write 3 into 2, it is what? 9. Now you understand? Hello. So exponentiation means power, right? Clear? Floor division. This is something people don't understand. What is it? So I'll teach separately. Modulus is remainder. So suppose you divide 7 by 2. What is the remainder, guys? 1. So modulus is as good as saying remainder. Are we clear? Now I'll talk about floor division. Floor is something everybody should know. You must have been taught, I know that. But you must have forgotten also. So what is floor division? Anybody? Let's see. Don't Google and tell me the answers. Okay. Tell me the right answers without Googling and without taking help. Then it means that you know it. It removes float. Is it flow? Mhm. It gives the quotient. Quotient can be thought of like that. Okay. So what is floor of 7.2? Tell me. What is floor of 7.2? 7. Right? What is floor of minus 7.2? What is floor of minus 7.2? Minus, Prabha. Minus. What is floor of minus 7.2? Minus 7? That's wrong. That's why you don't know. Right? I've been teaching for so many years. Floor is something everybody messes around. Have you heard about greatest integer function? GIF. Greatest integer function. Why I'm asking this? Because generally people will teach you this in mathematics. And ideally, they should be teaching this in NCERT books only. This is there, right? I think class 12, you have functions. There it must have been taught. But in case you might have prepared for IIT-J, you must be knowing this. Because IIT exam, they ask a lot of question on floor division. Not floor division, to be honest, greatest integer function. So let me teach this. So I'll switch over my screen, guys, to my OneNote. Because on writing on Jamboard sometimes is pain. So now let me go back to my Jamboard. Yours is not 11th October or 11th October. I don't know. It's okay. Greatest integer. I think yours is 11th October, right? Yeah, your batch started on. Okay. Greatest integer function, or in fancy word, they're calling floor division. Okay. So how will you define first, right? Greatest integer function Now, please pay attention, guys. I will not able to repeat this because this can be a little painful for me. So don't be distracted. Be focused on the screen. You don't need to write. Greatest integer function is a function that gives the greatest integer less than or equal to given number or equal to the given number. When I write this, people don't understand it. First of all, you should know that these are same, right? GIF, what you're looking at is floor division. Both are same. Okay. Given number X. So what is your number X? That number it will try to take and find. But this is a little tough to understand. And trust me, when I was a kid, at some point I was also trying to learn these things. This is less than, greatest integer less than or equal to the given number X is a bit tricky line to understand. So when I was trying to teach the for the IIT maths time, I devised a very good way of explaining this topic. Okay, so I'll use it on you and see that if that makes sense. Okay, what I've done. Because when I was trying to explain simple with like the kind of the approach NCERT uses, right, I was a complete mess. I was not able to explain to my students. Can you see that this is an x-axis, y-axis? It's more like a Cartesian coordinate system, guys. This is 0. Now I'll mark some numbers here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those who are trying to copying me on their notebooks, don't do this. You are being stupid. I hope you don't copy everything. You guys are not like school kids. Your teacher will come and say, oh, show me your notebook, what you have copied. You are not here to copy. Use your eyes, your brain to understand the concept. Please don't copy me. This will be in the notes. Just understand. If you want to write some doubts or some quick pointers, you can write in your notes, your diary. Now tell me one thing. If I try to find, I'll come back to my example. What is the greatest integer of 3.6? And what is the greatest integer of minus 3.6? Hello? I heard most of the guys told me 3 and minus 3, right? But the right answer is 3 and minus 4. Very good, Shrikant. 3 and minus 4. Okay? So let's understand it. We should not be answering it in a answer like fluke, right? We have to be sure about it. Now this is somewhere 3.6 will be here, right? Can I say that? 3.6. This is your X, my dear. So what we are telling, read it and understand it. Greatest integer less than or equal to the given number X. First of all, if X is integer, then no problem. So what is the problem? Right? X is not an integer, then you have to go to the first part. Greatest integer less than or equal to the given number X. If it is an integer, then the life is sorted now. If suppose I say what is 3, what is minus 3, then you know the answer. Why do you need to bother about it? But since it's a decimal, 3.6, it is saying that greatest integer, and take a partition here. You have to find all the greatest integer less than this number X. Tell me which are those valid integers? All are valid integers which are less than 3.6 is this on this line. I've highlighted. It will go till minus infinity, my dear. Everybody is eligible. Okay, everybody. But these are the integer. Sorry, the partition should have been here. My bad. Here. Integers less than or equal to the given number X. But they're saying you find all the integer in that which one is the maxima. Which one is the greatest? This one is your greatest now. This part. Now you understand? Did I make it very simple to understand this topic? Remember or recall your school days when your teacher was trying to teach this? Is my method effective? I think so because I have tested it with thousands of students. Okay, this is greatest. Now, if you come back on -3, what are the number? -3.6, somewhere here. Again, this is your x. Now you don't confuse. Yeah, you're done with that number. Come to new number. Again, you will say that, yeah, guys, these are the all the great integers less than -3.6. Now you tell me out of all these -4, -5, -6, which one is greatest? So easy, no? That's how it works, like a magic. Perfect. Nothing to be confused about it. Guys, come on. See, let me take a screenshot and embed it there. Good. So let me take a stab on all the arithmetic operations. So I'm taking two numbers, guys, a equal to 11, b equal to 2, and I will first do addition. I know I'm doing something really childish, but we have to do it because then someone will write in the feedback, Akash did not talk about addition. You should not assume that we know addition. Students are like that. This is addition, so here I am with all the baby stuffs, addition, subtraction. Why to take chances? Print, shall be fast, and don't want me to be slow on this. Difference. What is difference? A minus B. I'm doing nothing. I'm just writing the arithmetic operations, multiplications, right? Guys, product. Come on. If I do A into, don't do A cross A star B, it will be 22. See, clear? Division. So print division and do A by B. If you do A by B, means 11 by 2, 5.5, guys. Come on. Right? Cool. After division, we'll do power, exponentiation, or power. Power. Print. Power of A to B is A to the power B, to be right. A to the power B. That's how we read. Isn't it, guys? A to the power B is, and you will say 11, come on, 2 times star, this, 121. Very good. What is left? Floor division. Let's do it. Floor division. Print floor division, and you have to do A 2 times this, right? So 5.5 greatest integer is 5, now you know that. Now it comes the modulo, also known as, not modulus, my bad. I remember I mentioned modular. Modulo as modulus, forget about it. It's modulo, means remainder. So what is the remainder to this guy? You know the maths, it will be 1, right? You will say A percent B, 1. You guys are champion then, huh? Then there is order of precedence. You know, Bodmas rule, remember, guys? Badmash rule, remember? So Bodmas rule is somehow it is being followed here as well, right? Not exactly, but yes. So Bodmas is what? Bracket of division, multiplication, addition, subtraction. Here, operators, the parenthesis, right? Brackets or parenthesis has the highest precedence. First, it will be taken care of. Then is the product or exponentiation, which is your power, not product, sorry, power. Then it is your, product, division, remainder, and floor division. Then comes addition, subtraction, then less than equal to. So you read about it. I hope It is still readable, guys, but when you will open my notebook, you can read. To understand this, right, I'll take a simple example and see that if you can solve that or not. So I'm giving 4 numbers. Please take this number and give me the calculation for this one. That is my first task. This one, guys. Although, sorry, I'm such a stupid. I only ran it. Okay. So let me change the question then. Now try it, guys. Question number I have changed, but now you tell me. Then you cannot say 40. Don't run it and tell me, okay? Be honest. 21,253. What will be the answer for this particular expression? 7? Is it 7, Vivek? You have to manually calculate it, guys. 34. 31, 24. Okay, 7, 31, 24. Different answers. Guys, let's understand this. When you say A plus B into C, this, what should be your priority? What is the order of precedence? Order of precedence says that the first one is multiplication. Always read from left to right, guys. Okay? Read like this. So, if first is multiplication, hold on, guys. First is multiplication, then you tell me. A plus B into C, floor divisions D. A is 21 plus B is 2 into 5 and D is 3. So 21 plus 10, floor division 3. 21 plus 3, 24 it should come. Let's see that whether I'm right or wrong. Correct. Try it out. That's why I deleted fast. You try it out on your own. Now, what about this? Same question. That will be part B. And then we'll go on a break, guys. Sorry, I know I'm pushing. This is the same question, but only thing I'll gonna change it this. Now tell me the answer. Now tell me the answer. This is also very good, Srikanth. Tell me the answer. It will be 21 plus 2 into 5, floor division 3, 23 into 5. Then it will be how much? 115, floor division 3. Right, guys? Come on, yes or no? Right? Then you will say that how it will come 3, 8 point something, right? Something like that. Answer is 38. Let's see. So those who all panicked in the first hands-on class, right? I am damn sure now they must be feeling it. It was not, it should not have been done, right? It was uncalled for. You guys are like hitting me left, right, center. No, I'm not getting. How is it going? I have to convince, I have to explain. That's why there is a word called, leap of faith. You should always believe in this. Let the natural course run, and then see. Sometimes, people try to force things, and that's where, it can go wrong. So you have to trust the process. You have to trust it. Good. The whole idea of me coming to a batch was that only that you guys need some help. Other than that, why I remember your batch date very precisely, because I was on a holiday thinking about my birthday celebration, 12th October, and 11th October, suddenly I was called and made aware of the situation, and then I was taking a session on 11th, if you remember that. I was really not available. Just telling it now, but see, I cannot take a lot of examples here because all these will be done on the basis of if else condition, then blah blah blah. So that's why I'm trying to finish this, and I'll go into flow control structure, and I'll take quite a lot of example. But having said that, I can still take simple example, not like really some cool example. Suppose I say that these are three numbers which I put together, and I want to see that if A is greater than B and A is greater than C. Now, can you see that I'm using this and here? Right? Yeah, Piyush, I'm doing that. Now, see. Obviously, individually A is greater than B. Is it true? Yep. Individually A is greater than C. Is it true? Yep. See, guys. Now I want to check that whether both B and C is smaller than A or not. How will you check for that in one line? So then if A is greater than B and if A is greater than C, how will you check both in one go? You can put it into parenthesis and you can apply an AND operation. Can you see that? Now this will only be true if both of these guys are true. Hello? That's the statement I have written now. Returns true if both the statements are true. Now in this case, we can see that both these guys are true. What is our expectation as an output here? Come on. It should be also true. Come on. But the moment you make it 150, now I'm changing it. Now A is to true, but A is more than C is false because 100 is not more than 150, na, guys. So now if one of these is false, it will be false. Any one is false. And if I can remind you the Boolean table, let's say this is A, this is B, 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, 1, 1. So if you do the AND, if any one is false, 0 is false, remember that. Any one of is false, it is going to be false, false, false. Only when both are true, it will be true. Remember that? School days, again school days, right? And that's exactly exhibited in the statement of it, right? What is the statement, my dear? Statement is what I'm doing. Statement is returns true if both the statements are true. But on contrary to AND, OR says if any one is true, we are true. Let me show you. So now in the same example, so this I have showcased and let me also write. Now, in the same example, if I say OR, and I'll just copy this and paste it. Now you tell me before I run this. When I say OR means any one is true means it will be true. Definitely the first part is true. So outcome here I would expect is true. Brilliant, guys. Brilliant. Can you see that? So why you guys are like saying, I don't know. This is, Similarly, if I say A is greater than B is true. But if you take not of A of greater than B, it will do the negation. It will make it false. Can you see that? Suppose sometimes you don't want to say that I don't want A greater than B. I want not of A greater than B. It is as good as saying A assignment. But I'm not jumping. If you have any question, I will take some deep breath. And so you can do and ask me questions. So we have done really today, I think, big hand to you guys. Means today we have managed to do a lot of things. And you guys were able to understand. So definitely kudos to the way you have transformed yourself in last 2-3 days. It's really, I think those who were present in the first lecture of mine coming to this, I think we are sitting in the 5th session. So 5 hands-on sessions have been done, right? So in last 4 sessions, you guys have transformed yourself. Means definitely you're able to follow. I can see from the chat and comment. Any question on any of these operations? Operations seem to be very logical and easy, right, guys? Don't you think so? Now are you feeling it? So you have to always be smart learner. If you keep putting like, overthinking, right? I think then it will not work. Operator used to assign values is going to come is assignment operator. That's correct. if you're telling the answer for it, what is an assignment operator? So you're right. Can we go through not again? Yes, why not, Srinath? Let me show you. See, not is nothing. Not is just ulta, opposite, complementary. So if you say one, what is not of one? Let me show you. Suppose I say not of false, it will be true. Not of true will be false. It just does the opposite. So if you say, sorry, my bad. Here is not. Excuse me. Not of true is false. Not of false is true. Now you tell me, then by that logic, if I say not of A greater than C, although A greater than C is what? False, right? So it will become true. It just does the opposite. It's like your mom will say do this, you will say no. Your mom say go left, you will say I'll go right. Because generally, uh, child, right, kids, they always don't want to not follow their parents. It is with everybody. It's a human psychology. So that's how it is. And then you will regret. Then you'll come back and then you will cry and then say, yeah, mom, you're right. So, but that's an age. When you're a kid, that's how you learn. So it's good to not take left because mom is telling you take left. You should take right and experience the pain and come back, and then you will be really a better person. Assignment operators is something we can target and try to see if we can complete, but no rush. Assignment operator, if there are no question, I'll just define maybe, are used to assign values to variable. I think this is, although we are capturing it here, but you started like long back. Remember the first class runs on this. Assign the value 10 to x. Remember that? So to do this, remember you did what? X equal to 10. This equal to is your assignment operator. Isn't it, guys? Right? But there can be also combination of, so in this case, equal to is your assignment operator. And that's the only assignment operator you should know, right? There's nothing else. But there can be combination of assignment with arithmetic operators, okay? That is something people are little confused with, or they get a bit confused. I'll talk about the first one. See, first addition assignment, okay? I already explained this guy. Equal to means what? Assignment. Addition assignment is not a rocket science. People get confused though. Suppose you write x equal to 10, okay? And then you are writing y equal to, hold on, y plus equal to 10. My 90. Now what will happen to this? You will print it at two steps. Hello? Print x two times. Now what will happen? Can you see that I have added a plus in front of equal to, guys? Can you observe that? Here. Right? So what's the interpretation is that x equal to 10 and then you have written another equation. This equation is little fancy, but it is nothing. It is just writing like this. So basically what you are saying that I'll write x equal to x plus, x equal to x plus 90. Sorry, not 10. It's a shorthand notation, right? So what is going to happen? You're right, it's shorthand notation. Sometimes people who want to be smart, they do this. I could have generated the same thing. I'll take another example. A equal to 11. And then I can write A equal to A plus 89. It's the same thing now. If you print A, you'll get 100. I've just took this different example so that I don't want to confuse this with this. But are you not writing this same thing? A equal to A plus 89. So this is your plus and assignment. So what is happening here is, if I can decode it, It just means that x plus equal to 90 means you will take x and then you will assign 90 to x plus 90. I'm repeating. This plus equal to means what? You are taking x and you are assigning to this x what? X plus 90. So this plus is coming here. Assignment is this, but on top of what? On top of x only. Okay. So if you are feeling a little bit off on this, don't use it till the time you're confident. But this is a shorthand notation. Trust me on that. So why don't you try exploring the others? All are fine. You have to just keep replacing here. Excuse me, guys. Plus, minus, into, division, all those things will work. I'll take a pause here, guys, and try to wrap it up here. Not very useful. Without this, you can survive. Trust me on that. Okay. Generally, when you are trying to do a counter in the for loop, let me give you an example. Piyush, I was about to give. So example of addition assignment is generally people use in for loop. Okay. And they try to just increase the counter or they want to keep moving, they will be doing this. Okay. So people use this in for loop most of the time. But again, coming back to the same constraint, since I have not talked about for loop, but I have a code which shows this. Let me show you this. Can you see that? This is so amazing code. What we have done, we have a list of numbers, right? This is just for showing it. List of numbers, and I want to do some of this, right? Like just you do one finger, right? 1 plus 2, 3, 3 plus 3, 6, 6 plus 4, 10, 10 plus 5, 15. Which basically means you have to keep increasing it, the total. Can you see that? Here I am putting that assignment, addition assignment. Buddy? Hello? This is where you get used to this, right? And let me show you this in action on. But don't worry that why he's not explaining the for loop and all, because I have not even talked about it, right? So let me talk about it. Now let me show you this, how this tool can be very helpful, this pythontutor.com. You will see this in action. Now this is the list you have created. Forget about for loop and anything. Don't worry about it. Just see this in action. Total equal to 0. So obviously we'll not take something total as a random value because sometimes garbage value can sink in. So you have to assign total as 0. Now it will run the for loop for number in number. So it has picked the number 1. Can you see that? Number 1 has been picked from here. Now total was 0. Now listen, understand. How does this work? You started with total 0. Hello? Now in this equation, what you are saying, total is going to get updated with total plus number. Hello? Total is 0. Number is how much? Below 1. So now the total will update to 1. Guys, come on, yes or no? Let's do one thing. I have an idea. Let's also print this guy, na? Total, after this step. And then you will see the magic, right? Print iterations. Hold on. I will be giving you easy way of seeing this. Iteration. Comma, number, what is the number you are picking, and then also the total. Total after assignment or total after update. See. Bingo. See. Now total 0, number 1. So total will come as, can you see that, guys? Total has updated. Let me go back and show you. Can observe this. Observe this guy. Total is going to get updated. See, it has also print iteration 1, total after update 1. Now move on. Then again the for loop will go and pick this number this time. So see, your number will update to 2. Maybe I'll put another circle. Come on. Yeah, and focus. Focus should be there. See, number 2 came, right? Total is already storing 1. Now it will update 1 plus. Sorry, guys, I don't know what happened. Always remember this equation in your head. Total equal to total plus number. That's what this fancy equation means. Let me also put an arrow here. This is the beauty of these tools. Now look at it. Now total is already what? 1. 1 plus 2. It will become 3. Observe. It will come here 3. Observe. See? 6. I see addition is happening. Last number 15. Stop. Isn't it beautiful, guys? Go and check. Nobody will tell you these examples in this manner. I can bet if somebody is sitting in my session, they can learn something. Piyush, are you happy, buddy? Now you understand this example of assignment, where it is getting used. So trust me, the kind of application I'll tell you will come. All will come. Have patience, and you will be wondering that, wow, this is good. So I'm not coming every day morning, rubbing my eyes. I have a plan for you. Okay. So don't take it that, oh, he's just coming some teaching some batch. For me, every batch is an opportunity to make that impact, right? Suppose with great power comes the great responsibilities. If I am teaching hundreds of people, it's my responsibility that these guys, when they go out in this world, this cruel world, and then they bombard them with the Python questions, you should be really trained to tackle it. I'm doing one more thing, sometimes there can be two lists, and we want to find the common out of it. So I'm going to define two lists. Let's see if I say list 1, and I say my number are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Another list 2 is 5, 6, 9, and 10. Let it be like this. Yeah, there are two lists. Yeah. Now, I want to find common elements using find common elements from both the list. How will you do it, guys? See, here it looks like why you're trying to find common, but down the line, you will not be looking at a list, you're looking at a data frame where you will have more columns, right? Definitely one of the ways that using set approach, you're right, Prabha, using set approach, find the intersection. Make sense? That's definitely there. I have only talked. But another approach can be this. Common elements equal to, and I am going to use list comprehension. So X for X in list 1, if X in list 2. See, it does the same thing. Can you see that? Guys, it's not that I've just printed list 2, so don't get fooled, right? This approach, so Siddharth, but I'm not using the intersection. You know that, why I'll teach you this, right? What is the second approach? Alternate approach is, can you see we are using actually two things, list comprehension plus what? Membership operator. Are you able to feel that, guys? Come on. Now I know you might be panicking a little bit. Oh, Akash, you have not taught us what is list comprehension, what is for loop. I'm saying ignore it. For now, I myself will write ignore for now. Just see this more like an example, more like a teaser. Movie will come later. Okay? But can you see that you're using in there? And not you're using in once, you're using in 2 times. You're first checking this in list 2, then you're checking in list 1, and then putting a condition. So actually, if you see, this is really cool, right? Called list comprehension plus membership operators plus conditional. Can I say that? You're using 2, 3 concepts at once. Hello? But don't worry about it that how you are reaching to this. That's why I've written very clearly. That ignore for now because you have not been taught this. But you know me, I'll teach, and then you will be able to come back here and then understand very well. This is just an example to show that. Okay. Now maybe I can take the liberty to show you how to do it using sets, right? The same question. So what you have to do, guys, you have to create a set 1 using list 1. How will you convert a list into set, guys? This. Convert list to set, you will use this. Hello. See, now the same data point has been converted into set. Then set 2 can be set of list 2. Perfect. And then what you have to do? You have to find list 2 dot intersection by what I'm doing. Sorry. Set 2 dot intersection. Easy, guys. Now here, see, here it is very easy. If I just, okay, maybe 450, 100, 40, 6, 3, 5, 100, 5, 37, 99. Now it will make a lot of sense, right? Look at this. Both of these guys will give you only the common elements. And I don't want to get you confused. So I'll change the number. Look at this. Can you see that now it is picking 5, 6, 7, which is common here? Hello? In the above list, in the bottom list, right? In the 2 list. Come on, guys. Can you see that? And then you can do the same here. So it's not like that we were just printing the last list. I think this is a better example, right, guys? What do you feel? So you can also see, right? I also keep improvising. Okay. That what could be a better example. But good, guys. Good. This is good. Okay. You're pushing me to give the best. So here it is. Now I think, shall we go to the next one? This is done, guys. Okay. So membership we have done, assignment we have done, logical we have done. I think conditional comparison we have done, arithmetic we have done. Almost 5 we have done, 5 or 6. Now the next operator is known as bitwise operator. Bitwise operators. Anybody? What it does? It is used to perform binary operations or operations on individual bits of integers. Hello? Can I say that? It is used to perform operations on individual bits of integers. Often used in low-level programming and in situations where you need to manipulate the binary data. Now the question comes, where do you need to manipulate the binary data? If you can see my pencil, let me Yeah. So what I'm saying, guys, suppose you have quite a few of columns in the data, right? This is more like a table. Suppose you have column 2 and column 5. You want to put a condition that if this is like some condition 1 satisfies with condition 2, like you want to say them both, if condition 1 and condition 2 true, then only you will create a new column and you will fill it like, pass, something like that, right? Something I'm just imagining, okay? Condition 1, condition 2 satisfies for these two columns, then you will fill pass, else you will fill fail, right? Are you getting? So in that case, what you are going to do, right? You're not going to run a for loop, right? That will be too much. So what people generally do in these cases, they use bitwise operators, right? And they try to compare true and false. See, set both bits to 1 if both of them are 1, isn't it? The only thing that is something which I cannot demonstrate here, the constraint is that I need to go and show you pandas data frame. So that's why I always postpone this topic to in pandas, because that's the right place where I can show you this, okay? That's what I'm writing will be taken later as well in pandas, okay? But I'll give you an example, don't worry about it. Suppose this is my example. See, suppose I say A equal to 10 and B equal to 6. Someone can ask you, give me bitwise and for this one. And so we will say result 1, A and B. If I print the result, you will understand that it is coming 2. Why it is coming 2, guys? You need to understand. If you write A equal to 10 in binary, how do you write A equal to 10 in binary? I think it is 10, no? 1, 0, 1, 0. Right, guys? See, 2 to the power 0. Right? This is 10, no? No. I'm just thinking. 2 to the power 0 is 1. Correct, no? So this is correct. And so A equal to 101, B equal to 010. So if you take AND, how will it look like? 1, 0, 0. So definitely it is 2, no? See? Right? I've taken the AND of these two guys. So the typical bitwise operation you might have learned in Boolean algebra, guys. Remember that? So that's exactly it is telling you. But we don't need to really go into this. It has different applications as well. We'll discuss about it. Okay. In pandas. Okay. You don't get into the Boolean algebra. We don't need Boolean algebra, but behind the scene, that's what it's working on. Are we clear on it, you guys? So I'll give you the commentary as well so that you never forget it. So here when we say A doesn't mean only, A equal to 10. I'll put in comment that binary, if you see, it is 1010. Binary, if you see, it is for 0110. And the result which you have got, binary for this guy is Good. This is good. Okay. And we will just hold on to this. Now, guys, the last operator I have already taught you, identity operators. Just I'll define it and then we are done. Remember that when I took x equal to 10 and I was doing ID of x, it gives you some identity, right? Some unique ID for the object x, right? So what happens, guys, in principle, Python is a object-oriented programming language. And in Python, everything is an object having a unique ID. So identity operator actually more like helps you with is and is not to check the, ID is correct or not. So for example, you can do there are two binary operations, is and in is not. Okay. Let me get an example for this. Now suppose I am having a list, guys, 1, 2, 3. Okay. And I'm saying that B is equal to A. I'm just assigning B equal to A, which means B is same as list A. Okay. You have seen me doing this earlier as well, right, guys? Assigning A to the B. Now, if I write, again, that's the reason that I don't want to give some advanced example, but what I'm trying to check that A and B refer to the same list. How will you check that? A and B refer to the same list. You will check it, all right, by using this operator is. Can you see that? Okay. Definitely, if this has been printed, means it is, right, true. Guys, A is B or not, you can find it now. It is true. But you create another list and you say that 10, 20, 30, excuse me, guys. And then you try doing A is B, it's going to be false. Why? Because the B location is different here. Let me show you here. ID of B is what? Something else. ID of A is what? Now, something else. Can you see that? These two guys are different? Because now I have just changed the B. Hello? Are you able to follow, guys? So this is and is not what it is helping you to do. Let me write. This is the summary, guys. The is and is not operators in Python are used to compare the identity of two objects. Maybe I can put in bullet. Yeah, guys. These operators check whether two variables or objects refer to the same memory location or not. I think this is, I'm repeating already, Anthony. Did you miss my class or did you not revise? When we were talking about list, I was showing ID. Okay, let me quickly revisit. ID means identity or memory location of like any object. Here we are talking about X. What I did here, I created a list A, 1, 2, 3. Then I assigned A to the B as well. Okay. So definitely if I run here and I will show you ID of A and ID of B, both are going to be same. Can you see that, my dear? It is same. Read. So then this is to nothing. Okay, forget about this may be confusing. Okay, now A is B true, right? Because IDs is true. That's what it checked. I've written. What it says, It is used to compare the identity of two objects, right? So what you're doing here, you're comparing the identity of two objects. That is true. But suddenly I decided to change the B values. Let me write. Now let us change the values in B, right? Which I'm doing here. And then I'm saying that now you compare ID of A with B, you will see that something different is coming. And again, if you check if A is currently there, having the same memory location, answer will come no. I think this segment of your Python, basic Python, is most important because this is something you cannot afford to lose. Others you can quickly cover what is this operator, what is that operator. But this block really takes some time to get an expert of it. I'm not saying that it is tough. It's just that there are some rules, some regulations you have to follow. It cannot be just like, okay, uh, suddenly you'll say, okay, I know all this. And if you're weak in this, you will be struggling uh, across the Python. Machine learning, if you're doing, you will struggle. So without foundation, building cannot be erected, right? Means you cannot build a building on without a good foundation. And that's what we're trying to do here. So guys, if I talk about flow control statement, what is a flow control statement? Flow control, control flow, all those are synonymous. Anybody? If else loop, break. You are telling me the name of the keywords. I want what is the meaning of why do we need flow control statement? What do you mean by that? That's the question. It's in the name only, na, to control the flow. Very good, couple. So flow control, if you can see my handwriting, guys, flow control statements, and I hope it's not that bad handwriting that you can read. Flow control statement in Python are used to control the flow of program. Control the flow of program execution, right? So basically, they allow basically they allow you to make decisions create loops right for repetitive tasks and execute code conditionally. Execute code conditionally. Clear, guys? So to make any decision making, to execute loops, to make some decision basis, some conditions, you need flow control statements, right? Now the question comes, what are those known as flow control statements? So there are three, guys. Conditional statements. Number two is iterative statements. And number three is transfer statements. Okay, transfer statements. Now, conditional statement, you know it, transfer statement, something you might not, sorry, condition statement, you know it. Iterative statement, you also know it. Loops, right? Looping. So basically flow control, if I have to give a more like a flow diagram, flow control is divided into these major categories, guys. So if I put a box and I go here and I say, definitely the number one is condition statements. Within that, you have these condition statement, right? If, else. Come on, tell me. And then if, else if, else. So, but basically it is else if, but we write LF, right? LF, LF, okay? Just be attentive. D will be nested combination of these guys. So don't worry what is nested and all that, you'll understand. I'm just giving the introduction. Now, the second can be iterative statements. There are only two iterative statements, guys, in Python. What are they? Come on. Come on, Janta, bolo. For loop and while. That's it. And there's a very clear-cut demarcation between where to use, like what is for, what is while. The third will be transfer statements, which you are telling, right? Break and all that. So this is your transfer statements. So what are they? Let's say A is break, B is continue, and C is pass. There are only three transfer statements. Okay, are we cool, guys? This is going to be the flow of our flow control statements as well. So now time has come to go into conditional statements. So I'm just doing the concept part here, guys. In hands-on, I'll move on to Python notebooks. Conditional statements. What is a conditional statement in Python? It tests some condition, right? It will test for some condition. The statement will test for some condition. And basically the outcome of that test, the execution of code is performed. Can I say that, guys? So conditional statement in Python or any other programming language is going to test a few conditions, can be a simple one condition, and based on the outcome, it will execute the code. That's exactly we have written there, right? Now, in that, if I take the first, conditional statement, which is very simple, I always call this as one way. If if statement. I think I have felt that parents are the ones which always give you this if statements. There's no else from the parent side, right? Parents are the biggest example here. Have you experienced that? If you don't do this, and then they say. So in India, I have seen parents are the biggest example for the if statement, right? And also for the nested if. So nested if, I'll tell you. But have you ever experienced that? I have experienced a lot. If you don't do this, then the consequences comes. It's not else. Okay, if you cannot do this, so then we can find some alter. No, if you don't do this, there's only one way. So if you compare if statement and if you know a little bit of traffic, right, it is one way. Okay. One way road you have seen, guys. I don't know if you have passed the driving exam, but if you have done it, then you must have seen this. And if you have passed, you have got the license via some other means, I don't want to say anything, then definitely don't know what does it mean. this kind of symbol, traffic symbol, it means it's a one-way road, right? You can just go. You cannot come from that side. Can you see that? They are highlighting it that you cannot come. They are closing this guy. You can only go, you cannot come, right? Make sense? So if statement in Python, so see guys, to save time, what I do generally, I already have a block which I always use. Let me show you. Can you see this, guys? So you don't need to copy paste. This I have created with putting my effort, right? So you don't need to just do anything. Just focus. It will be in your notes. So when I say if statement, right? If statement is the most simplest form of condition statement. It evaluates the given test condition. So this is your test condition. It starts here, my dear. Right? Look at this flow. Starts, check for the test condition. It can be anything, right? If you don't get in top 3 of your this exam, then comes the consequence, right? Have you ever seen this? Some of the guys who I'm talking to must be parents. Who are parents here? And you are doing this if statement example every day. Anybody who is a parent here, Srikant, you please stop doing this. Na? This if is very bad parenting style. But yeah, I'm not saying you're doing. I'm just saying if you're doing this stuff. Priya, same here, right? So yeah. So if this is like you're starting with right, you will have a condition. You will test that condition. If the condition is satisfied, right? If it is true, then the body of if will run. There will be something, right? Some statements, 1, 2, 3, you can run. If the test condition fails, can you see this path, guys? If the test condition fails, right? If you are going in this direction, then it skips the body of if. Can you see that? Skips the body of if. It does not execute the body of if. Are you able to understand this flow or not? Everybody, Vikas, Piyush, Sai, Diksha, I don't hear from her today. Doesn't seem she is present in the class. Now, if you focus on the syntax, it's very easy, right? You have to follow some rules there, but then other than that, it's very easy. What it says, you write if, that's your reserved keyword for if, then you'll give a space, then you write a condition, right? Then you write the condition and then you put a colon and then put an enter. The moment you do an enter, can you see that there is a little gap here? This gap is known as 4 white spaces. Or you can say a simple or 1 tab. Basically, this is what Python says that I am doing indentation. Yep, very good, Abrar. This is the Python way of saying indentation. If you just make it 3 white spaces or 5, Python will give you the indent error. I'll show you. Okay, this is the rule. You have to follow it. Very simple. If you look at this, I have also done a bit of color coordination, guys, if you are observing it. If you're using this yellow, that's part of the syntax is your test condition. Can you see that? The yellow part is the test condition. And then statements, body of if is your statement. So all those statements will be running. Okay, you can put hundreds of statements, that's fine. Are we clear on if statement, guys? I think so. There's no rocket science. Right? So this was your if statement. One way parenting style. What parenting style I am telling you guys, although I'm not a parent still, but definitely me and my wife looking forward to it. That's on future, but yes. So we have to be really good with today's kid. I think I have been seeing a lot of kids in my society and they are different from us. Trust me. Okay, you have to be very, very careful. If else statement. Days are not far than if your kids are going to put a complaint against you, just like kids in US do that. So India, it will also happen that if you are actually torturing your kid, the kid will file a online, FIR. Okay? So just be careful. Okay. On the other note, I know I always give you some message. Okay. Science telling indentation is part of the condition statement itself. That's correct. And if you mess around with it, sign, then it will give you the error. It's just a, positioning thing. So you have to position your exact lines of code. Okay. Aparna is telling, okay. I think not much. I think you are in time. Okay. If else statement, guys. I think if else, I always tell that it is two-way, right? Two-way street. Have you seen a two-way street? Yeah. And I don't want to steal any credit from anybody, but definitely, or maybe I have a better image than this because something there are two parts company. They're like this image. Look at this one. This is good, right? You are standing here. Okay, this is not you, to be honest. This is your code. Okay, your code is standing here, and then basis the test, either it can go in this direction or it can go in this direction. Can you go in both the directions? Right? We can't, right? So, okay. Yes. So it's not like two-way. Two-way can be a bit confusing that this is one road and then you will think that it is having two lanes. So traffic is going like this and coming like this. No, no. So that would be having a wrong example. That's why I did not take that example. Make sense? I think single road with divider will not work here. Okay? Benu, that's what I'm telling. This is the example. You have to make one decision there, right? So now, ideally, this is the good way of parenting. Let me also make a comment since we are talking about. You always give options to your kid. Okay. If you can't do this, you should not say don't. If you can't do this, then we can try doing this like that. Okay. This is the condition. Okay. Now, if I can give you the similar flow diagram, guys, just focus. If a statement actually, there are two blocks, to be honest. There is an if block and there is a, can you observe body of if and body of else? It's similar to what you have just seen. Now, the basis, the condition, you also have something to do there. Can you see that? This is a new box you are bringing there. Okay. Nothing else. Other than that, everything is same. So if your condition satisfies, it is true, you will go and run the body of F. If your condition is not satisfied, criteria is not being made, right, not being met, you will be going and running the body of else. Are we clear on this? And even if you look at the syntax, it's super easy. If condition statement, else statement, right? Else you don't need to write any other condition, my dear. That's what I'm trying to say. You don't write some condition here as well. Then you are going into multi-line conditions, multi-condition. Here, there's only one condition, right? That's exactly Piyush will come the next, right? Where we'll have more than two paths. Hello, multi-paths, thing like that. Okay, but you're jumping. Pratika, can I request you to ask question to everyone? Well, like, unless until it's not a personal message, you should not be sending me a personal message. So I think some of the guys know, right? If you are sending to host and panelist, it is just coming to me. Others will not read your question and they'll not get benefit out of it. If you want to criticize me, you can just do me a personal message. Very good. Now the question is, I'll read out the question from Vatika. Do we have an explanation why indentation is important in Python and not in other languages? Okay. Definitely means you're asking a question on the fundamental design Python has gone ahead with. So this is more of a design choice to make the readability. So why do we do all those things? It's a very good question because if you do an indent, right, you can clearly see that this is your condition, this is your statement. Hello, let me tell you. Suppose I write if, hold on, if x is greater than 3 and then you go and write that you will do something. Tada. This is indented. Suppose if I write x greater than 3, and then I also write, then still you're managing, but you don't know that what is the condition, what is the, you actually, the code gets little messed up. When I'll do big, code, some 20, 30 lines of code, you'll understand. Second thing is that I think Bhavika has also answered it, that you're also using some other separators, right? So for example, you're using blocks and then using the curly braces, you're using, they use braces, right? To, define their block. So don't think that they will not be, using any indentation, but there's different way of using indentation. Python is easy because you are not using these, curly braces and all to create that. So that's where I think if you just take care of the, 4 white spaces, which is anyway default, the Jupyter Notebook will help you to do it. I think some language like VS Code or some not language, some platform ID platform like VS Code, Spider, they will themselves they'll do the correction on the indent error. So no worries about it. Okay. So I hope you got an answer there, Vartika. It is designed by Python has gone ahead with indent. Some of the languages they use something else, and the whole idea is to make the code more readable, more consistent, more clarity. Okay. But good question. Okay. Shall I move on, guys? Quite a few things to complete. Are we good with if and if else concepts? Good to go, guys, everybody. Now I'll move on to the multipath. This is me, always confused what to do. If, elif, else statement. So Piyush, what you were asking, right? This is what you have. Okay. So generally, I'll take an example, right? Suppose anybody who is having a credit card. Okay, Vinay, you are having. So let's say Vinay civil score is 800. Nitesh civil score is, I'm going to make you down. Okay, 650. And let's say Akash, who's me, has 550. So guys, do you know what is the civil score? At least some of the guys must know. Civil score, or people also call it as credit score, right? When you are going to get, so those are the students or still bachelors. Once you'll get married, most probably will be going out for a home loan to buy a home. Everybody does, okay, in India. You will be checked again the credit score. Why do they check the credit score? If your score is out of 900, you are if you have higher score like 850 or 700, chances of you getting a loan is high, or chances of getting a credit card is high. Okay. And generally in finance, people always try to avoid the liabilities. Okay. For the common man, only for the common man, banks are always scared that they will run away with their 1 lakh of rupees. Okay. But for the businesses, banks are like, okay, even 1,000 crores, they will, okay. They will still think that, okay, let it be, okay, we'll make it an NPA. Sometimes I feel it happens in India all the time. But that's also true because in my personal opinion, banks actually earn a lot of money from these businesses, right? So it's like a trade-off. They have to take the risk. But coming back to this concept, if you need a loan, you need to have a good credit score that shows you that you can pay the loan back. Right? It's your credibility. That's right, Shrikant. So, okay. I think, boss, you have definitely done a really bad financial planning. Okay. But yeah, I hope you come out of it and try to reduce it if you are thinking it's a big liability. Okay. Now coming back, guys, I don't want to sound like a suddenly a Python trainer to like a financial advisor. Okay, I'm definitely not. But yeah, but definitely, this is a sensitive topic I am discussing. I can sense that. But anyway, uh, what I was saying, I completely lost it. Now, Kapil, you are like giving one after one statements. Don't put me under pressure, right? Okay. So coming back to this, these are the conditions which you are going to see in any conditional statement where you are going to use, like in this example, credit score can be used to actually give you the loan or not, right? And that will be defining your categories that you are in a very good credit score bucket or you are in a bad bucket. So how does this bucket gets created? Suppose I want to create a bucket of civil score, right? Then I have to tag Vinay into one bucket, Nitesh into one bucket, and Akash into another bucket. So let's see if I say credit score is greater than equal to 750, that's my condition. Then I'll go there and I'll say that civil score, let me write, civil score assigned with a excellent. Hello, guys. Now there will be some guys who are between 652 or 700 to 800 or 652, right? So let's make it if civil score is greater than 600, that criteria we can decide. Then we'll tag civil score for that person to be good. Guys, can you see that? And this will be else if, right? And that else if we write elif. That's the only difference. We call else if, but it is actually elif as per the syntax. Then there can be few guys whose credit score will be somewhere between 500 till 600. Can you see that, guys? So this is 600 to 750. This is more than 750. And this is 500 to 600. Your civil score will be tagged to what? Average or poor. Yeah, I think poor is a good word. And then even the last you'll write else civil score is bad. Are you getting, guys, this example? Now Nitiraj is like showing off, right? Mine is 854. So definitely with this, right? Vinay, you are in the excellent. Nitesh, you are in good. And I am also not good. I'm poor. So what we have done, forget about the credit score. You guys are digressing a lot. Okay. Focus on this. I think you guys are, I'll not take this example again. I should be taking some other example, not this, because this is like a very sensitive topic. Okay. People are not focusing on, what I'm teaching here. If, else if, can you see that? So there are, suppose this is your civil score, you are at this circle, you can go to excellent, excellent. You can go to good, multi ways. You can go to you have a poor, and this guy is gone. Bad. See how many options on the table. Can you see that? I have felt that a lot of people, they are always in this. I also want to be a data scientist and astronomer, right? And I also want to be a model, astrologer, and the model everything. Sorry, astronaut, data scientist, and then model as well. So multi-path career is always a concern, right? People are always confused where to go, right? So I have a very good example in terms of the image, right? I'll show you. Definitely these images are like those guys. Okay. So if you see here, if you are standing here, okay, and thinking where to go, that's what we are always in this situation. Okay. Few sir means else if can be more than one, but not if else. Yes, that's correct. In one line, you cannot have more than this. Yeah, that's right. Let me place it here. Now, guys, I'll give you the syntax. Need to think. This is very simple, guys. I have not created any flow diagram for it because it was really time consuming. That's why I've given this example. Now see here, condition 1, statement 1, else if condition 2, statement 2, else if condition 3, statement 3, so on. And you can have thousands of, this block. And then comes your last is else. Arbitra, else it has to be. It has to be, let me write, else should be there. Okay. Else statement must be there. Let's get into business. Okay. So agenda for generally for this module, right? This part of it, although I have not given this, but this is what we are going to generally cover. Conditional statement, looping statement, transfer is not written, but I'll cover. Then I'll get into function and lambda function. Okay, make sense? So first, let's start with within the flow control statement. We'll start the conditional statements, which we have just covered, right? And that is your if statement. One way. Okay, so if I talk about syntax of it, I have already, although discussed there, but here also I'll just put that copy paste. Okay, so don't expect me to explain again. There's no point. And this is your raw. Okay, raw. No, yeah. Let me do a very simple, if statement. Okay. If I take a number x equal to 100, and if I want to test whether x is greater than my, well, take 110, and I'm, let's say my, or maybe I'll contextualize a bit. Let's say this is your score 100, right? And this is, let's say, Kohli has scored. If Kohli has scored more than or equal to score, right? Guys, come on. What I'm doing. Sorry, guys. Kohli's score. I think Kohli hit a century yesterday, right, guys? Are you following match? At least score you can always follow. I follow. I don't get chance to watch, but I just, so in one of my tab, I always open it. But I think I can't watch match. I can't afford. So if Kohli's score is, let's say, I think 103 he scored yesterday. Kohli's score is greater than equal to 100. Then only will qualify him by saying that it's a century, right, guys? Isn't it? Kohli hit a century. And the score you can also plug in. Yeah. Now, this is a very simple one-line if statement. Indeed, guys, it was a brilliant match. I think, yeah, all the praises to the Indian team. Hopefully, we'll win the World Cup. I'm very positive. Okay. Now, guys, let me run this. Kohli hit a century, 103. Right, guys? Can you see that? Now, let me explain this. Let me break this block. Okay, let me go to my Jamboard and explain you. what is exactly we are doing there. If you see here, what's happening? You are also written somewhere here that holy underscore, and it is 103. This is a variable you have created, right? Okay. Now what you're doing, guys, you are putting a condition on Kohli score. What you are doing here, putting a condition. And what is that condition? Condition is this, that if the score is more than equal to 100, right, then only you will go inside it. So what's going to happen, guys, as per the flow diagram, it will take this value, Kohli score, and plug in here. So behind the scene, what's happening, my dear? It will test whether 103 is greater than equal to 100 or not. You tell me, what is the outcome of this? Definitely it is a true. It will be true, no? If it is true, then the moment it is true, then the if will say, okay, your gate pass is scanned. You are a valid visitor. Enter my body. You're talking to a ghost. This is really not looking nice in terms of example, but yeah. So you can enter my body. You're talking to the soul. And this is body of the if, na guys. I know I'm cracking a lame joke here, but nobody will teach you like this. Also, I can tell you, this is body. Here is the criteria for the soul to enter the body, right? And that soul can be some XYZ soul. So I'm telling it as a ghost. Okay. I don't like horror movies. So yeah. So then it will enter, and that's why.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers you a Python certification course that will help you become an expert in writing Python programs and working with packages like NumPy, Pandas, Matplotlib, Scikit-learn, SciPy and many more. Through this course, you can also learn how to write codes for big data systems like Hadoop and Spark and gain a hands-on experience by working on real-world projects. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in their successful career transitions. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to a new height. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take a first step towards a career growth with the Python tech stack. Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. What is the purpose of break statement in Python? Option A, to end the entire program. Option B, to exit the current loop prematurely. Option C, to skip the next iteration of a loop. Option D, to print a line break in the output. So do mention your answers in the comment section below. Now let's move forward with our session.
You are getting that command, right? If I go back, that command is coming. That command is coming. Kohli hit a century as an output. Let me put it here. That's how you get it, right, guys? But what if Kohli's score is less than 100? Let's say he 98, he could have made it, right? Then definitely it will again test 98 greater than equal to 100. What will be the outcome of this? You will say false. Hello. The moment it is false, so then this is your if, whatever. Then you write print. I'm just replicating it quickly, guys. Then this comes as false. Okay. This comes as false. Then the if will say your gate pass is not validated. You cannot enter this. You will just come out. Okay. That's it. This is how if block works. Let me paste it here, guys. Are we clear? Half century will be if else. Suman, there you can plug in, right? If it is less than 100, so it will be, then again you have to put it like if it is more than 50 and up. So you have to go into multiple decisions there. Okay. Now, where is that? Now let me, combine conditional statement with an user input. I hope you know, right? User input. It will be coming as a pop-up. So I don't know you guys are aware of or not. So there's a function called input which makes it happen. So this function says that takes the user input and returns a string data type. This is a important thing here. Returns a string data type. Always keep this in your head. Okay. So what's happening there, guys? It returns a string data type. Let me show you. Suppose I say score. Let's talk about cricket only then. And your input, enter any valid score. Anybody who has scored. Any valid real score, real number score, or any valid real score. And this is going to be an user input. And then you can say print score. You can also print type of score. You will realize the miss. Suppose I say it asks, right, enter any valid score. Let's say 103. But if you see that 103 it has printed, but what is the class it has taken into? Hello? String. Now, issue with this is that if I try to go ahead and I say that I want to do into 2, then you will see that it is a string. Can you see this behavior? APC coming 5 times, 103 coming 2 times. Ideally, some calculation should have come like 206. Hello? Guys, let me show with a simple example. 100, not 200. It's coming 102 times because it is a string. So how to handle it? How to handle it? Then for that, you will be doing some discussion on typecasting. Typecasting. So guys, there are definitely you should read about it, although I'm not going to talk too much into it, but I can definitely explain it. So please read about it more. But there are, two types of typecasting, implicit and explicit. So when you say implicit, I think I have already explained implicit, right? If I remember correctly. Anybody wants to challenge that? Implicit without letting you know, right? Remember that? I have already explained. Yeah, thanks, Prabha. So implicit, just to refresh their memory, all are Gajni here. So if I say, if I have a number x equal to 2, and I have another number y equal to 2.3, right? And then if I do an addition, so one is integer, one is float. Well, somebody is honking. So then it will directly go into 4.3. Isn't it? Can you see that? 2 plus 2.3 is 4.3. So Python takes a decision that now, since one of the number is float, ideally I should show the outcome as a float, not an integer. Okay. Dilip is asking why 100 is coming 2 times. So again, Dilip, are you like revising or not? Because then I really get a little irritated. Let me show you. I have taken this example. Go and watch this lecture. X into 5. If you say 5, if it is a string, it will not take your APC and make it some number calculation. Ideally, it will just repeat the statement and you're right because it will print 5 times. That's it. So please watch my yesterday lecture. If you're revising, these questions, I think ideally in your heart you should not ask. Okay, it's a very simple question to ask. Okay, this is not an implicit typecasting. What about explicit? Explicit I did not explain that time. Explicit typecasting. Then you have, methods like int. So what int will do? Int explicitly converts explicit typecasting to convert it to integer Okay. Then I will also show you float. Explicit typecasting to convert it into float. Yeah. So now guys, there can be string as well. So I'm not going to talk everybody. But here what we need, I need to convert this guy from string to a integer, right? So what I'll do guys, I'll just go there and I'll add an integer. Okay, so it will convert the data type from string to input. Is it clear? I've done nothing guys. Please pay attention. I've just added an int before the before input. So input will come as a string and then I'm converting the string into integer. Are we clear on this guys? Let me show you now again. 100. Now I will see that class has changed to integer. Can you compare it with this? The string has become integer because of the explicit typecasting being done by integer. You can also write float here. Okay. Ideally, I write float, but since we are talking about score, cricket score, it cannot be 100.3, right? Now come back to Virat Kohli score. And then if you want to do some calculation on top of it, it will be running. Int is a method. Yeah, it's a function. Okay. It's a function. Are we clear? Typecasting is done. I have not talked about anything conditional here. Okay. Later on, I will be using this in a lot of conditions. Now you can think like the same thing, but I will be extending this with nested if statement with user input. Yeah, guys, ready? So now what I want, and everybody has to do it, try doing it, at least take 5 minutes. We have some time. If score is greater than, I think we are talking about 1 day. So you can say that score is greater than equal to 300. You will call it as triple century, guys, triple century. Then if it is greater than 200 but less than 300, then you will say double century, right? Guys, come on, yes or no? And if the score is greater than 100 and let me stand here, less than 200, then you will say century, and else you will say no ton. No ton means ton, you know, right? What is the meaning of ton? It's not ton. Ton, 100, yes. Double ton, triple ton, no ton. Or you can also write here ton, triple, double ton, single ton. Come on, guys, code it. Okay. I know my handwriting is looking so nice. Please don't just give me this liberty. Now we know each other, so I can definitely take some liberty. But this is definitely not the way I write. Okay. My real handwriting is not that bad. Okay. But please try coding it. Idea is hint I have already given. Hint is nested. Let's see who can do it. I'm testing. $300 is what? No ton. Your code has slight error, but still it is good. So big hand for Mayur. Good job, Mayur. At least in this quick time, you were able to do it. Let me see what Pratik has done. Simple. Right? 103, collate a century. 200, double century. 303. There's a problem. Now, can you see that? That's what I was expecting from a collate a triple century, collate a double century, collate a century. He could not have hit everything, right? It's just a triple century. So you understand what is the issue? If somebody hits somebody scores 300 plus, doesn't mean that he has hit a century, double century, and triple. You cannot multi-count it. That is the issue. So how will you fix this? Let's learn in my code. Okay, so let me do it, guys. I think you guys are doing great. I'm not saying that. So this is my block. I think I have the only block. So let me write. Let me do it. It's very simple. Score. I'll be fast. Int input, enter valid score, valid cricket score, or I'll just write score. Okay. And then what I'm going to do, if score is greater than equal to 300, okay, then what? Print. I'll keep it short. You can give all the fancy names. It's a triple turn, right, guys? Come on, yes or no? Then I'll go, and here you have to be smart. If it is, 200 less than equal to, greater than is equal to 200, but less than 300, there you guys have missed it. Some of the guys, print it is double turn. Hello? If it is greater than equal to 100 score, but less than 200, tell me what is it? Print, it is singleton, right? Singleton means century, right? And then you will say the last one. If score is less than 100, you'll print Norton. This is what I wanted. This is without nested if. Okay, let's test it. 103 singleton. Come on. 200 double ton. 300 triple ton, right? It's not coming all of it, right, Prava? If you give 23, no ton. If you give 99, no ton. Simple. Don't confuse it so much, right? Now I'll also tell you quickly with the nested if. How does it? So this is not using nested if. And I'm not saying this is the only way of doing this, right? Means I'm not saying this is the only way you can do it. You can do in multiple approach, right? So now here, if I say this is fine, and now this between thing, right? The way I'm writing, you can say that if score is less than, see how smartly you can convert. If score is, and I just, if score is, see, greater than 300 straightforward, triple turn, but, and Prabha, you pay attention because you missed it. If score is less than 300, then you will go inside and again check. Score is greater than equal to 200, right? This is like the same thing what we're doing in one line. If score is less than 300, then the code will enter the another if block, and then you can write print double turn. Okay. Then if you say, if score is less than 200, then you will again go and put another nested if and say that if score is greater than 100, greater than equal to 100, right, guys? Then you'll print singleton. Okay. This is how nested if work. Don't worry. In the next class, I'll speak more about it. Score less than 100, print nota. This will also serve the purpose, but that's not, code is not more optimized, right? But let me show you. 103 singleton, 200 double ton, 300 triple ton, 56 no ton. I like this code a lot, but I think you should get it. Where have to, I'm not use else, I'm not use elif anything, right, guys? Clear? Prava, you're clear, right, on this? You understood, right, what you missed. You missed the upper boundaries, and right? So if you're saying just 300, then you cannot say that it is also a double century. Okay, that's the whole point. But I'll talk about nested if again, just remind me, because this is not done yet. Nested if I have to tell you more, because this can be getting, so nested if like is like parents, right? So I know I will tell you a quick story if you are interested. So when I was a kid, I think I was in fourth grade. Okay, there was one video game came. I don't know if you guys are, so those who are from my peers, my generation, they might have seen this. So there used to be a video game like this. Have you seen it, guys? And there used to be a display screen. Who has seen this? So I was like really crazy about this. So my mom told me that you get in top three, I'll buy you, right? And then when I got in top three, then came the another nested if. You understand what I'm saying? So there was one condition: you do this, you'll get this. Then comes the another if. Then okay, top three is fine, but this is just you understand what I'm saying? Then comes the another condition within the condition. That's the meaning of nested now. And mothers are like that. So condition within the condition will keep, and ideally I should have gotten like in the first layer of the if, which I satisfied, I got somewhere here. You understand? So these are like smart parents. They'll give you, but they'll give you when they want to give. Okay. I think this is also good parenting style. Okay. You should give your kids the things, right, with the value attached to it. It should not be like you have money, you just buy the kids anything they want. Then they'll understand that this comes like very easy. But life is not going to be easy. Life will be very hard, and then they might break. So to be really strong, I think you really need to torture a bit as well. Things cannot come very easy. Okay. Now we're living in like 15-minute delivery. Patience can definitely go on a toss if you are getting what I'm saying here. So with Python, I'm also talking about philosophy. If you observed since day one. So this is today, philosophy wasn't parenting. Reading some book, you can understand some knowledge leak is happening there. Okay. You have to do the error or exception handling, and idea is to not use anything fancy. Focus using nested if and try to do. Clear? Example I can give, expected output will be something like this. So suppose you have three numbers with you, A equal to 100, B equal to 200, and C equal to 300. I would expect that it will also print what are the entered number. And then you should say that, okay, greatest number is C and the value is 300. Make sense? Error handling can be, suppose you give text. You don't give number, you give text. Like B, by mistake, you write 2 and you write O by mistake. Then you should be able to say that, okay, this is not a valid number. Please enter the valid number. Something like that. Okay. So definitely going to have a good exercise. And this is a homework, not WW, sorry. This is a homework. So we need to do this. Okay. As a homework. You don't need to do it now. Now, guys, let's talk about two-way decisions, right? So if you focus here, two-way decision is going to be with if else. And if you focus here, guys, you will see that this is what I'm talking about. Suppose you are standing here. Suppose you are standing here and you have to decide whether you want to go this side or whether you want to go that side. And that will depend on the, criteria. That criteria outcome will decide whether you want to go left or you want to go right. Okay. So let's get into the syntax. Suppose I'll keep it very simple. Suppose you take an input X, okay, and there you say enter an integer. So this is your user input, guys. Code with me. And now we are saying that if x is less than 100, print it is less than 100. Okay. And now you have that option of else. If it is less than 100, you print less than 100. If it is not, you'll write it is greater than or equal to 100. Can I say that, guys? And once you are done, you can say print done. Right? I think given the situation we are in these days, right? Given the situation we are in, Kohli missing the century, right? In the last match, definitely 100 is the is being talked about. So if you look at this, suppose he scored, I think 95, right? So you can definitely run this and say that, oh, he missed the century, right? Something like that, right? Less than 100. Perfect. So when you are missing the match, I think he scored 95, not 98. Okay. I can totally feel that today attendance is a bit low. I think people must be traveling, going to, pandals and all. I would, like to also share that one small thing. I know it's not that important, but I'm a Dashara born, so by Hindi Tithi, today happens to be my birthday. So I think it was one of those days when Dashara was coincided with my birthday. So in my family, generally we celebrate that. So definitely Dashara is, I think, one of the key festival across the country. Not only in India, I was talking to some of the US clients yesterday, and they are also like celebrating it. So I think India is catching up with a lot of things with a lot of people, and thanks to the Indians around the globe. Yeah, I know it sounds a little weird that how many times you celebrate your birthday. So, but yeah, that's what it is. Thank you very much. But yeah, good, good. So now so this is very simple. There's no rocket science and don't want to also confuse it, right? I want to keep it simple. Nested if else is this one. Okay. Thank you guys. Now, if you come back to the uh, second thing, which I am trying to say, nested if else statement. Now, why don't you guys try? I'll give you the conditions and see that can you write this? Okay. So you give it a thought and think that, how will you use this nested if else statement to solve this problem? So what is the condition we are talking about, guys? Check whether the number is greater than 100 or not. Okay. Leverage the above code, means this code, and add nested if else block to check if, I have to highlight this, to check if the number is less than 200 or more than equal to 200, and also check if it is more than 200. What I've written, sorry. Leverage the above code and add nested if block to check if the number is less than 200 or more than equal to 200. Also check if it is more than 200, then it is less than, okay, got it. So see, here idea is, although I've written in a very, raw language, what we are trying to do that, we're trying to compare the same thing, 100 versus 200, hello, versus 300. Are you getting, guys? That's the whole intention. So please try, give it a shot. Use user input, leverage the above code, and try to write nested if else statement. Everybody will try this. what you have given, Prava, that will come, because that's a valid output, and that happens in the nested if else. I think you are right only. I just realized myself as well. But let me do that. I think your output is okay. Because if we are coding like this, we have to show all the possibilities. Else, I'll explain, guys. Print, it is greater than or equal to 100, equal to 200, sorry. And else, print less than or equal to 100. I think I am not doing 300 here, guys. But now let's see. If I do 102, it shows that greater than 100 and less than 200, which is correct. I think that's exactly Prabha you were also showing, right? I have not gone to 300, but you can add, right? So it will show both the boundaries, right? Now let me try something else. If I say 200, it says that greater than 200, which is also correct, and greater than or equal to 200, which is also correct. Okay, suppose I take 201, it says greater than 100, greater than or equal to 200. Okay, and if I take 99, it will show less than or equal to 100. Sorry, my bad. It should be less than. But I think you can modify it, and I think now you guys are champion. You can do anything. Okay. You can also contain it. You can also do the between condition as well. Okay. Let me see what Rashmi has done. 100. What happened? Okay. You have written all if, but we do not want that, Rashmi. No? We need to use if else block, right? And then we have to use in the right way. So can you check and modify as well? No, that's fine. Means code wise, it's okay. What Rashmi has done, but I don't want that, right? I want if else condition to be used. I think she had not used, else it's just a dummy for her, right? So that's the point. Okay. So guys, then you can try it out and you can extend it to 300 as well. That's fine. But let me show you that how does this nested if else work. Let me show you, because that is important for you to focus. Now suppose I run this, I say 101. Now, the moment I say 101, what happens, guys, it goes and check this one, right? It checks that whether it is greater than 100K. If it is greater than 100, it will get inside this. Okay. See, it will print that greater than or equal to 100. If X is less than 200, which is correct, right? So you can see that it has entered this also. So what you can do, you can modify this to say, okay, it is, X is greater than 100, X is, let's say if it is 200, means if I want to modify this, I can write a unidirectional greater than equal to 200. So you can say, but no, then this will, it will distort the whole idea. Now, since it has entered the nested if else, guys, can you see that? So you can see it is coming as less than 200. It printed this part of the if, right? Let me show you something else. I'll run again, and then you observe. Suppose I say 202. Now, in ideally, you are already seeing it. Hold on, guys. Where is my pen? Yeah, perfect. So if you see here, what is going to happen? Let's run it through your mind. This it will execute, then it was 202, definitely it will run this part of the block. Hello, yes or no? But it also knows that if x is greater than 100, it will print this, but this part it will not print. It will quickly jump to the else part. Hello. So in both the times, it entered the nested if else, but in one, which I have just run, it went ahead and printed the if body, right? Body of the if. And here in this new iteration, I am going to print body of the else, correct? So you will observe that every time either you are going to print this body of the if or you're going to print the body of the else. You guys agree with me? You can never print both of them. This is the fundamental concept. Hello. Are you with me on this? I know you're coding, but just make a point to understand this. And this is your nested if else. You have another outer if else, which is this one. Guys. Can you see that? This is your if else, but it is outer if else. So you can also say that nested if else is more like inner if else. Are you able to see that? What I'll do now, I'll copy this image and put it in a notebook so that you don't miss it. Now let me run that. So 200 submit, see, now it will get into this, it will print greater than or equal to 100. Now did you notice? It will check for this guy. Now you know that 202 is not less than 200. You are very sure that it will not go this part and do it. It will directly jump and print it. Let me show you that. Perfect. Perfect, guys. Those who have done it, very good. Now let's move on to the last bit, which is Python if, else if, else. Suman is telling I did the same, but I'm getting error. There will be some error from the syntax. Okay. As I can see here, it is, you are missing the indentation, right? Did you observe? And second thing is that it should be like this. If you're doing nested if else, it will be like doing this. Okay. So follow Suman. Definitely there are some indentation errors, some issues. Go through my code and it should be okay. Okay. Now, guys, I am going to use if else if statement, right? Where we are saying if else. Whenever we want to go more than two choices, more than two choices means it can be 3 or 100. You are going to use it, right? So what I'm going to give you is a task. I'll give you also 5 minutes of time, good time, so that you can code. You already have an idea. Just don't need to do anything. You have to keep writing if, else if, else if, else if, else. That's how you have to done. So guys, what I'm showing on the screen is writing a program to give the season based on a month. And month number are 1 to 12. Can you see that? If the month is anything from 11, 12, 1, which is November, December, January, we call it winter. 2, 3 spring, 4, 5, 6 is summer, April, May, June. 7, 8 is rainy, July, August. 9, 10 is autumn. And then anything which you give like 13, 14, 200, it should show invalid month. I think some syntax issue. Let me see what Abrar has shared. Your double quotes are not coming properly in my cell. Can you use single quote? Okay. Winter, invalid month. I think good, very good. You are correct, Abrar. I think your code is also correct. Still, it's just that the syntax issue is coming from the double quote, single quote. Let's see what Prabha has done. Enter a month. a number from 1 to 12. Okay. Autumn. If somebody gives a -2, invalid month. I think yours is also correct, Prabha. Easy, right? Very good. Good job, guys. So you guys are like without me telling you, you are able to do it. So what do you want more? Okay, cool. So what we can do, we can try to do some error handling like I generally do. So although I have not taught you this yet, but when I'll teach you, you can ask me question on this, but for now, just follow it. So I'm using a more like a looping statement. You can see while, and I'm saying that while it is true, more like infinitely, whenever till it is true, I'm going to add my block of the code within it. And I will also use, so why I'm putting my name so that you don't get confused with a lot of answers. Enter the month between 1 to 12, right guys? Come on. And then I'll say if my month is in between 1 to 12 and both equal, see how I'm writing it, guys? See, between 1 to 12, then I'll use break. So this is another transfer statement. Else print invalid month. Please try again. Now this is going to be beautiful. Okay. You will see that. Now if I'm saying if month is equal to 11 or equal to 12 or equal to 1, I'm saying season is winter, right? Else if month is, and now I'm going to be really smart. I will pick somebody fourth, right? Like this. Why to type again? Like you're already on the same track. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, rainy, spring, summer, autumn. Very good. Now already I have this block. Then I'm going to print and I'll use a formatting. I'll say the season for the month. Now we learn a couple of things here. And that is something I want you to read. These are known as format string. Is season C dot okay, good observation. And the only thing which I also need to do, guys, season is winter. Since I'm going to use my code a little differently, what you can do, you don't print it like this. Because I have copy pasted this. I don't want to print here. I just want to assign here. That's the difference. So I'll assign here. Perfect, guys. Good observation. And I'll do this. And I'll assign autumn here. Perfect. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to run this. Let me show you. If I use 10, the season for the month 10 is autumn. Can you see that? It is coming a little nice output, right? See, you have not done anything wrong here. It's just that I have made it a little more presentable, right? See. Now, suppose you give a different month, then it doesn't just show you that, invalid month. It is still asking. Can you see that? Enter the month. Invalid month, it printed. Please try again. And again, it will keep asking you. This is now you're okay. Suppose you enter 14, then you enter some weird number. It will keep asking. It will not stop. It will never give up. It is an infinite loop till the time you put a right answer. Hello? Interesting? Do you like this? So now you also get a task. Definitely, I'll discuss tomorrow on the formatting string more. So that will be maybe a short 20-minute discussion. But on the top of this, I will be giving you an assignment, reading assignment. You don't read about while and all. You just read about, the concept of formatting strings. Okay. Or you can say your results. This can be also a very nice uh, topic to be discussed. Generally, people don't talk about it because uh, this is not a course or something, right? But you need to go through it at one point, right? To be a better presentable, to be better, to be present better your, sorry, to present your code in a better way, right? That is something you have to do. Cool. So guys, with this, I think we are more or less covered everything, uh, so we have covered AFS, we have covered everything, and that was the intention. I thought today's session will be short, should be enough to complete, right? So next topic definitely is going to be loops, which will take it tomorrow. But I'll open the forum for discussion, doubts, anything, and I'll give you some more ideas about how we can, use if else in multiple scenario, but with the real example. Like this is a good example that we were coding the months into the, season name, right? I've given a very good question on, finding the greatest among the three numbers. You will really work it out. And I know that when you try to solve it, you will learn few things there as well. Siddharth is asking, can we use in? Why not? You can use in, right? 100% you can use in. And people have done it. Like, see, so if somebody says my code can be improvised, that's a question. Yes. Let me give you, you can put in a dictionary, you can put a list or tuple and try to do it. So all those are fine because my code is not that smart. If you see, I'm using month, 3 times I've written month. So not a good example of code. Sometimes, let me show you something. This is a, right? Hold on. This is a concise code, guys. See, the season for the month three string. Can you see that? What you see here, guys? You see a dictionary, my dear. So this is something I would have asked you to do it later. But can you see that? This is from my other notebooks, right? Can you see that this code is really concise? So you have used a dictionary to map it out, right? Siddharth, better than what you are suggesting, right? And then I'm just calling it. So you put a number, then it will go and look at into dictionary, but then you will say, what are you if else you're doing, Akash, there? There's no if else. So that's why, but this does the job, right? The question is solved. But yeah, you can also do it. You can keep it so simple that you'll not understand that you're using. So here you're using dictionary properties. Remember, you can get the item, you can get the values, you can get the key, you can get the values. So you're using dictionary, you are able to circumvent the need for if else. Interesting, guys. So trust me, the sky is the limit, right? That's I wanted to show you with this. Suddenly, we are not using even if else, but that's fine. End of the day, your idea is to go keep it short. So in real world, people will not code using if else. They might use dictionary because dictionary can be easy for them. Okay. List can also be used with a different in a different approach. So that's what I want you guys to explore. I hope you are there now with me discussing these things. Level up, right? So you have to work on that front. Okay. So question is how to fetch all the index positions even for duplicate items, right? Correct, guys? Is this the question? And this was the list. I have 2 duplicate items. Can you see that? And Siddharth is going through your question only, solution only. This is what he has done. Okay, anyway, I have to go back to and teach you loop. Okay. So what you're doing, you're using for loop, enumerate everything. My God. This is a question, guys, how to fetch all the index position, putting in the chat. Siddharth, you care to explain what you are trying to do here? This is the list. Okay, this is the list. And idea was that how we can get the index position for, both the tens, right? That is what we are trying to struggling, right? If you try to do my list index and you say 10, it will only give you position 0, right? Why? Because it is at 0th position, but it is not giving you the second position. So how will you do it, guys? Definitely need to use for loop. So I'll not be discussing this because I'm not taught you looping statement, so you'll not be able to understand. So here we'll definitely use for loop, right? It is for loop. Okay, which I think Siddharth has also applied. The provides telling index position of every duplicate item can be mentioned. And can you elaborate on that? Like, how do you do it? Okay, so you are saying if this is my list, Siddharth, I got your solution. I got what you're saying. Now, what you're doing, Prabha, on this. So, Prabha, you are doing eyeballing, right? You're doing eyeballing. You know this is at 0th position. You know this is at this position. Let's say, imagine hypothetically, the list is like really long, so long that you don't know, right, how many 12 are existing also. Then we are trying to solve this question. Understand? It's not like, without loop, it's not possible also because we don't know what is in the list, but this is not what we are looking for. Okay, guys, I'll come back on this question. What was the other question? What was the other question? I think we have to complete the for loop because all the questions which I mentioned somehow will use for loop. I know that. One question which I gave as greatest number, right? So for loop can also give access or, position, index position, access to index position. And that can be also useful, right? Particularly in this example only, right? So I can give you some reasons, guys. Let me also write. Okay. Definitely number one is iterations. And whenever we want to do a definite iteration, definite is for loop, indefinite is while loop. Always know the difference. So whenever you know beforehand how many times you're going to run the loop, that's called definite iteration. Means you know how many times it will run. 50 times, 100 times, 1000 times, right? And when we run this, control loop, right, to do some repetitive task, right, definitely that's one of the most important use of for loop. It can be as simple as that. You want to do the cumulative sum of 50 students, right? Cumulative sum of 50 students marks. So you will start with student 1, 2, his marks is 80, his marks is 90. So you keep going, right? Like 80 will be the first one, then 90 will add, it will become 170, then you will add 60, it becomes 230. So like that, you're going to repeat and also do some action. So you're not only iterating the marks scored by the students, you're trying to do a cumulative sum so that you can use it somewhere. So whenever you're sure that you know how many students you have, let's say your class has 100 students, you will run this for loop how many times, guys? You will run it for 100 times. Okay? To get the cumulative sum till the last student. And then you can divide by the number of students to reach a value called average marks, right? That could be one of the simple example for a definite iteration. Second important reason is why do we need a for loop is to reduce the code's complexity. Just imagine that you're writing multiple block of codes for repetitive tasks, right? So definitely it doesn't look good, doesn't look a clean code and not also as per the best practices. So to maintain the clean code, right, clean code environment, right, where you don't want to write lengthy code or messy code, right, you will be needing for loop as a more like a tool for you. Whenever you want to run an iteration of repetitive task, you go and use for loop. When you don't know how many times it will run, you will use a while loop, right? So you do things in an efficient and clean manner, right? So let me give these pointers as a notes so that you can read through it. Then I also mentioned few things like, what I want to copy the format. This is really nice. Then I mentioned about indexing and enumeration. So what I'm trying to say that for loop can provide, which I feel that is one of the other reasons we should use for loop. One more reason which is coming to my head is that you can also use for loop for searching and matching, right? It's not to do some mathematical computation. Always people think, oh, for loop is only for mathematical computation. It's not correct. It can also be used for to search specific element, although not a very computationally good thing to do, but you might have to, or find patterns in the data. Think about textual data. Are you getting my point? So these are the few things which I am trying to highlight this. Okay. Why do we need for loop? Now, if I have to quickly define what is a for loop, I'll show you this definition block from the slide. So this is from our Intellipaat deck. A loop in Python or any other programming language which can iteratively execute a piece of code block till the time condition is being met. Okay, till the time condition is being met. Okay, so this looks little, this looks little not very much clear. So what I'll do, I'll get into my Jamboard and try to, outline this. See, we are talking about for loop. Okay. Always remember that when you are trying to do for loop, use for loop, you are going to talk about sequence. Always. So that's why we start by saying that for each element in sequence, I hope you can see this. For each element in sequence, you go within the element and you will ask this question that is this last element of the sequence? Is this last element of the sequence? That's a question mark, guys. And if the answer is no, then it will execute. Hold on, guys. It will execute statement inside the loop. Now, the condition you are looking out for The condition you're looking for is this one only. Is this the last element of the sequence? If it is no, it will execute this statement inside the loop. And my dear, please pay attention. This will keep going on. It will come back again, pick the next iteration, and again check it. That whether is this the last sequence or not. Until the time it is no, it will keep running. The moment it says yes, it is the last element. So it'll come on this side. Let's say this is yes. Then your for loop will end. Are we clear, guys? End of for loop. I'm writing here. This is the most simple for loop I have written. This is an example only. This box is for condition. Okay, you know, right? Decision making box. Okay. Let me put this in the notes. Now, guys, I'll talk about the syntax. It's very simple, as you can see on the screen. And let's pay attention and get it right. For each element in the sequence, right? So you are writing for, that's your keyword. Element in sequence. In is also a keyword. This element can be also written as I, J, K, your name, my name. And then the sequence will be a data type. It can be a list, it can be a data frame, it can be a dictionary, anything. Then you're going to run the body of for loop. So let's also understand what is element. Element is the variable, I also call it iterator, that takes the value of item inside the sequence on each iteration. So basically what I'm trying to say here, that every time it will pick the element present in the sequence or item present in the sequence and keep iterating till the time the condition is being met. I'll show you. So let's say I is equal to 1, then it will pick 2, then it will pick 3, and so on and so forth. Then the second thing is that all the statements inside the body of the for loop, this is your body, right, will be executed, okay, with the same value of the iterator. Okay, suppose you are using some statement like element into 2. So it will take the element value for that particular iteration and multiply by 2. That's what we are saying in this line. Okay. The other thing which you can observe, my dear, is that there is indentation. Can you see that? There is 4 dot space or 4 white space, right? You have to follow that, just like you are following in the if else. Last one is that loop continues until we reach the last item in the sequence. So that's how it works, okay? But you can control it. It's not the very standard thing that you have to go till the end of the world. You can stop somewhere in the middle also, but you have to put a condition to that. You have to subset your loop. But end of the day, subset your sequence. End of the day, sequence what you plug in here, it will go and cover it. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to run a simple for loop. Let's do it. So I'm going to write the basic for loop, okay? So I'm going to take my item as a, nums, which is going to be a number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll not keep quite a few because then you get confused. Then for I in nums, okay, I'm going to just print I into 2. Clear, guys? What are you expecting from here? Before we run this, let's break it. That what are you expecting out of it? And you have to understand, right, what we're trying to say here. Now, everybody will talk in the chat, okay? Please mention what's happening. What is this nums in our language of for loop? It's a sequence. But data type is what? List. Sequential data type, list. See, sequential data type is list, right? Then for I is your element, which we are talking about, guys, right? Remember, element in the sequence. And then what you are doing, you're going to execute this line of code, which actually says that take each element and multiply by. Can you also observe that there is indentation of 4 white spaces? Perfect. Now, what is the expected output? You will take 1, multiply with 2, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 will be the expected output. Right, guys? Come on. And if I just run this, you will observe that that is true. Correct, guys? I know some of the guys will still not be comfortable because the first time when they see this, they feel that, oh, something is missing. So let me show you here. Nothing is missing, guys. It's very easy, but you're not able to visualize. Always come to visualize execution in Python. First line of code, what it will do? It will create a global frame list. See, done. Right, guys? Then it will go in this iterator and it will pick I in nums. Now, since you've given the list as the sequence, it will pick the first. So I will be 1. See? Then it has gotten inside and it will print I into 2 on the top, you see. Then again it has come back here, and then the iteration, you can say that the counter will increase from here to here, right? Now it will pick 2. See, guys, observe. 2 into 2, 4. Like, keep going like this. See? Till the time you're done, it will keep going like this. Okay? If the sequence is like millions of items, it will run million times. I'll be clear, guys. Now, one thing which I always have felt, and I've given this assignment, guys, tomorrow I'll discuss this, okay? So you have just, maybe Friday I'm targeting to discuss all these advanced topics, which I have decided to teach in your batch: enumerate, zip, list comprehension, and product. I think Siddharth was using enumerate. Zip is something. So these are like something going to be advanced topics, which I have thought to teach you. Generally, we don't teach this, but given the seriousness of the batch, we'll take over these topics. So please go through it. Just Google it or read about it. I think Friday I'm setting the day for discussing. So the day after tomorrow. Okay. Please, Prava, or maybe Siddharth, somebody should remind me. Friday we will discuss this. Okay. I'll just put the date. Friday is every day. Every week has a Friday, right? So I want to bring transparency here, else I can play next Friday and next Friday, right? Sometimes people do this and participants are like hell confused which Friday he's talking. Okay. So, guys, I think this is the reading assignment. Okay. Please do it. Make a notes, right? You can actually also see some of the good pages or blogs, right? Feel free to do that. Now, guys, for loop is really interesting. But before we get into for loop, I need to, teach you, not really to teach because you have been taught. There's one more thing which you should know before you get into for loop. The depth of the for loop is range. I hope everybody has been taught range earlier, but if not, let me teach you now. Okay. But I think I have discussed about range. Is my memory correct? Anybody? Right? So range is a very simple function which we have three parameters in the syntax, which gives you a sequence of number. You can give start, stop, and step. Start is your starting of the sequence. Stop is stop of the sequence. So suppose 1 to 100. One thing you should always keep in mind that stop is not included, right? And step is like you want to take 1 step, 2 step, 100 step. What is your step size, right? Let me show you with some example. If I say range 5, okay, then you will not be able to see what do you mean by range 5. Range 5 by default means stop 5. Stop 5. And 5 is not included. Always remember that 5 is not included. So what is included, guys? 5 minus 1. Always the last minus 1. So what is 5 minus 1, guys? 4. Till 4 you can get it. I'm writing this like a baby because people get confused. Now suppose you write next time range of 10. Don't say 4 is still 4 only. No. 10 minus 1. But how will you see this is definitely a sequence? Just do list of this guy. Then you will see that you have generated a number like Vikas is telling 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Can you see that, my dear? So what range gave you? Range 0, range of 5. Range of 5 generates numbers from 0 to 4. But how many numbers are there, my dear? 5. Can you see that? Sometimes people say, oh, no, I need different step, right? So I'll say, okay, fine. You want to go till, 1 to 11, 10 numbers, but alternatively. See, step size 2 means what? Alternate, right? Every second. 3 means every third. Are we clear, guys? So range is very important in for loop, and that you will understand with this infographic. See, range can be used to also iterate. I'll show you. If you see this simple for loop for I in range of 5, so basically you are getting a sequence and it will start from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So if you observe on this cycle, 0 is your I equal to first iteration. Can you see this? Second iteration is I equal to 1. Third iteration is I equal to 2. Fourth is I3 and fifth is I4. Always remember that Python is always starting with 0. Keep in your head. Let me show you this. If I say for I in range of 5, and I just say that do I into 1, means you are printing square of I. Square of I is, you have just written a full function called square. Square of the number hold on, guys. I is I hope you can do all those things like multiple print commas. Let me run. See, square of 0 is 0, square of 1 is 1, square of 2 is 4, square of 3 is 9, square of 4 is 16. Did you see? Just using certain text in the print, I have made it a bit presentable. You agree, guys? And guys, I think today I did not create a new notebook, so I'll just combine session 7 and 8. Sorry, I missed that. Everybody comfortable? So far, so good? Now a simple task. Let's do some question. So first question, guys. Print all the even numbers. Very simple question. Print all the even numbers from 0 till 100, both included, in a line. Let's see who does it. It's a baby for loop I have. And use for loop. Sometimes this is not required that you will use you can use range also. So please use for loop. That's a condition. I know you laugh at it, that why I will use for loop if I can do it without using for loop. The point is that I'm teaching you for loop. So let's use for loop. So Anthony has done it, but Anthony, I'm sure that you must be getting your numbers one below the other. I need in one line. You understand? tuple. I think yours is also going to be the same answer. You have to give me the answer in one line. So guys, my output should look like this. Let me show you. Not like this. You can use anything. But you have to use for loop. See, what you guys have done is not wrong, like this one. But the answer is coming like a one below the other. How will you make it simple? Okay, let me do it. This question has nothing to do with the for loop, but let me do it. See, definitely we'll use for loop I in range. Okay, and you can just use the logic. Okay, that you only pick the, every second item and then print it. Okay. So people have done this like this, but this is not the right way, because suppose if you're writing range 0 to 1012, then why do you need a for loop? You should do something where you have to use the logic. So I really like what, Rashmi has done, right? Or even Vinay has done, Kapil has done. Okay. So what you have to do, and I think Prabha, you have got it right. That's correct. But Prabha, what you're doing is that you're using range 010122. So, but let's not go there, because if you're using that, then you're not actually doing any intelligence. So here intelligence is that you use modulo, and if you equal to 0, remember this 0. So the idea is to use some logic here, and then you will say print I. Now, when you're trying to print I, this will also work. Okay, what I did. Yeah. And why my indentation is not working? Yeah. So you can see that, guys, you must be getting this as an output. Right? Correct? But I don't need this, right? I don't need this. And those who have done it, like, they have done for I in range 0101 2. So what you are doing, guys, you are just doing this. So ideally you have created your, sequence in that manner only. So there's no intelligence. Means you are already telling I'll pick 0 to 4, then go and print. So then why do you even need this? Then you just use the range and print it now. So if you're using for loop, I understand, but it's not still that good. So this is a better one, right? To use for loop and show some condition, some logic. So this is your some condition statement you have also used, and then you are going to use a command called end, which Prabha has mentioned. Very good. So end by default is always set to new line. Okay. This is in print only, by the way. But if you give a space, then what it does, it set it to the space as the separator, not the new line as the separator. So let me talk about it a little, so that you don't miss it. Don't miss it. The end parameter is really cool parameter in print. The end parameter in the print function is used to specify what character should be printed at the end of the printed text. Okay. By default, I'm just writing in my own English. End is set to what? End is set to the new line character. Remember new line character, guys? You don't need to type. I'm doing for you. This is your new line character, right? And you already know what it does. It will always put it to the new line, right? But if you are doing this, doing end equal to this, sets the end parameter to what? To a space character. So after printing, let me complete it. After printing each value of I, a space is added to separate the printed values. Are you getting, guys? You must have. I've written so much. Sorry for these, 2-3 lines, but this is important, guys. You cannot just write in one line and do justice. Okay, are we clear, guys? I'm just highlighting few things. Clear? And you can do a lot of things here, like you can say star and then do it. So after everything, it will be doing a star, and all those things you can handle. See that? Guys, if you don't want to give any space, it will be like this. Everything will come close. Space, big space, big space. So you can play around. Can you see that? Okay. So you know, right, guys, you cannot just go and do list 1 into list 2, thinking it will do. See, 2 into 3 is fine. 6 you will get. List 1 into list 2, you will not get 2 list multiplication. You will get an error, right? Because list does not support the vectorized operation, which is element-wise operation. That's your takeaway. List does not do it, but vector does it. Let me also write. But, sorry, not vector. Array allows it. Arrays does it. Clear? Anybody who has done it? Okay. Prova has given the answer. Let me see. It should work. Yeah, perfect. This is correct. In this question, guys, if you focus, it's very easy. I think what you have written, Siddharth, is also exactly same. So, guys, let me do it. First, you will create an out list. So, definitely you have 2 lists here. And guys, others can match. Out list is going to be an empty list. Why I'm saying an empty list? Because you're going to fill it with the, you need to fill it with the product of the item by list. So I'll say for I in, if you do this, then the issue will be there. Sometimes people just try to remember things, right? Oh, Akash has here written, for I in list name, right? Somewhere has written here. I in nouns. So they will also write I in list 1. But, excuse me, guys. excuse me guys, if you just do print I, it will only pick what number. Just do it and see now. 1, 2, 3. But do you really need only 1, 2, 3, or you need something like this? So you have two lists, 1, 2, 3, and you have 2, 3, 6. So ideally at each iteration, so this is your I. When you go and pick 0, you want to not only pick this guy, you also want to pick this guy. Hello? Then only you can do the element-wise multiplication now. Guys, come on, say something. You also want to pick this guy and this guy, both of the guys. Agreed? You want to pick this guy and this guy so that you can do cross multiplication across the list. Am I correct, guys? Right? So that's why writing list 1 is wrong, because it will just pick that list element. So what you have to do, you have to get the length of the list, so that you'll know, right, how many elements within the list, and then you have to generate a sequence out of the length. So you will do range of that. Can you feel it, guys? Those who have done range of length of list 1, why have you done it? You get an answer for it. And here you can take any list, list 1, list 2, because both the lists are going to have the same lengths. Hello, right? Do we need only list 1? No. We need list 1 as well as list 2, I equal to 0 position. What is I equal to 0? 1. And what is list 2, I equal to 0? 2. Then only you will multiply and get it 2. Hello? So you not only need list 1, you need list 1, 0 position, list 2, 0 position. Are we clear? To get there, what we are suggesting here is that you don't generate list value. Don't put list value directly in the iterator. That's the way I'm trying to say. Don't put 1, 2, 3 here. You should rather put 0, 1, 2. This number can be 100, 200, and 300 also. Let me show you. I think I need to. This is the most tricky part which I have. So let's say this is APC list. And I'm putting some big number so that you don't get confused. Now suppose I say, everybody please pay attention, for I in list, APC list, and then I say I, and done. I have to print, else it will not be done. See, it is actually printing the list itself, right? I don't need to print the list. I want to do it differently. Why? I want to say that you don't print the list, you rather generate the sequence equivalent to list length. So I'll do the length, and then I'll generate the range of this. Hello? If I print 1, print I, then I will not get number this time. Hello? Everybody's clear so far? Why? Because length of APC list is what? 3. Range of 3 is 0, 1, 2. Everybody knows that. But you might be saying, no, Akash, but we wanted to print 100, 200, 300. So print it now. Who has stopped you? You just don't print like I. You go and make it dynamic. You say that I'll take the list and I'll place I there. It will give you the same answer, but now it is dynamic. You change the number. You say, I'll say 700. I'll say 900. You don't need to change the logic every time. See? And now you have another list. Let's say you have BBC list. Hold on. And here you are saying that, I'll do 10. Everything I'll divide by 10. This will be 20. And this will be 50. Hold on. Just something I'm saying. Now the good thing is that you can not only print I, you can also print BBC list this time. Are you feeling it, guys? See, every couplet is these two. First you print 700, you print 10, right? Are you seeing that? You are printing the 0th position. Hello, guys. So far, so good. You are printing the 900, then you are printing the 20. Now, since you are able to print these two guys, you can also do that. Print division of list, APC by BBC. And then you can go there and you can say, oh, this is very easy, Akash. I can do that. I'll just go there and I'll use this. See, this is the beauty of using this. See, are you getting it? Now you're also dividing these two guys. So you're actually doing three things, but you can say why you want to do this. Can we do comment these two guys and now run it? See, sorry, I said B. Are you feeling it, guys? And you should thank to Aparna, right? Because I explained more. Now, this is good. Everybody understood? Generally, people don't explain this, assuming that everybody understands this, but I hope nobody does. There's no understand you as you understand. This word is not a good word, as you are aware. No, I'm not aware, right? So sometimes we need to go into the depth. Clear? And I need to assess that in the class, right? Suppose I'm saying something you're not reaching there, you should always raise your alarm. Yacha, I'm not getting it. Now clear that why this the whole range length of thing is a lot of importance is given to this guy. You understand why? Now the question can be that length of the list can be different. No, you cannot do that if you're doing some operation like this. You have to maintain the length of the list. Okay? And you need, right? The same length. Okay? Now I'll complete the original question, guys. I'll get back here. Maybe I'll just delete this because I wanted to first explain this and then maybe we can come here. Yeah. So I can say, forget about this. You can take two lists. Come back to our question, guys. Here you can say list. Okay. Now the good thing is that you have a list. You will create a out list, which is my output list, which is going to be currently empty list, right? You're going to fill it. Then you will go into this, you will say, out list. And then you will use the function append coming from the list. And there you will go and pick list 1, I. Now you understand it. List 2, I. So you're going to multiply 0 with 0th value. And then you are going to write output the list. So you can say print sorry, any question, guys? No, no? Yeah. Then you can say print coming outside the for loop multiplication of two lists is out list. Done. Clear, guys? Say something. Now let me show this in visualize. You will love it. Now guys, I'm going to create two lists. Done. See list 1, list 2. Right? Don't look at the add. Okay. Out list will be an empty list. See, coming as an empty list. Okay. Now look at that. Iterator will go and pick 1. So 1 is like your first position, which is 0th position in there. Right? See, I equal to 0. You should also focus here, my dear. You should focus here. Okay, all the time. I equal to 0. So right, out list is filled with, see, empty list. And now you should also focus here. Maybe I'll put a box here. See, now it is going to get updated. So my box is not that great. Fine. I'll make another box. Big box. This is too big. This is fine, right, guys? Now see. Then focus here. I will increase to 1. See? And the value is what? 6. How it is coming 6? 2 into 3 is 6. Focus I equal to 2. Now the value will be 18. Can you guys feel it? And now it is already done. It has taken everything, but still it is going back and check. Now you will observe that it will suddenly jump to here. Just focus on that. Okay. And here it comes. Did you notice? And then it will run that last command. Isn't it beautiful, guys? Mayur, did you run your code or you're just typing? Please don't type and just send it to me. Also run your code. I know you are writing logic and thinking it should work, and Akash will just confirm whether it is working or not. How come you guys are having the same score? Average are coming different, 89, 88. I don't think it is correct, 89. Answer is 88.6. Most of the guys are able to do it. I can see that. Let me pick what you have done. So guys, okay guys, this is very simple. I don't want to, discuss too much everybody's answer. So let me just put my answer, guys. Just focus. It's very simple, right? You have the Python test scores. And now please pay attention, those who could not do it, especially those. Now I'm going to also use the same kind of approach. Total marks first, I'll initialize with 0, right? So that it doesn't take any garbage value. Now then I'll go into for mark. You can put anything. I also you can write for mark in Python test marks. Right? This is super easy. And you're going to take plus assignment operator. So total marks you will update equal to mark. Okay. Why? Because marks will be total marks is 0, then 0 plus 80, 80 plus 90, like that it will work. Okay. And if you don't believe me, so you can always add two print block before, right? And you can say print total marks. And then you can also write after, so that you can print these two guys after, updating. So this is after updating and this is before. Then the last step is very simple, guys. You can find average equal to what? Total marks divided by the length of the list, which is Python test marks. And then you can call this as, in the print, you can say average marks average Python score is, and you can go and use average. See guys, don't worry, this is intentionally I have done, that's how you're seeing. Now understand what's happening with the output. Please pay attention, guys. I'll not repeat. See, total marks is 0. So the Python will first quickly run the before. See, 0. Then the iterator will do what? It will say that using this line, total marks is going to get updated like this. Total marks is equal to total marks plus mark. Remember, guys, I have discussed this earlier as well. See, earlier it is 0. Now the iterator will give what is the value of mark? 80. So after updating, it should show 80. See, guys, can you see that? Again, when it goes to here, 80 plus 90 will become 170. Likewise. Are you able to follow, guys? Hello? The logic flow. And then what I have done, I have taken the total marks, which is the last value of this, 443, divided by length of Python marks, which is this list, 5. Answer is 88.6, right? Clear? Any doubt, any confusion on this? So I'll just comment it because the output should look a little nice. But you can always uncomment it and try to understand. And for positive integer and valid integer, means people also give some alphanumeric character, right? You have to handle this as well. So can I expect you guys to take care of it? extend on this code and do the error handling. I know because I have to teach you a bit of error handling. I remember that. So, Friday is the day when we'll do this. So just pinging, or maybe I'll note it down somewhere else. I'll forget. One is error handling. Then what did I think I talked about list comprehension quite a lot. Then I mentioned about zip, enumerate, and product. Then I talked about, I think this will only take quite a lot of time. And then I talked about formatting strings, right guys? These are the only three topics, not three topics are more than three, but these are the 3 pointers which I have been telling that I'll discuss with you guys. Anything else, anybody? This is the moment. Please contribute if you think that is something else I've mentioned and I'm not putting. This is all, Prabha, or you have something to add, or anybody does remember that. So we will start with this, right? Keep that in the mind, okay? You can read about it, but this is a homework I have given this. This part is your homework, okay? Now move on to the next question. So you can take some help from right here that this is such a simple if else yes put, but we will do better job there, okay? This is, so as the name suggests, it's very simple. You're going to use a for loop and you're also going to use a if else block to test for any condition. If that condition is true, you are going to...
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers you a Python certification course that will help you become an expert in writing Python programs and working with packages like NumPy, Pandas, Matplotlib, scikit-learn, SciPy and many more. Through this course, you can also learn how to write codes for big data systems like Hadoop and Spark and gain a hands-on experience by working on real-world projects. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in their successful career transitions. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to a new height. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take a first step towards a career growth with the Python tech stack. Let's have a quick quiz question guys. What is the purpose of return statement in a Python function? Option A. It is used to print a value to the console. Option B. It indicates the end of a function. Option C. It returns a value from the function. And option D. It is used to define a new variable. So do mention your answers in the comment section below. Now let's move forward with our session.
Execute the block of code present inside the if block. If the else condition is true, we will go and execute the else block. So end of the day, you are going to iterate it, repeat the same step again and again, basis the condition. Make sense? So it's more like a switch, right? And the switch can be multi-switch. So either, have you seen a gearbox, right? So either you switch this side or that side, right? And then decision will happen. Make sense? If else, and then the iteration will happen. This circle represents iteration, guys. Okay, so I think in the interest of time, because I just looked at the clock, I also need to discuss something. So let me give you my way of coding. Okay, and you can see that if it is going there or not. So guys, this is the list of students. We will start with the grades. Actually, this is not the grade, to be honest. This is your score, your marks, right? So marks of students in Python. Students in Python test. Clear, guys? I'll start with the marks. I'm changing the variable name. Now I'm going to put the criteria in a dictionary. So dictionary, and this is the standard way of doing things. Dictionary defining the grade criteria. Hello? Criteria can be changed anytime. So you will want to store it outside, not like like hard code. Can you see this is being hard coded? Hello? So what I am going to do, I am going to write a dictionary like this. So grade A, how I have defined, guys? If it is within, now I'm using a tuple. Can you see that? 90 to 100. See. So we learn a lot of things in this coding exercise. 80 to 89 is C. 65 to 79 is C. Comma, you have to keep giving, guys. D is what? 55 to 64. And F is 0 to 54. Everybody is comfortable with the criteria? This is how I have mentioned in there, right, guys? Come on. When I said 90 plus this range, means what? This is exactly I have meant it. This is what I meant it, right? Now I'm going to also create an empty dictionary to store the grade categories, right? Okay, guys? To store the grade categories. So this can be simple dictionary name, grade categories with a curly braces, right? Now I'm going to what? I'm going to iterate through the marks. Then I'll also iterate through the criteria and then put some logic through it, right? So you are not only going to learn if else, you're going to learn also the nested for loop. Let me show you first. Iterate through the list of marks, which is on the top, guys. So I'll say for, then I have to go through marks. So I'll say mark, maybe score in the list marks. I'll pick one. Then for category and this is your range, min score and max score. I'm naming it, guys. See, in your criteria, you have a min score and you have a max score, right, guys? Correct now? 90 to 100 is an interval, right? You have a min marks, you have a max marks, or max score, min score, how do you want to call it? In grade criteria. And you have to pick the items. Okay, so you should know what is the meaning of item. Let me show you separately. This is your dictionary, guys. Let me copy it as well. Run it. And if I say grade criteria dot item, you should understand what is going to give you. Actually, it's not item, it's items. Can you see that it is showing all the items? Hello? Everybody. Items, it's items. So it is printing the dictionary items, right? Values, keys. Keys is like the key, values, value, item is like combined pair, right? See that? It's a list of, in the form of tuple. We need items and then we are going to put some condition, right? See, keys, values is okay. Item is what? It's gives you like, all the items. Item will have key and the value as well. That is what I'm trying to say, Shrikant. Keys and values. Very good. Now, I'm going to go. Now, you should understand if you are giving a multi-assignment here, right? So, category, min score, So, now you can put a logic around it. And the logic is very simple. If min score grade is more than the min score and less than equal to the max score, are you feeling it, guys? Then you will give the grade categories. In that, you will put that score and you will assign the category. Now this you will not understand. I know I'm giving you some advanced coding here, but it's not a rocket science. Trust me on that. It's very easy. I'll explain, and you will get it. I can promise. So first of all, don't think anything. Don't think anything and just focus, and then you will be able to digest it. And let me print the grade categories in the end, which I can also do in a separate block. You don't need to really write it here. Means in a separate cell, I can do it. Now let me show you how does this work. Yeah, see. Does it work, guys? But it's not coming correct. All are saying CCC. 75, 40, 95. It should not be. I'm taking 90 to 100. Just going through the code, guys. For scored in marks. Here. My score I have to compare. Na? This will work now. See, guys, does it work? No, that is nothing to do with break. Clear, guys? I wrote something wrong here. Na? Grade I wrote. Is it clear, guys? At least output is correct. I can see output is correct. Now let's understand this. First of all, do you like this code? This code is more modularized. This code is structured. You are not doing any hard coding. Do you agree with it? Do you guys agree with it? Siddharth, Prabha, those who have coded with me. Criteria is separately stored. Marks is separately stored. You are creating an empty dictionary and filling it with the logic. Are we clear on this? I hope you should love it. Okay. Now let's understand this code very easy. Trust me, it's very, very simple code. My object, mind-boggling code down the line. So don't think this is the limit. This is the most simple code you are saying. Now I'll explain everything. That's why I'm coming to my Google Jamboard. So guys, first of all, this is very simple, right? Everybody should understand this. You cannot say I don't know this. What I have done here, I have created a dictionary, grade details, right? Grade criteria details. Simple. So grade is in the key and the criteria is in the like values in the tuple, right? See? Simple. This is like creating an empty dictionary. Nothing. You must be looking at that what you are doing here. So first of all, can you see that whenever you are looking one loop within the loop, this is known as what kind of loop? Nested for loop. So first of all, the example I have taken is the advanced one. The way I have solved it, it is nested for loop with conditional statement. That's the heading, guys. So actually, I did solve two objective with one example. Clear, guys? Nested for loop. Nested, if you have seen, nested for loop is similar to that. What's happening here, guys? You are starting with the outer loop. So this is your outer loop. Please pay attention. This is your outer loop. Outer loop, you are picking what, my dear? You are saying that I'll take score from the list marks. So what it will do, score will iterate from 0. So first thing what it will assign score, 75 will be assigned to score. Arrow is opposite, guys. Sorry about it. Are you getting what I'm saying? Listen to me, guys. 75 is going to get assigned to score. Hello? See, guys, talk to me and don't overthink. Now, what's going to happen? After the score is assigned, you are getting inside another loop. So then you will get into an inner loop. So let me place an inner loop. Hold on. So this is your outer loop. Within that, you have an inner loop, something like this. This inner loop is going to start with category, min score, max score. So it is doing multi-assignment, to be honest. Since grade criteria item is going to give you what? It is going to give you the keys A and the value is 90 to 100. 90 is min score. I'm taking with the first example. Max score is 100 and category is what? A. That's how it is deciding. Are you clear on this? How it is assigning? And remember, you had this grade, this. So category is being assigned to this min score and max score. So far, so good, guys. Are we clear on this? So now it is going to do what? It is going to check. So obviously it has all those details. So first it will go and take that. Is my score? What is the score you have tagged to this guy? Come on. 75. So if my score 75 is within 90 to 100 cap. No. Right. It will iterate now. First it will go where? 90 to 100. Then it will go where? Come on, tell me. 80 to 89. Then it will go where? 65 to 79. So it is going to go and check in this conditional statement. The first one it will say, no, score is not between this. Why? Because score is 75. It is not there. Not there. Here it is, right? The moment the for loops conclude that it is here, then it will assign. What it will assign? In the dictionary, the empty dictionary, grade categories, it will go and assign first in the key. This is going to be a key 75. Listen to me. And the category, it will say what? A. Sorry, not it. My bad. What is the category it has picked at that time? C. Are we clear, guys? That's exactly we're looking at the output. C. 75 is C. Hello? Isn't it, guys? Come on, say something. Now, this is my way of explaining this code without getting help of any iterator or visualization. But what I've explained now, and then I'll go back and explain in that visualization tool, you will thank me. Okay, just hold on. Let me go there. And this is where you will feel like, wow, this is really good, Akash. This tool which you have introduced to us is really good. It is amazing. A situation like this is like amazing. Now, please don't look at these ads. Focus on our work. Now, I need your full attention. Don't be distracted. Don't look at anything else. I know we are almost on top of the hour, but please pay attention. This is very, very interesting thing. This is really interesting. We are going to do. Now, see, I'm going to write next. See, the score has come. I'll go on one, right? Now, criteria has been set. It is reading, guys. Right. Can you see that? I know it looks. The criteria has started a tuple. This is so amazing, right? A, B, C, D, E, F, 90 to 100 is a tuple. I mentioned that. Tuple also has 0, 1 position. See? Now, grade criteria will be an empty dictionary. See, it is saying here. Okay. Cool. Now, look at this. For score in marks, see? Score picked 75. Everybody, please pay attention. 75. Now for category, min score, max score in grade criteria items, look at this. Now, did you notice, guys? It has picked A 90, 100 exactly the way I mentioned. Hello, guys. So far, so good. I know some of the guys will give in to this, right? They'll say, "Well, chodo, leave it." But I know some of the guys, only maybe 2 people or 3 people they might feel, okay, let's drop. But don't give up. Try your best, because I'm trying to give you the best. Can you see category A, min score 90 and 100? That's a way of assigning this. Now, you will observe that this particular arrow will keep dancing. Let me show you. It will keep dancing here only. See, till here it will keep going like this, like this, like this. Because inner loop has to complete it and break it before you go to the next one. Right? So on that note, let me show you. Now, what it will do, it will check for this criteria. See, it is going to run this if statement. Do you think it is going to satisfy? No. Again, it will go up. Again, check. The next guy will be what? P 80, 89. We know our is 75. Score is not changing. Also, observe that. So obviously it will also not work. Now see, I'm going to take C, which is in this range. See, 65 to 79, 75 will sit. Now you will observe, my dear, is that this part of the code will run. It will go inside this, right? So let me show you. It will go and assign it. Can you see that? It entered now. This time it entered. Why? Because the criteria is satisfied. Now what it will do, look at this guy, grade category. It is going to fill the score. What is the score value? Come on, 75. What is the category value? C. You will see that it is coming there. Good. So if you have understood it, guys, so let me drop the notebook and then I'll take individual question. I have some time today, so I can spare a little 10 minutes extra. But first, let me share the notebook, guys. Go through it. Go through it, observe it. Today we have done something substantial in terms of looping, right? And ask me question in the next class. That's how you should go about it. Suddenly, if you jump to, I don't get it, I don't, so it will be like a panic situation. No, let's not try to hit the panic button. Try to control it with gradual progress. Okay, so now I'll move on. So you have some time, you will, extend a little, 5 minutes or so. Come on. Nested dictionary. Or maybe you got some idea you can think from here, but let me go back what you're trying to do, where we were discussing it with the month in that, right? So you want to think, because now you know how to how to use nested, right? So see, if you are not able to do, we can separately discuss that. That's also fine. Give it a thought. Okay, rather than me telling, because if you guys can give it a thought on your problem once more, then getting yourself any doubt question done is always a better situation. I can always extend, you can always drop in. Yeah, that's correct. I think we also quickly did it, make a change and try to do it. So I can show you here as well. Can you see that screen, Prava? 106 line number. If you see, I have put 2 marks which are same, 75, 75. So basically it means there were 2 students out of 10 students who got same marks, right? Now what will happen that since we are storing it as a marks and then key, so key is the marks and then the grade. So what happens in those scenario that key cannot be duplicated. You remember that I have taught you in dictionary. If you force to give the same key 2 values, the latest one it will pick. Remember that? So definitely that's exactly happening here. So if you see, although we have 10 students, here they are showing only 9. Can you see that if you count? So 75 grade is C, and since grade will not change in this case, so it's keeping it. Now, so what shall we do? So generally we will keep it like, list of list or something and then put it into a data frame. So when I'll teach you guys pandas, right, you will understand more about it. But I think if I remember correctly, Kushi or I forgot the name, someone highlighted that and that was a good point, which I did not pay much attention to. But you can store in some other data type. But definitely dictionary is not the way forward. We can store in some other data type. Indrani is asking, sir, can we add item in dictionary dynamically? We are doing it dynamically only, no? See? So in here, running the loop and you are adding this item. This is all item only, no? 75C is item, 40F is an item. If you remember in Rani that grade underscore categories earlier it was an empty list. So you are appending the entries of items dynamically. Make sense? Okay guys, so I think this should be good. Now I'll go to the next bit, which is while loop. uh, just to, navigate it in terms of course. For loop side, I think you are more or less covered. Trust me on that. This particular one example, and I'll make a commentary here that so that people don't think later that we did not discuss about it. So I'm putting a note here. Dictionary will flush out the duplicate score and grade for it. Okay, that's the point I have written. And to continue, alternatively, now while loop. What is while loop? Come on, let's see. I've already mentioned it in the last class that there are two types of looping statement you will get to know. One is for loop, which you have covered it nicely. The second one is while loop. There are only two loops, okay? Someone asking that, Akash, what is while do? So in Python, while do is not there. I think while do while, sorry, while do or do while. It is in C and JavaScript, right, guys? So it's a more like conditional for loop, which you have just seen here, right? So this is what you have written, and this example itself is an amazing example which we have done. Like we have written two for loops, right? Then checking a condition. So that's where some of the components of other programming language is already been considered, right? For loop is a plain vanilla term, and then you can combine with different things, but still it is a for loop, right? Then we have in Python second thing, which is a different concept altogether, is while loop. So while loop, if I have to define, or if I have to do a comparison, for loop is mostly used when you have a predefined sequence, right? Like you have a list, you have a tuple, right? You have dictionary, and you want to iterate over each element within that sequence, right? Correct, guys? But while loop is something when you want to just run a repeat or block of code indefinitely as long as a specific condition is true. Make sense? So till the time your condition is satisfied, it will keep running. So basically I'm saying that if your condition is satisfied for infinite period of time, it will go into an infinite loop. Hello? So let me talk about while loop with an example, and syntax is more or less same. So I'm writing a program to display 100 natural numbers. So I'll say I equal to 1, starting from 1. Natural numbers, I hope no, right? Saket, what is a natural number? Let me ask, cherry picking some guys and ask. Or anyone else, what is a natural number? Start from 1 till infinity. Positive integers. So 5, 6, 7 is natural number. No, you have to say positive integers starting from 1. Okay, what is composite number, guys? Composite. Aparna, 2 plus 3 is composite number. Indrani, no, that's a complex number. Don't confuse composite with complex. If it has 2 characters starting is same, right? CO. Soumya, you're wrong. More than 2 factor. Very good, Saket. Guys, please, we have to be good at these things. If it is taking this much of time to answer it, definitely you guys are wondering, thinking. These things should be on your fingertips. I'm not taking a maths test. Remember that? But I have seen people struggling with these things. And trust me, let's say your kids ask this question. I know I'm damn sure some of the guys certainly will have kids, right? who are attending my session, your kid, they come over and they ask you, right? Okay, what is a plus b whole cube, right? And being a parent, and that too being an engineer, you are wondering, right? The kid will lose the trust. These days, kids are like that. And how do I know that? I keep talking to a lot of kids in my community, in my society, in right. I keep talking. So they are like very, how to say, judgmental. Oh, you are an engineer. You don't know this. So let's justify our position. Okay. Anyway, so let's come back to our while loop. But yeah, and you guys are right. Composite numbers are those which has more than two factors, not two factors. Because for any number, there's going to be one is a factor and five itself is a factor. So two factor means everybody will be a composite number, but more than two factors is the concept. So see, it can be divided by 1, 2, 3, 6. How many factors it has? 4 factors. Make sense, guys? Clear? So keep brushing these things time to time. I know aptitude is something you should also brush it. Okay. Aptitude is a lifelong skills. You cannot ignore it. Okay. So aptitude is something you have to keep brushing, you have to keep practicing, so that someone should not come and tell, oh, you are taking so much time to calculate this and things. Are we good? Okay, now come back to that. 100 natural numbers means 1 to 100, right? All the positive integers. So I'll start from I equal to 1. I'll say n is, less than equal to 10. So I'll say, sorry, 100, right? Less than equal to 100. And then I'll put a simple condition while I is less than equal to, my bad, here, less than equal to n. This is your condition checking that whether it is less than equal to less than equal to n or not, and then it will keep printing forever, guys. And you can see that I have missed one thing, guys. What is it? I have missed it, guys. Let's not print, sometimes kernel you have to interrupt. Okay. Excuse me. Let's only print 10 natural numbers, guys, because I don't want to take the whole screen. Now, if you see what is happening, it has gone into an infinite loop, guys. Can you see that? What's happening, my dear? This condition is always true. Very good, my youth. This I equal to 1 is always true. 1 is always less than equal to n. N is what? 10, no? So 1 is always less than equal to 10, which is always true. It will keep going like this. It's an infinite loop, guys. Now to tackle it, you have to just add one more line of code, and that's called increase the counter by I equal to I plus 1, and then magic will happen. Very good, Abrar. I plus plus. Aparna is still in C mode, but yeah, you're right. But yeah, I have to keep moving. Sorry. You can revisit the lecture. Cool, guys. Are we clear on this? Everybody good? If you're good, then let me show you the flow diagram for a while loop. Okay, perfect. So guys, you will enter the loop. You will enter the loop. As you can see here, then you're going to test the condition. So you will find whether the condition is true or false. If the condition is true, it will go and execute the body of while loop, and then the code goes back to again check the condition and keep doing it forever if the condition is satisfied forever. At one point, let's say the condition is false, right, condition outcome comes as to be false, then the loop terminates. Are we clear? That's exactly what we have seen. Excuse me. Now, I'm going to give a very simple question and let's see who can apply the mind. It's a very good question and I have created this question on my own. And I think you'll love this question. So I'm going to give you 3 lists. I'm putting in the chat and Discord as well, so that you don't need to type and waste your time. Okay, perfect. Now I have given you 3 lists. What I expect you that give me all the valid combinations of A plus B plus C that gives you the sum total of 20. So what I'm saying, guys, one example I have given that if you take number 1 from list 1, number 4 from list 2, and number 15 from list 3, are you getting a sum total of 20? Hello? 1 plus 4 plus 15 is 20. I'm trying to ask you guys that can you search all the combination and then you print? Don't do it manually because this list can be really big also. How will you do it? And you're free to use. See, while loop generally we don't need to use a lot, but there are some amazing application of while loop we will see over the questions, right? Our question is that you are given with 3 lists, right? List 1, list 2, list 3, and you have to pick A. So anyone coming from list A is A, right? 1, 2, 3. List B, 2, 4, 6, 8. So you pick one element from here, list A, one element from list 2, list B, and one element from list C. And then combination you have to find that total 20 comes out. How many combinations will be there? See, it has 3 elements, it has 4 elements, and it has how many? 5. So total you are looking at 60 combination. Is it correct, guys? Guys, this much is basic. Everyone knows now. Sorry. Out of 60 combinations, you have to tell me all the combinations where the sum total is 20. Now is it clear, Abrar? Good. You could have just done this. It would have much better. Very good. Big hand for Mayur. This is what I would expect in my class. Okay. So if you look at that, it's a very simple blocks of lines of code, right? And very simply it has been written. You guys, can you see that? Now let me go back to my Jamboard. Everybody, I need your eyes on the screen. I think now you can stop trying and understand what's happening. So see, we have 3 lists, right? List A, list B, and list C. It has some element, it has some element. I'm not going into that. How many? It has 3 elements, it has 4, it has 5 elements. Guys, you have A, you have B, you have C. And you want that sum total to be equal to 20, isn't it? This can also be dynamic. You can say that it is N, right? User input. Now tell me one thing, how the loops work, right? To get all the combinations, first the outer for loop, which I'll write, let's say outer loop, right? The most outer loop, what it will do, guys? Come on, tell me. It will pick A and set it to what? Let's say A is having 1. So 1 is going to be fixed, right? Isn't it, guys? Till the time the inner loop, so now we will go to the inner loop, which is your second for loop. That will be set to what, my dear? Look at your list. It is 2. So B is also fixed. Come on, everybody. Then you will go and take another inner loop, right? To pick the C. And now C is what? Keep changing from 3, then it will go to 6, it will go to 9. Can you see that, guys? 12, 15. Till the time this is not done, these two guys will be fixed. Everybody is comfortable with this statement of mine. That's what we mean, like, nested for loop. It's going to be a nested for loop. You have an outer loop, then you have inner loop, then you have the most inner loop. Something I'm saying. Okay. Once this is done, then what will be done? Then this 2 will get updated again. Always like that. Then 2 will become what? 4. Then again the same thing will be done. Are you feeling it, guys? Are you there? Then 6, again it will be done. And then 8, again it will be done. And once these two guys are done, right? Then what will happen? Then you will change this guy. It will become 2, right? Correct? So it will become 2, and then you will be picking number 2, 2, to be honest. And then again 3 to 15, right? Then it will be 2, 4, 3 to 15. Like that, the for loop will work. Okay. So visualizing this is not that easy, let me be honest. But I'm trying my best to visualize it, because you should know that the inner loop first complete, then the second out, the loop above it will complete, then the loop above will complete, and then you will change it, right? So now on this logic, and let me put it here, there in the screen. I know it's not very much nicely written, right? But still, I want you guys to. And now let me, code it, guys. So if you see here, right, this is my list. I think what Mayur has written exactly I'll code only. There's nothing different I'll do. For I in, we'll pick list A only. See? For JN, list B. So you're just picking numbers. And for K in list C, and then you are gonna check if I plus J plus K equal to 20. It's a test, equality test. Then you are going to print, right? And then what Mayur has done, formatting the string, is nice, right? You can do this. I have to just say I have to just say J, I have to just say K. Just I'm changing as per mine. Okay, I realized that, guys. Thank you. Okay. Now let's see this in action. Let's see this in action. But do we have 4 combination? Who got this, by the way? Saket, Shrikant, Prava. Anybody who got this on their own? Or at least you were there in terms of thinking? See, this is very simple. Let me show this in action. And let me know that you understand or not. This simple code, if you visualize, and let's visualize what I was trying to say. I equal to, see, I equal to 1. I will not change now. Now everybody will focus on this only, this line of the code and this I. See, J is picked. Now if you see, only K will keep changing. Can you see that, my dear? If I can make a quick slow app, then you, now J has changed. Can you see that, guys? See, J will change now. J changed, right? 2 to 4. Observe. Now 4 is picking. 1 is still fixed, right? That's how I was explaining. See? So that way you can make a small list and you can visualize it. See? Till the time J is all done, it will not move on to the I and change it. Now, after this step, see, I will change. I'm going to say change, change, change. Come on, yeah, change, right? 1 to 2. Can you see that, my dear? So that's the way you have to understand it. Means there's no other way, right, to talk about it. You have to go through these examples which I have given, these tools which I have provided. I have not created these tools, but definitely it will help you to understand more. Make sense? And then guys, I'll also give you, I created a version of the same code by user input. So you can decide n, and then you'll get the combination. Can you see that? So now I said I need to find the sum total 15, right? 20, I got 4. 16, I got 4. 100, I got none, right? Minus 33, I would get none, right? Can you see that? It does work. 34, I did not get anything. 13, I still got 4, right? 17, I got 4. 38, I did not get anything. 12, I got 4. So I'm getting mostly 4 outputs, right? 6, I'll get only 1. I was just checking that the code is having some bug here. But do you understand, guys? Is it easy or not? Guys, you guys are now smarter than at least when you joined, right? So you can quickly see that I'm making a sense here, right? It's very simple. And simple, but still a very good question. Why it is a good question? Because last time I was doing 2 loops. Can you see that? Remember? Nested 1 loop, 2 loop. In this example, I have scaled up and I have added 1 more for loop. Can you see that? Now you're looking 3 dimensions. Hello? A, B, and C. Comfortable, guys? If you're comfortable, then I'll move to the next topic, and that is transfer statements. Remember break, pass, continue. Let's talk about it. Shiva, I think this is a task I have been giving everybody, to study. That is formatting string. So don't worry, tomorrow I'm going to discuss it. If you remember that, I had mentioned some topics which I'll go through. Make sense? So that's exactly enter. So wait for tomorrow's class then, if you have no idea what is that. Break. Break, we are not talking about the break yet. We are talking about the break concept. Okay. So break is going to break the loop when executed, right? So break is more like a keyword, and if you bring that break keyword, right, it will come out of the loop, right? And that sometimes it's very important that you stop at one point. So for example, right, you don't want to complete the whole execution of for loop. You want to break it, the loop, and you tie it up to some conditions, right? Then it will happen. So for example, and this is going to be a very good example, guys. You don't need to take this and code it. I am going to give this number in chat. You can take it, right? And then what I'm trying to say that I want to print all the numbers in the list, above list, which are below 100. Okay. So I want to do that. So to do what I'm going to do, I'm going to iterate through the list. Correct, guys? And I would say for I in nums, if I is less than equal to, above, greater than equal to 100, then break is a keyword. Yeah. Else keep printing. Current number is I. And once you are done, come out of the for loop and print done. Now what this code will do? What does this code? What this code is going to do for us is that it will print. Can you see that it has printed 10? It has printed 20, 30, 40, 60, and after that it did not print anything. Can you still see that this number definitely is more than 100, but these guys are less than 100. Hello? But did you get an output there? Let me show you. You did not get that output, I guess. Can you see that? We got till 60. Why? Because once you have come out of the loop, you cannot go back in the loop because of the break. Are we clear on this? But some of the guys would say, no, this is not expected output. I would have wanted only 100 plus. You don't print, but you print everything. So for that, guys, you can do this. You can just simplify your code. You can just make it commented. And till the time the number is less than equal to, you can print. Now you are able to print everything, right? But then we are not talking like this, right? Here we are talking about break. Break does terminate your for loop. Here we are not talking about termination of for loop. So this is a very generic for loop with no condition on termination. Can I say that, guys? The below for loop, hello? So you should know the difference. It's not only about expected output. You are not terminating anything. Here, this is your condition to come out of the loop, right? So what basically is happening, it will keep going and checking whether the number is more than 100 or not, right? The moment number is equal to or more than 100, the break gets executed. Let me show this in action. Soumya will understand. Don't worry. Just focus. So what I'm saying, guys, see. Everybody will focus here. See here. Now, let me run it. See, the list has been created. It is going to pick the number. The first number it picked is I equal to 10. Now it's going to check whether I is more than 100 or not. Is it correct? 10 is more than 100 or no? No, right? That's why if you observe, this guy, the red cursor directly jumps to the print. It doesn't get inside. Keep doing that. One time you will realize after 60, now I'll go a little slow. After 60, now it knows that 150 has come. 150 is more than 100, greater than or equal to 100. That's true. Then it will execute the break. The moment break is happening, the code is going to come out of the for loop, and that's why it is coming here. Can you see that? Simple, interesting. Soumya, did you understand? This is what break does for you. Now, definitely we'll talk about that. You wanted everything. And that's where you will have your another reserved keyword. Sorry. Another reserved keyword, and that is known as continue. Everybody is clear? That's correct, Soumya. 90, 99 are less than also less than 100. Yeah, Parna, because the code actually saw 150 already, na? So the break is done. Once break is applied, then the code will come out of the for loop. You cannot reverse it. But if you want to do it, right? So guys, let me tell you that what you have just done, this is known as do while in C. I'm making a comment. So this is similar to do while. Okay. Now, if you really want to just skip that particular guy, whenever you see it's more than 100, you are going to use the keyword called continue. So if you see the keyword continue, it is used to skip the block of code within the for loop for the current iterations only. Let me highlight this. For the current iteration only, and then continue with the next iteration. Let me show you. This is very simple. You will understand. Let me copy paste the same code. And here you replace break with continue. Okay. Now what it will do, guys, condition to not come out of the loop, condition to just skip the iteration, that to current iteration only, right? If the condition is satisfied. Definitely if the condition is met. Is satisfied. Now focus, guys. Now you will expect an answer which you guys were generally expecting is this, right? Isn't it? That's what you wanted for, right? Only skip those guys who are more than or equal to 100. Hello? Even 100 if you write now, it will be skipped. Let me increase it. See? Even 100 is skipped. Why? Because the condition is that if it is more than equal to 100 and it is able to print the last number as 7. Are we clear, guys, on this? Hello? Give me a go ahead if you are okay. Everybody. Perfect, guys. And then we can quickly complete another one, which is pass. Right? Pass. So pass is similar to continue. Right? Means it basically does nothing, to be honest. Not even similar to continue. It's a null statement. Have you done a pass on something? Have you used this word in your English? I'll take a pass. What is the meaning of that phrase? Aparna, Badam, tell me. I'll take a pass means what? Football lovers don't get in that pass, okay? Let's be in literal sense, I'm asking. Right? I know there will be few football lovers, right? Generally they give the pass, not take the pass. So no, not bypass. It means I've written already. It means I'll just skip it. Simple. Passport. Guys, are you trying to find all the keywords having the word pass? What's going on? Why passport, by the way, Vivek? And why bypass, Pratik? Bypass, you know, right? Okay, anyway, I don't want to go into that. You can Google and understand the meaning of each and every word. Okay, pass means, in this context, null statement. Nothing happens when this gets executed. Suppose somebody offers you a job and you say, I'll pass. Means what? You don't change your status, right? You don't change your status quo. So if I give you a simple example that why we need a pass, right? In the same example, if I replace pass, break with pass, right? Can you see that? I've just done that. Okay. That's right, Vinay. Suffix and prefix, they are practicing with my word pass. Okay. That's a good way of looking at it. Guys, this is all about coding. You have to observe these patterns, which you have just done. Okay, on a lighter note, but let's come back to the original pass we're talking about. This pass, can you see that, guys? I have put it here. It basically nullifies the whole condition, right? Let me show you. It will print everything. So it's like you're giving a condition and then you're putting a pass. Means what? Your condition has no impact. You must have done with your parents, right? You must have taken that pass. You do this, you do that, you do this, you do that, and then you do what you want to do, right? That's, I feel like, nullifying the condition being put on us by our parents. Everybody has done it. Which generally in society we say disobeying your parents, which is a good thing. We should do that time to time. Okay. Very good question, Soumya. $1 million question. So why do we need to have it, right? Is it like an organ in the body which does not have any function? You can say like that, but not. It's not like it's like really waste. It has some uses. Let me give you an idea. Suppose you write a function, simple function. I know I have not taught you yet. I think the next topic will be function only. Suppose I want to do a square function, right? You know that you can do the square of x. And here you're writing a function called y equal to x into x. That's going to be square. And you return y, right? So if you run this function, my dear, and put a number 10, it will give you 100, right? Is it clear? Square means what? This one, So I've written my own function quickly. Now, if I write a function, any function x, y, z, right? And I say, so let's write a function like some function, cool a, cool abc, right? And I put x. And then if I don't put anything, it will throw in syntax error. Guys can see that? So sometimes what people do, they use pass as a placeholder, right? It can use it as a stub. That's the meaning. So since this is going to throw an error, if you just place a pass, this line will be looking nice. Can you see that? Are you getting it, guys? More like a placeholder. I'll come back and complete my function, right? So the conceptually, if you see, you can use as a stub, which is basically a simple way of saying temporary code as a placeholder. That's one of the uses that everybody does with pass. Okay? But yeah, don't dwell too much on pass. You can also pass on the pass. Make sense? Don't quote me on this, but you can pass on pass. It doesn't matter. It's not that important. I think the next topic would be function, and I think we can go on a break, and I'll come back and then start function. But let me know, guys, how is it going for you now? It's not like one keyword like answer. You can talk to me. You can share your concern. It's going good. Are you feeling you are learning? This is more like an interim check on you, right? Are you feeling that confidence is, sipping in? You should have that confidence with time. Okay. I can see in the chat that confidence is building up, but practice is something I would like to check on. So you guys are coding. Let me ask a very simple question, right? And I hope you should be answering that honestly. How many of you are coding every day? I'm just putting 30 minutes of coding. Every day means every day, 7 days a week. Or second option, who is coding at least alternate days? If you are doing alternate days, I'm very happy. So I could see, quite a few names, and I'm putting those names in my head and see that, these are the guys who are answering my class. Because see, timing is really going to be critical for us, because definitely after this, once this is done, you'll go into machine learning, right? So your life is going to be going to be a bit crazy, right? So don't take it lightly. You have paid your fees, you are putting your effort, you are managing your work life, your family life, and then this training with me. So I feel that just doing once in a while or only Saturday, Sunday is not gonna cut it. Don't take it lightly. If you have put a goal in front of your eyes, go and achieve it. Okay, be a hell of a data scientist. Don't be like some just XYZ. See, any Tom, Dick, Harry can become a data scientist, right? But the moment you come and talk to someone, in 5 to 10 minutes of conversation, you should be standing out. That's my vision for my students, whom I always teach. Every batch when I teach, that's my vision. Everybody, single one of you has to be like that. Means then what's the whole point? Mediocrity is not something I propagate. Don't be a mediocre kind of XYZ, right? Data scientist, anything you do it nicely. Okay. And you need to motivate yourself. I can feel totally that, that at points, at times, you might feel like, okay, give up, leave it here. Anyway, ChatGPT has come around. Why I should learn Python? My jobs are not going to. So there are a lot of excuses I keep hearing from juniors, like way juniors guys, that, ChatGPT is there. There's no point learning coding. You guys are mistaken. Don't ever think like that. ChatGPT, any stuffs like that, definitely they are going to be there around us to increase your productivity, not to take your job. Your jobs will be gone if you just do coding like this, which is my first code I always write, 2 plus 3, which is 5. If you think coding like this will survive, make you survive the whole situation, then you are not going to be there. But if you are logical, you are thinking, your business knowledge is at par, ChatGPT cannot match that. Trust me on that. We are testing ChatGPT like anything as a company as well. It has a lot of flaws. So don't think ChatGPT is perfect. But definitely ChatGPT is very helpful. So it has increased our productivity of creating applications, right? It gives you a template of code which you can quickly modify or quickly ask questions that can be specifically answered. So take ChatGPT for those kind of utilities. Do I make sense, guys? You understand what I'm trying to say? You know how many people are learning data science? You will be not even, you cannot even imagine. As we speak, just like you in morning session, if I could have diversed the number, it's not you only. And it's not me only teaching you. There are thousands of trainers and there are lakhs of students preparing for data science. So yeah, it's quite a lot of competition outside. So we need to do a better job there. Okay. I'm not trying to scare in the morning. Those who are not in India, they have an evening time. Definitely not scaring you guys, just doing a reality check. I have to learn also a lot of things to be relevant in my job. And that is always there, right? Even a kid who is just born, he has to or she has to learn how to walk, how to speak. So the pressure has come. That is one of the key, I would say, generally, those who are not a very good coder, they tend to use less functions than a coder. They will be writing a lot of functions. Okay. So if you see that function is not some rocket science, it's just a wrapper around it, more like a outer layer. You put it, your components here. Then you have another layer, you put another components here and like that. So all these can be treated as function 1, function 2, function 3. And as per your requirement, you start getting into the functions which you need. Let's say you need F2, you will go for F2. You need function 3, you'll go for F3. But let's get into details of it at the micro level, that why we need function. So to make you understand, I'll take a real use case which we do all the time. So this is coming from my industry experience, right? So I work in supply chain. I have told you guys multiple times. When I'll teach you visualization and pandas, I generally use data called superstore. Okay, so this data superstore has a lot of columns. I'll show you some of the important key columns. So one is order date. Okay, then we have customer ID. I think superstore, everybody has been to some superstore, right? Guys, hypermarket, D-Mart, Dream-Mart, blah, 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 right? All these are superstores, right? You go there, you buy something. Let's say you buy some t-shirts or shoes, right? Anything up to you, like depends on who are you. And definitely, generally people nowadays buying online or offline. So let's say you are buying offline, you go to a store that, okay, today is 26th October, customer 001 bought like a Nike shoes, right? Definitely one, and let's say costed you 5500. Since it is one, so sales value is also 550. Okay. And then the same customer, right, on a different date, like 28th October, he bought, let's say, what you will buy more in that? Maybe some stationery item like notebooks. New Year is coming, new notebooks, right? And you bought 10, and every notebook costs 150, so 1500. Maybe 10 diaries you bought for the New Year, something like that. I'm just making up the data, guys. Now, how does this data will translate for a sales department, right? So for every product, there's going to be a product ID. Listen to me very carefully, guys. So then you will have an item master, another data called product master or item master. And there you have this information on the product, right? So you will take the same product, product one, right? Product description, weight, volume, right? All those things you will have it. Generally, people join tables, these tables. So this table can be joined on this column. Later on, I'll teach. Suppose you have a product ID here, you will be able to join on the basis of this column. You must have done in SQL, guys, isn't it? Similarly, we'll have also region that is known as location master. Now, it's not like your DMart is only in your city, right? DMart, you know, Mr. Damani, a businessman and a stock investor like share market. He's more like a legend there, right? Radha Krishnan Damani. Okay. So DMart, he owns the DMart. So obviously you will know, right? You know, what is the store, and you'll have the store number, let's say 001, 002, and you have all the details like which city the store is located, what is the address, what is the pin code, latitude, longitude, everything. Region, city means state and everything. Now suppose you are a more of a sales manager or sales VP, like your VP, sales VP, right? Vice President sales, right? Then these guys, they need some weekly reports. Okay. So they need weekly reports, how we are doing category wise. So the product will also have categories, guys. I missed to mention that categories, the most important column. So they need like category wise, what is my weekly sales? So there is a concept of wow. Anybody knows what is wow in sales? Anybody who's working in sales? So wow is what? It is known as week over week. That's a fancy, you can say, slang or acronym. And they need your week over week trend. So let's say this is your sitting in week 1, this is your week 2, so on. Let's say you are till here week 46. So then categories wise, you have to do, how does the sales look like? This is one category. This is second category, like something like this. Just again, there are 3 categories I have shown. So red is one category, yellow is another category. Are you seeing, guys, monthly trend? And the blue is another category. Hello? Now this is week or week, right? And this is generally will be asked by, right, maybe one of the guys. But someone can also ask, okay, this is fine, Akash. Okay. Give me month over month as well. And also give me quarter over quarter, because quarterly meeting is happening, right? So generally meeting happens at different level, right? Weekly meeting, weekly report. Monthly meeting, monthly report. Quarter over quarter, like these guys will be like company owners. Generally, monthly, they'll not come and see, right? Every week, they'll not sit and monitor the sales. They will look quarterly. Maybe the company managing director or CEO, right? They might look at only monthly or quarterly. You might have to just generate the same chart month over month, quarter over quarter, and you might have to also do one more. There's one more, guys. What is that? YOY. You know this. What is that? Year over year, right? Forget about this. This is also like, year till date also, YTD we call, right? So there are a lot of time slicers you are looking at, right? Are you going to just write every time a new code to do this? I don't think so. You should never do that. Never ever. Then you are not a programmer. You are like a laborer. Always remember my word. It's harsh. Sometimes I say harsh words just to make you feel little bad, but I have an intention there. Don't ever do that. You should be smart enough. If they need you to, get these slicers like week, year, month, quarter, your code should be smart enough to handle it, right? You cannot go and code back again and again. And you're writing 10 codes for 10 different cuts. Never do that. Sales can also be asked like, okay, give me total sales. Give me average sales, right? Are you going to write another code for total, another code for average? Yeah. Then again, you are not a good coder. Like you code, but you code inefficiently. That's the word. Okay. So that's where who is going to save you? And the hero name is, trust me, this is like the most important thing which people don't like to use because they think it's very tricky, complicated. No, it's very easy. And over the discussion, I'll make you feel like that. I'll take the same real example and do things in front of your eyes, and I'll make sure that you learn the way industry uses it. Not like some square function, this function, bullshit functions. I don't do that. Okay? Because then I'm not doing a justice here, right? I should be coding a function, writing of all the super intelligent function in front of you guys, so that you get a feel that, okay, this is something what industry uses, and this is what trainer has also talked about it. Right? That's where I justify my position. Or else definitely you will go and say that you are such an idiot, right? I'm afraid of that feedback. Okay. The kind of series or trend chart you say, right? Generally you need to write a function on the time series data. So you're talking about time series data. Whenever there is a time, week, month, year over year, it's a time series data. Now let's talk about function parameters. You must have seen, right? There are a lot of parameters in the function. I'll show you. A few of them I have shown already, a few of them syntax, right? So you have arguments, parameter, keywords, everything. For loosely speaking, everything is same. Now here, for this function of ours which I'm talking, I'm going to use one parameter as frequency. So frequency is like your chart is a WOW, or is it a month over month, or is it a quarter over quarter, or is it a year over year? So if you give a keyword WOW, it will understand that you need what kind of chart? Week over week chart, right? Understand, that's the frequency. Weekly frequency, monthly, quarterly, year over year. Are we clear? Hello? Then someone can come and say that, okay, I want to select the measure. That is also my choice. I don't want to just create a chart only on sales. Someone can come and say, no, I not only want to find sales, total sales, I also want to find that how much cost I am incurring. How much is the revenue? Sorry, I'm such an idiot. Sales is revenue, guys. How much is my cost? How much is my margin? Right? How many quantity I have sold? I'll get you my point. Right? How much is my, yeah, you can say profit also, right? So total, you see that how many measures I have given. You can give a name and that chart will take care of it. Perfect. Now comes the aggregation. Like, you want to summarize your chart like what? Are you talking about, total sales, which is your sum? Are you talking about average? Are you talking about median? Right? I think let's keep it like this. Now tell me how many combinations of charts you're talking here. Here you are saying 4 measures. Here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And how many here? 3. Total, if you do the simple math, total 60 different types of chart you can just create by writing a one function. Isn't it powerful, my dear? This is what function. This is the only way And let me also tell you with conviction that you go and watch any YouTube videos, no one will take this example. Nobody goes in that direction. You go and watch n number of videos. Maybe 1% trainer might be thinking like this. So you need to also stand out in different field, right? Definitely took me some time to bring it in here, but I realized that, teaching is also very important to, focus has to be on the industrial learning. If I don't do that, then I'll teach you something and they'll ask you something in the project, in the interview, and you will see that there's a huge gap. And I know everybody is here trying to get a job in data science or try to do something with data science. Latter is very less. The former is more, 95% people want to get a job. So that's the whole idea. Are we clear, guys? Now, at least you understand what is the end game here. Why do we need functions? This is just the introduction. Now the question comes, are we going to do this? Exactly, yes. This function I'll write in the class, but at what point I'll write? When I will be able to, teach you aggregation and few things, okay? Aggregation, I can only teach you in pandas. You understand, right? Everybody knows that pandas is a library and aggregation can be only done there. So don't expect me doing this function in basic Python. I'll do something else, right? But that will be also amazing. But this is going to be the end game. This is what we are looking out for. Then when I'll teach you visualization, I will be using function to create charts, So you need a different chart for different. Suppose you wanted week over week trend chart, right? So you need to write a function and the function should be able to print that chart as well. You understand what I'm saying? So yearly chart will be different. The axis will change, right? The x-axis, right? The graph will be a different color. So all those things you can handle it. So what I'm saying basically, I'll combine pandas with visualization, right? And then also combine with the functions. Are we clear, guys? So 3 pillars we have to combine to reach to this level. Are we clear on this? So you have to be patient. You have to be, wait it out and trust. Trust me that I'll do it. Okay, clear? Because I don't suddenly want to jump and start teaching you pandas, right? That will not be appropriate. But everybody's clear why do we need a function, or you're still confused? Clear, guys? Okay. Now function works on the principle of dry, D-R-Y, which means it's a very famous word in the world of function. Do not repeat yourself. So whenever you're trying to, do a similar kind of activity, try to write a function to take care of it. It is different from for loop. For loop is also does repetitive thing, but it will keep, changing the way you're picking the, counter or you're picking the sequence, right? But here it's more like, doing different kinds of tasks, but can be grouped into one. You will be using that principle of dry. You're going to use it. I'm giving the commentary around it, that you can make your modular and small clean code, which can be written in form of function, and it can make your code looking more organized. And you don't need to hard code everything. You can actually go and change a function a way it works. And then definitely when you will call that function again, it will be updated, and you don't need to update the whole code, right? For that matter. So if you don't hard code, you try to use the principle of dry. It will help you to make your code better, improves your efficiency, and definitely reduces the error. And debugging is very easy. So you know that what function block is misbehaving, you can just go to that block and fix it rather than looking at the whole code. Are you getting my point? That's the importance of doing modularized code, right? So just like you form a building, right? So you have seen, right? People put pillars, right? Something like this, people do. So they know that, so if this part of the building is getting damaged, you'll focus on this part. You'll not focus on the whole building. So, right? So that's modular in nature, right? Then you put modules of slabs, right? I'm not an architect, but definitely you can always draw an analogy between making a building and using Python coding in terms of building blocks. Now there are two types of function, guys. What are they? User-defined function and built-in function. So user-defined function is something which we will write. Built-in function you have been using for so long, right? So like length, print, input, int, like you're using so many Python functions already. Range, for loop is not a function, but yeah. So range is a function. You give a range, right? 10, it gives you a sequence till 10, excluding 10. So all those things you are already knowing. Now I'll quickly go to user-defined function, guys. I don't want to spend any time on built-in function. This is something you write as per your requirement, right? So let's talk about the syntax, guys. It's very easy. Let me show you this on the Jamboard because I need to go and annotate a bit. Hello? Yeah. So whenever you have to define a function, you will start with the keyword def. Can you see that? def? So this is your keyword. Without this, you cannot define a function. Okay? So this def is helping you to declare or define a function. The function declaration. Then you definitely need to call something to the function. You cannot say function and then you don't know the name of the function. So this is your name of the function, which you can give. And there are some guidelines to give the name of the function you have to follow. Second thing is parameter. Like, these are optional, but sometimes these parameters are very important to, invoke the function. So you'll give the parameter 1, 2, or you can give 100 parameters. Nobody's stopping you. Then comes your return. So you will do, then comes your function body, my bad. Once you have given this function name, define the function, given the parameter, basis that you do something in the function, you do some work, some action, right? And once that's done, you will return the value of your interest. Okay. So now I'll go back and I'll give you the commentary which I have just done in form of notes. You can go ahead and read and understand. I'll take a pause here, guys. Any questions so far, so good? Okay, let me do a function. Then I think you will be having more ideas. So let me take a question. First function to add two numbers, right? Every bacha does this, right? Every kid does this. To add two numbers. Can we write a function to do it? I'll do it for the first time. Guys, please pay attention. Let's say I create a function called add and then I give two numbers and say generally number 1 and number 2. Okay. And then within that, first you'll print the number. So you can say first number is this. Num1, print. Second number is this. Num2, and then you will do the addition. You will just create a variable called addition, num1. This is the most simplistic function, and you will return the addition, guys. Okay. Perfect. This function is ready. So I'll store the result of this function, which is add, and give two numbers 10 and 90. And then I'll use this result to print sum of two numbers is result. See, guys, does it work? So what I have done here, let's go step by step. Everybody, please pay your attention. Please pay attention to the screen. We have defined the function, means declare the function with the name. Function name is add. Then I have taken two parameters, num1 and num2. Can you see that? And then we have this typical indentation. After colon, we have to give a 4 white spaces or a single tab. Automatically it picks up. If it is not picking up, you have to make sure it is picking up. Then I've done this some unnecessary, you can say irrelevant, means I'm printing the numbers so that I know that what are the numbers I've given. I've given, let's say 10 and 90 numbers are coming. Then what I'm doing is there addition. Addition is what? Simple addition of two numbers, and then I'm returning the value. Are we clear on this? So this num plus 1, num plus 2 will take these numbers, add it up, store in the variable addition, and then it returns after the function is complete. Are we clear so far, guys? Everybody good to go? Perfect. Now what I'm doing to use this function, I'm just taking the output to, so this is the variable addition, guys, right? This variable addition 100 is assigned to result, and then I'm calling the result here to get the answer. Clear? Shouldn't be any doubt, right, guys? This is our very basic function. Now, sometimes people say that do we have to put in parameter? Do we have to do a return? That's the best practices. But you can also write an addition function without doing these things. So I'll show you. Addition to, see, I did not give any parameter. Then I will put a user input. Can you see that? Enter the first number. So see, I'm writing this differently, my dear. Then you will say B equal to float of input of, you have seen this, this is user input, don't get confused. This has nothing to do with the function. Enter the second number. And then I'll say total equal to A plus B. And I'll come out here and I'll write print sum of two given numbers. You can also call those numbers A and B here. Is, see, I'm not using return, my dear. Rather, I'm using print. Okay, now the moment I say add underscore to this, it asks number 1, number 2, and gives me the output. Did I use any parameter on return? Here, this print is acting as a proxy to return. Can you see that, guys? Don't use this. Means I don't, encourage writing code like this. You should write code like this on the top, what I've written. Perfect, guys.
The first question is, what is PEP 8 and why is it important? PEP stands for Python Enhancement Proposal. A PEP is an official design document providing information to the Python community or describing a new feature for Python or its processes. PEP 8 is especially important since it documents the style guidelines for Python code. Apparently, contributing to the Python open source community requires you to follow these style guidelines sincerely and strictly. So what he says basically is that if you want to contribute to the open source development of Python and you are contributing to any of the libraries, let's say NumPy or Pandas, let's say you want to add in a functionality or a particular module inside that, you need to follow a certain guidelines that is provided by the Python community. And these guidelines are called as PEP. So PEP 8 is a particular version of these guidelines wherein you have to follow a structure for you to contribute to the open source Python code. Now let us move on to the next question. Python is an interpreted language. An interpreted language is any programming language that executes its statements line by line. This means the source code of a Python program is converted into bytecode that is then executed by the Python virtual machine or PVM. Python is different from major compiled languages such as C and C++ because Python code is not required to be built and linked like code for these languages. This distinction makes for two important points, which is, the first point is Python code is fast to develop. As the code is not needed to be compiled and built, Python code can be readily changed and executed. This makes for a fast development cycle. The next point is, Python code is not as fast in execution compared to other languages. Since the code is not directly compiled and executed, and an additional layer of Python virtual machine is responsible for the execution, Python code runs a little slow as compared to the conventional languages like C, C++, etc. So we also have a pro and we also have a con of Python being an interpreted languages. Alright, the third question for this video is, what is a dynamically typed language? Before we understand a dynamically typed language, we should learn about what typing is. Typing refers to type checking in programming languages. In a strongly typed language such as Python, 1 plus 2, that is 1 as a character and 2 as a number, will result in a type error since these languages do not allow for type coercion. Type coercion here means implicit conversion of the data types. That is, the Python compiler won't automatically convert your data types to the same one and then add it. So this is not applicable for Python. But on the other hand, a weakly typed language such as JavaScript will simply output 12 as the result. It will convert the number 2 as a string and then add the string, that is, append the string together and output 12 as the result. But this is not the case in Python programming language since it is a dynamically typed language. Now, type checking can be done at two stages. The first stage is the static stage. Here, data types are checked before the execution. And there is one more type which is dynamic. Here, data types are checked during execution. That is, while typing out your statement on a single line, your data types are checked whether they are compatible or not. Python doesn't wait for you to compile the whole source code. In fact, it does that line by line, and that is why it is also called as an interpreted language. You can also put the answer this way. Python is an interpreted language that executes each statement line by line. Thus, type checking is done on the fly during execution. Hence, Python is a dynamically typed language. Let us move on to the fourth question. Is indentation required in Python? So the obvious answer is yes, but you will need to expand upon that answer. So let me just do that. Indentation in Python is compulsory and is a part of its syntax. Indentation provides better readability to the code, which is probably why Python has made it compulsory. All the programming languages have some way of defining the scope and extent of the blocks of code. In Python, it is indentation instead of braces. Indentation provides better readability to the code, and that is why they have made it compulsory. Now, let us take an example. When it comes to other languages, let's say Java, when we have to construct a for loop, we have to put the blocks or the statements inside the for loop within a braces. So it goes something like this, and the statements inside the for loop need not be indented or given a space. It can be on the same line as the for loop itself. So that doesn't make any errors. But when it comes to Python, the print statement that is inside the for loop should have indentation, that is 4 spaces. Let us move on to the next question, and guys, this is where the hands-on begins. First 4 questions were theoretical, and this is where things get hands-on. How to print without a new line in Python? The print function is used to display the content in the command prompt or the console. The default functionality of the Python print method is that it adds a new line character at the end. Let us take an example here. Let's say you want to print 2 strings on a new line. So you can do that by using the print statement. So if you type your code something like this, the first string should be hi and the second string will be welcome to Intellipaat. And if you type this in a Python environment, the output will be hi followed by a new line and then the next string, which is welcome to Intellipaat. Now, suppose we want to print these 2 strings on the same line. That is, we want to skip the new line character. So how to do that? Welcome to Intellipaat automatically prints in the new line. In order for this string to print in the same line, we have to use a parameter called end. So the print function has one more parameter which is called as end, and you can assign any value to this parameter. It goes something like this. So you use your print function as it is and you print out the string. You add in the string what you want to display on the screen, and then you type a comma and then add the end parameter, and then you assign it a value which is enclosed within a double quotation. So within the double quotation, if you add a empty space, so it will print an empty space. If you want to add another string, you can do that as well. Let us see what the output is right now. So the output will be the first string, which is hi, followed by the second string, which is welcome to Intellipaat. Now, if you do not add the white space in the double quotation in the end argument, it will print the first string hi and it will append the second string without any space. Let us move on to the 6th question. What are keywords in Python? Python keywords are special reserved words that have specific meanings and purposes and cannot be used for anything but those specific purposes. They cannot be variables, they cannot be functions or identifiers. You can use the help function to know more about them. And as of today, that is the latest Python version is 3.10. There are 35 keywords that are currently present. And these are all of them. Some of them include true, false, continue, break, lambda, yield, etc. The seventh question is, list all the built-in data types in Python language. The table present on the screen basically lists out all the data types that are present in Python. For the text type, we have string. For numerical types, we have integer data type, floating point data types, and complex numbers. And for sequence types, we have list, tuple, and range. When it comes to the mapping type, we have dictionaries. And for set types, we have set and frozen set. We also have bool for the boolean type. And for binary, we have bytes, byte array, and memory view, which are not commonly used, but still you should be knowing about them. And we also have a special type, which is the none type. And in case if you want to know the data type of a particular variable in Python, you can use the type of function. So the output will basically display the data type of the variable. The type function takes the variable as its argument and outputs the data type of the variable. Moving on to the 8th question. What are the differences between Python arrays and lists? Both lists and arrays are used to store a collection of items, that is data in the Python programming language. Moreover, both data structures allow indexing, slicing, and iterating. So both Python array and list support indexing, slicing, and iterating as well. Coming to the definition of list, a list is a data structure that's built into Python and holds a collection of items. Lists have a number of important characteristics. The first character is list items are enclosed in square brackets, and list should be ordered, that is, the items in the list appear in a specific order. This enables us to use an index to access any item. Lists are also mutable, which means that you can add or remove items after list's creation. List elements do not need to be unique. Item duplication is possible as each element has its own distinct place and can be accessed separately through the index. Elements can be of different data types. You can combine strings, integers, and objects in the same list. You can also include another list inside a list, so which is basically a nested list. Let us go through the example mentioned in the screen now. So in order to create a list, you must enclose your list items within a square bracket. Now in this example, I have included 4 list items, which is 1, 8.9, J, and hello. And this basically shows that you can include heterogeneous data types because 1 is an integer, 8.9 is a floating point number, J is a character, and hello is a string. And then on the next line, you can print the list, and you can also print the type of the list in the next line. So the output will be the list itself, because I'm printing the list called my list, and then the type of list will be list. Now moving on to the array data structure. An array is also a data structure that stores a collection of items. And like list, arrays are ordered, mutable, enclosed in square brackets, and able to store non-unique items. To use arrays in Python, you need to import either an array module or a NumPy package. So array initialization in Python has 2 ways. You can either do it by importing a module called array, or you can use a library, which is basically an open source library called NumPy. Let us take an example here. Here I'm using the first version, that is I'm importing the array module. So in the first statement, import array as ARR. ARR is basically an alias. On the next line, I will be initializing a variable and assigning the array to that variable called my_arr. So you have to use the array function here, that is array of. And here array of function takes in 2 arguments. The first argument is the type of data which you will be storing inside that array. In this particular example, I have given small I, which basically means I am storing integer data types inside my array. And then after that, you need to include the array itself. Here I have included 5 elements, that is 1 to 5, and I have enclosed that within square brackets. On the next line, I am printing the array which is called as my underscore arr, and then I am finally printing out the type of the array, that is my underscore arr. Now let us see what the output will be. The output is, and it also shows the data type in the output as well. And now we will see how to create an array in the second version, that is using the NumPy library. NumPy arrays support different data types. To create a NumPy array, you only need to specify the items, and there is no need to specify the data type of the array. Let us take an example. On the first statement, I am importing the NumPy package, and on the second line, I'm using the array of function again, but here I need not mention the data type of the elements of the array. Instead, I will be directly inputting the array elements. So one more thing to note here is that the array elements need not be the same. It can be of different data types. Hence, I have included hello, which is a string, and followed by 1, 2 and 3, which is of integer data type. So it is basically an heterogeneous array. And on the next line, I'm printing out the array called as my underscore arr, and finally I'm printing out the type of the array. Now let us see the output for this. So the output is the array contents itself and then the data type of the array, which is ND array, which is NumPy arrays. Now, after knowing how to initialize a list and how to initialize an array and various types of initializing arrays, I have consolidated the differences between arrays and lists into 3 points, which basically boils down to these 3. Alright guys, the first point is arrays need to be declared and a list need not be declared. They can be initialized on whatever statement you have to use it, because they are built into Python. In the examples above, you saw that the lists are created by simply enclosing a sequence of elements into square brackets. Creating an array, on the other hand, requires a specific function from either the array module or the NumPy package. And because of this reason, lists are used more than arrays. The second point is, arrays can store data very compactly. They are also more efficient for storing large amounts of data. The third point is, arrays are great for numerical operations. Lists cannot directly handle math operations. For example, you can divide each element of an array by the same number with just one line of code. If you try to do the same with a list, you will get an error. It is possible to do a mathematical operation with a list, but it is much less efficient than arrays. Moving on to the 9th question. What is the dictionary data type in Python? Python dictionary is an unordered collection of items. Each item of a dictionary has a key value pair. Each key value pair maps the key to its associated value. Dictionary elements are accessed via keys. You cannot access them using indices like in other data types like list and tuple. That is, you cannot call them by defining their index number, that is 0, 1, 2 or whatever it is. You will have to call the following key. The syntax for creating a dictionary in Python is given on the left side. First, you need to choose an identifier. I have chosen my underscore dictionary, and then you should declare the key value pairs inside a braces. So braces are nothing but flower brackets. So, and the format is key colon followed by its associated value, and you can include how many ever key value pairs inside the pair of braces that you want. Each key value pair is considered as a single item on the dictionary. While the values can be of any data type and can repeat, keys must be of the immutable type. That is, you cannot change the key once you have declared it. And they must also be unique. That is, two keys cannot have the same name. And here on the right side, I have mentioned the different ways of creating dictionaries. The very first way is you put in the elements, that is the key value pairs, inside the flower braces. A dictionary can have integer keys. It can also have mixed keys, as in the second example below. That is, it can be a string and then an integer. And the alternative way of creating a dictionary is using the dict of function. Okay guys, moving on to the 10th question. Explain the concept of indexing in Python. Talk about negative indexing. Now, before we get started with indexing, let us understand what iterables are and what is their main function. The knowledge of iterables is much needed to get behind indexing. It is a special type of object in Python that you can iterate over, meaning you can traverse through all the different elements or entities contained within the object. It can be easily achieved using for loops. Objects like lists, tuples, sets, dictionaries, strings, etc. are called as iterables in Python. In short, iterables is any thing that you can loop over. Under the hood, what all these iterable items carry are two special methods called the iter and the next method that implements the sequence semantics. Even the for loop in Python is implemented using these special methods. Now that we know what iterables are briefly, let us know about indexing. It is a special type of object in Python that you can iterate over, meaning that you can traverse through all the different elements or entities contained within the object. It can be easily achieved using for loops. Objects like lists, tuples, sets, dictionaries, strings, etc. are called as iterables. In short or simple terms, iterable is anything that you can loop over. Under the hood, what all these iterable items carry are two special methods called iter and next that implement the sequence semantics in Python. Even the for loop in Python is implemented using these special methods. Now that we know what iterables are briefly, let us now go into indexing. Indexing in Python is a way to access individual items within an iterable by their position. In other words, you can directly access your elements of choice within an iterable and do various operations depending on your needs. Now let us take an example. Here I have declared a list in Python and I have called the list as fruits, and I have added 5 elements within that list which are of string type. So we have apple, grape, orange, guava and banana. So let us see how this works under the hood in Python. So in the very first step, Python allocates memory for the list, and each element is indexed as follows. Apple will be given the index 0, grape will be given 1, and so on until 4. In Python, objects are 0 index, meaning that the position count starts at 0. Many other programming languages follow the same pattern. Now as you can see, by default, many people use the positive indexing for their item retrieval. So we have 0 to 4. And there is another concept called as negative indexing in Python, which basically means that the last element of the list is indexed as -1, and the last but one element of the list will be indexed as -2, and so on until -5. And the length of the list is 5. So this is about indexing and negative indexing in Python. Moving on to the 11th question. Explain the concept of slicing in Python. Slicing a list gives us another list instead of a single element. Slicing is an incredibly useful feature in Python. A slice specifies a start index and an end index and creates and returns a new list based on the values of the indices. The indices are separated by a colon. Now let us take an example, but before that, keep in mind that the sublist returned contains only the elements starting from the start index, which includes the start index, but it will exclude the end index elements. So you guys will understand what I mean in the example. So let's say, for example, you create a list of 5 elements, that is 1 to 5, and you call the list as example. In the next statement, you are printing the example by calling it by index length, that is the slicing method. So the syntax for slicing is element colon and then colon, which basically means the first element before the colon is the start index. The second element after the colon means the end element. So the second statement here means that print out the first element until the last element. So the second statement prints 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. In the third statement, we have the start index as 1 and the end index as 5. So it will print from the second element of the list, which is 2, 3, 4, 5. And coming to the last statement, we have 4:5, that is the start index is 4 and the end index is 5. So it will print the last element, which is 5, and the end index element -1, which is the same. Both 4 and 5 points to the same element, and hence it prints only one element, which is 5. You can see the output below. And there is one more trick to slicing, guys. If you leave out the start index, it is assumed to be 0. That is, if you do not put anything under the start index place, that is before the colon, the default value will be 0. And similarly, if you leave out the end index, it is assumed to be the length of the list. And here in the example above, it will be length of the list is 5, so it will be 5. Let us see this with an example. So I have declared the same list as before in the previous example, which contains 5 elements, 1, 2, 5. And in the first print statement, we have colon 5, that is the start index is not mentioned, and by default it will take the 0th element as the start index value. So you will be printing out the whole list 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. In the second print statement, we have 3 colon and then null element, which basically means it tells the Python compiler to print from the third element to the final element of the list. And coming to the last print statement, the start index is not mentioned and also the end index is also not mentioned. So let us see what the output is. So null value and 5 means the whole list 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 3 colon null value means print from the third element up until the last one, and finally null colon null means start to end, that is basically it copies the list. Moving on to the 12th question, explain the differences between list and a tuple. Both list and tuple are built-in data types in Python and they are meant to store a collection of elements. Both these are capable of storing heterogeneous data. Both of these are iterable objects. Now let us see the differences one by one. Lists are mutable. Tuples, on the other hand, are immutable. That is, once you create a tuple, you cannot change its elements, unlike lists. List is implication of iteration is time consuming. That is, within list, the iteration is time consuming. When it comes to tuple, it is comparatively faster than a list, and for this very reason, tuple is used over the list data structure. Coming to the third difference, the list is better for performing operations, that is insert and deletion. Tuple data type, on the other hand, is appropriate for accessing the elements. That is, if you want to access your elements faster, you can go for the tuple data type. And if you want to make changes to your database, that is, you can use lists. Coming to the fourth difference, list will consume more memory and tuple will consume less memory when compared to lists. The fifth difference is lists has several built-in methods, that is for insertion, deletion, updation, all the CRUD operations. Lists will have the built-in methods for it. But tuple do not have many built-in methods. Coming to the sixth and final difference between list and tuple, the unexpected changes and errors are more likely to occur in the list. But when it comes to tuples, it is hard to take place. That is, the error is unlikely to take place in case of a tuple. Alright, moving on to the 13th question. What are functions in Python? Explain with an example. Python function is a block of related statements designed to perform a computational, logical, or evaluation task. The idea is to put some commonly or repeatedly done tasks together and make a function so that instead of writing the same code again and again for different inputs, we can do the function calls to reuse code contained in it over and over again. Functions can be built-in or user-defined. It helps the program to be concise, non-repetitive, and organized. We can create a Python function using the def keyword, that is DEF, define keyword. You can choose any identifier of your choice for the function name. Then comes the parameters, which are enclosed within parentheses. Now let us see the syntax of creating a function. So as I was saying, the parameters are enclosed within the parentheses. Now what does docstring mean here? Docstring stands for documentation. It is always a good practice to write a short description of what your function does. And then comes the block of statements under that function. It can be of any length depending on the function's complexity. Lastly, the function return statement is used to exit from a function. Return to the function caller and return the specified value of data item to the caller. Now let us take an example of a function. So here the function name is absolute underscore value and it takes in one parameter which is called as num, and after that we have the docstring, which basically says what this function does very briefly. So the docstring in this example says, this function returns the absolute value of the entered number. Now, what is an absolute value? Absolute value is a number or a value wherein it only gives out the magnitude of a number. Let's say, for example, the absolute value of 5 is 5 and the absolute value of minus 23 will be 23. Now that we know what absolute value is, let us see the statements defined below the absolute value function. So the logic is, if the number is greater than or equal to 0, which basically says if the number is positive, you do not do any changes to the number, you just return the number as it is. And in the else condition, you return the negative of the number. That is, if the number is negative, you return the negative of the negative number, which will result in a positive number. And the print statements following that is calling the function twice, and the parameters passed are 2 and minus 4. So the output will be 2. Because it is positive number, it will enter into the if condition and it will return the number as it is. And coming to the second function call, wherein the parameter is minus 4, it will go into the else part of the logic and it will return minus of minus 4, which will result in 4. Alright, moving on to the 14th question of this video. Explain modules and packages in Python. Modules and packages feature in Python is responsible for implementing the modular programming paradigm. A module is essentially a Python file with a .py extension. It can contain any number of functions, classes, or variables. The common practice is to put together a set of related functionalities together in a module so that you can reuse that whenever you want in any Python files. After you are done with creating a module, you can import that using the following syntax in the very beginning of your program. That is, the syntax is import followed by module name. Using this syntax will import all the functions, classes and variables that is present inside that particular module. Now let us take a look at an example and see how a module is used in Python. First, we create a file named CALC, which stands for calculation, which will contain all the functions for binary arithmetic operations, that is addition, subtraction, multiplication and division. Then we create another file where we use this calc module by importing the CALC module. So in the CALC file, that is calc.py, we have defined 4 functions: add, subtract, multiplication and division. All of these functions take in 2 parameters, that is a and b, and the control comes out of the function by returning the appropriate answer. Now, after saving this calc.py file, you create another Python file which is main.py. Here at the very beginning, you are importing your calc module by writing down the statement import CALC, which is the module name, and then you are assigning the value of 2 to A and 3 to B. And in the print statement, you are calling the add function by using the dot operator on the module name, which is calc.add, and you are passing in the argument in the main.py file, which is 2 and 3, and 2 and 3 will be passed to the add function. And again, we are calling the multiplication function. Here also we are passing in the parameters as 2 and 3. Now let us see what the output will be. So the output is as expected 5 and 6. So basically when you call the add function in the main.py file, the control goes to the calc.py file, and then here the control goes to the return statement which basically adds 2 and 3 and then returns the answer back to the main.py file, and then it is printed out in the output. The same goes for the multiplication function as well. So this is how a module works. By looking at this example, we can say that a group of functions, that is addition, subtraction, multiplication and division, which is present inside a Python file, will make up a module. So the pictorial representation goes something like this. That is, here in the picture there are 5 functions, and in total you can save it as a .py file, and in turn it will become a module. So in our previous example, we have taken 4 functions, which is add, subtract, multiplication and divide, and we have saved that file and it becomes a module when you import it. Now if we want to add complex functionalities other than simple binary operations, we can create another file and import it as another module. Imagine importing 10 modules like this for your program. It becomes a repetitive task. For this very reason, we consolidate all the related modules inside a directory and we call that directory as a package. Now it is diagrammatically represented in the picture on the slide. So several modules will be consolidated into a directory and this directory is called a package. And if you want to work on a very complex project and which basically deals with databases, web-based functionalities, linear algebraic operations, trigonometric operations, etc., you will have to consolidate several packages and put it under a single directory, and this is what we call a library. So the diagrammatical representation of a library will look something like this. Several packages consolidated into a directory will become a library. So to sum this up, several functions, classes and variables make up a module, and several modules consolidated into a directory is called as a package, and several packages consolidated into another directory is called a library. Coming to the last question of this video, demonstrate any 3 ways to reverse a string in Python. There is no reverse of function for the string library in Python as it is there in the Java language. Therefore, we will have to know these methods to reverse a string. So the 3 ways are using the for loop, using the inbuilt reversed of function, and finally using the extended slice syntax. Now we will be taking a look at each one in brief. Firstly, using the for loop. Okay, let us see how for loop works. Here we have defined a function called as reverse and it takes in one argument which is s. It takes in a string. Here we declare a variable called as string, which is basically an empty string, and then you initialize a for loop and iterate over the string, and then you put in the logic in the next statement. Result is equal to I plus result, which basically means that you are taking the first element or the first character in that string and adding that to the empty string which is stored in result. So here in the first iteration, the first character will be stored in the result, which is I, and in the second iteration, the second element or the second character in the string, which is n will be prepended to I, and then in the third iteration, the third character t will be prepended on the result string. So now after third iteration, the result will be tni, and then on the print statement, you are printing out the original string followed by the reverse string after going through the for loop in the reverse function. So the output will be as follows. Your original string will be Intellipaat and the reverse string will be TAAPLLENTI, which is basically the reverse of Intellipaat. The second method is the inbuilt reversed method. Here we make use of the built-in reverse function, which basically creates a reversed object which is also an iterator from the original string. Then on wrapping the join function around it, it will prepend each character to the empty string on which the dot operator is used. Now if you guys get confused, let me explain it through an example. So on the very first statement, we declare a string and call it Intellipaat, and then we use the reversed of function on this string, which basically stores a reverse object in the memory. And then on top of that reversed of function, you use the join function. You wrap the join function around the reverse function. What it basically does is it prepends every character to the empty string that is declared by the dot operator before the join. And then the whole result will be stored in the identifier or the variable called result. And then in the final statement, you are finally printing out your result. So the output will be the reverse of the original string, which is TAAPILLENTNI. The third method is using the extended slice syntax. Alright, before doing this, let me revise what the slice syntax is. The slice syntax basically says that you use the colon in between the start index and the end index. But here we are using the extended slice index, which basically has 3 arguments instead of 2, that is the start, end and the step. The start index is where the slicing of the object starts, that is the slicing of string starts, and the end index is where the slicing of the objects stop, and finally the extended argument is the step argument, and this is an optional argument that determines the increment between each index for slicing. Let's say suppose you add the value 1 in it, So the increment is 1. That is, it will print out in terms of 1 steps. If you put in 2, let's say the list has elements from 1 to 10. Let's say you put in the step as 2. So it will print all the even numbers in the list. That is, it will print 0, 2, 4, 6, 8 and then 10. So it basically increases the step by 2, skipping all the odd numbers in the list. Now that we know what an extended slice syntax is, let us take up an example. We declare a string Intellipaat and store it in S, and then you are slicing the string by using slice syntax. Null value followed by colon followed by a null value followed by -1. In this example, I have given null values for the start and end arguments, which means it will take default values for start and end index, that is 0 and the length of the string, and the argument for the step function is -1. This will imply start from the last character, because -1 is the negative index for the last character in a string, and then take one step backwards until the first character of the string. So this is what -1 means to the Python compiler. And finally, the output will be the reversed string of Intellipaat.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers you a Python certification course that will help you become an expert in writing Python programs and working with packages like NumPy, Pandas, Matplotlib, scikit-learn, SciPy and many more. Through this course, you can also learn how to write codes for big data systems like Hadoop and Spark and gain a hands-on experience by working on real-world projects. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in their successful career transitions. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to a new height. So visit the course page link given in the description below and take a first step towards a career growth with the Python tech stack.